All right, we are live at Coletco again. Let me reset here. That's fast, Mike. You're fast. Let me reset, and we're going to have to restart these auctions and basically restart the show. So that puts us about 40 minutes behind. I haven't had that happen in a long time. But welcome back and welcome. I'm going to go ahead and try to take all these old videos down now because people's going to be clicking on them and getting the old links, and it's going to take a while. What a mess. All right. It always happens on the night. There's a lot of people watching. It always happens. So luckily I didn't sell anything. So I'm going to delete that. And then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to delete the one off Facebook. I still don't even have a Twitch. So, let me, I don't know what it looks like over there still. I got to do that tonight because I'm curious what it looks like over there. All right, let me go over here to the lives. And let me just get my laptop open right quick. I'm to take down some links. All right. Let me go over here. That's got to be deleted. This has got to be deleted. Okay. Now I got to delete where I shared them in the groups, because it's going to be showing up. Delete. And over here. All right. Delete. All right. Okay, so now let's go back over and let's reshare everything. All right, so let's start over. Everybody hit the like button again for me. Let's hit copy link, share in group, and hopefully that was a one-time thing. Let's share it there, and then there, and then here. All right, then let me put it back over here. Goodness. Okay, sorry. Now, whoever was bidding on these auctions, hopefully they're back. Yes was up to, I'm going to pull it up over here on YouTube when I'm deleting before I delete the video, and I'm going to pull up those last bids because I can see them over here. They're still saved. And I apologize for the delay. We're just going to restart this crate too and get everybody back on and rolling. There we go. There's Peter on yes. There's one confirmed bid. And then Scully Mac had Kiss for 25. That's pretty close. I'm glad y'all are already back on. That's going to save us a lot of time. I got to make sure Christina Curtis is back on. And I can't remember the other yes bidder. On that. So before I get started, I still got quite a bit of links to share. Tanner's about to price about 300 Funkos. Joe Salomon, thank you. I just seen your name here, Joe. Joe Salomon, and you just popped up. Good. So we're final call on yes. And if Christina Curtis is watching and she says out on Kiss, or she can keep bidding. It's a VG 77 Pittman. This is OG Japanese. And I had just introduced this Conan the Buccaneer vintage paperback as a bonus auction, and that's when everything crapped out. And that's a $7 start, Michael. $7 start on that. I'm going to try to keep some of these rolling over here. Maybe Tanner can find the tub of the rest of them. That'll be fantastic. And Michael Reed and Michael Rudolph, I think, are both about to start bidding on it. I'm okay with that. YouTube almost done there. So too tight on Conan. Let's hit YouTube live. And now I got to go over here and delete it off Instagram and repost the new one. Gosh. All the 15 minutes it took me to set up the last show, and now I basically have to redo it. So let's do story, and let's do this picture again, and then link. I'm almost done, everybody. Then we'll be back full force. Right, John? He said, I am delivering a whole shipment of vinyl. Great. There's that. All right. Randy Klein, there is no Dylan Rolling Thunder Anniversary Funko. So if there is a Dylan Funko, then my distributor, who's the largest in the country for them, they're not carrying it. So that's some kind of exclusive you've seen somewhere. I'll already look for you. Into my catalog, to my websites, that a Bob Dylan Funko, it does not exist. So that means it's out of print or it's some kind of exclusive. All right, we got everything shared. I think we're good to go. Now, the only thing I'm going to do is tag everybody right here. Get my assistant to do it. That would be a great idea, wouldn't it? Because we could have already been rolling again. Let me do this last tag. Now, I'm just going to open my laptop. I'm going to delete that old YouTube video before somebody accidentally clicks on it and they start watching those first 20 minutes thinking that they're live. And they're going to be like, wait a minute. Chad's not answering me back, and then we get a message, why is Chad ignoring me? And then we have to reply to somebody and say, well, you're watching the wrong video. It happens all the time because everybody clicks on their notifications, and they just click on the notification that already went sent out, and they don't realize that they're not watching an old video. It happens all the time when I have to reset. So let me go ahead and delete that video before somebody goes, wait a minute, Chad's ignoring me. We don't want that to happen. All right, let me go over here to YouTube Studio, and there's also a weird thing over here. It's like something scheduled. Let's see, lives. Okay, I'm going to delete this thing that says upcoming. That's been annoying. So let me, upcoming, we're going to delete that forever. And then there's the 24-minute video. We're going to delete that forever in just a second. Okay. All right, here we go. So these first two auctions from the last time are done, okay? We'll go over here and we'll put Gene Simmons away for a little bit later, probably closer to 7, the whole MIGO set. And what happened on the paperback? The last paperback is sold to Michael Reed for $12, okay? Sold to Michael Reed for $12. Yes, it's sold to Peter Mazzoliniano for $45. Thank you, Peter. That's sold to you. And let's go ahead and sell Kiss Rock and Roll Over here. And Kiss Rock and Roll Over is officially sold. That was been up since the last time. And that is officially sold to Scully Mac for $25. I hope Christina finds the new feed, but she was the other bidder, but I lost her there during the reset. All right, so let's go back up to the top, and let's put up more. And the next auction is going to be Kiss Destroyer. And this is a 1976 Japanese original. It is on the original label, of course. It has a 4-page insert. It's near mint minus. It's a Japanese pressing with insert. And Kiss Destroyer is going to go up. Whoop, wrong camera. Kiss Destroyer is going to go up for a $45 start. There's that. Okay, so thanks, everybody. And now we're ready to go. That's up for bid. It's actually tagged for a $65 start. I'm sure it's going to get there. It's a very nice copy. But you know what? Let's go ahead and say a $45 start. Maybe somebody will go ahead and open it up at $65. That would be great. And let me delete that old video. And I think we're good to go now. Knock on vinyl that this doesn't happen again, okay? Is it all Kiss night? No, it's not. We have Blink-182, the Mark, Tom, and Travis show, $34.99. Also, The Rivers of Neil, The Work, that is on yellow and blue vinyl, $36.99. We have Written in Their Soul, The Hits, the Stack Songwriter Demos, $29.99 on that. Also, we have Fugazi, 7 songs, $29.99 on Fugazi. Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor, 180-gram remaster, $33.99 on that. And then Led Zeppelin Presents. That's where I got to when everything crash there. So hopefully maybe it wasn't Led Zeppelin that crashed us. All right, so there's those. Those are all new and sealed. I also got Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. I'm working on our flip video from this morning. There's only about 5 or 6 claims. Over here, we are back to where we were now. Let me go find that video. A whole lot of records. Where were we? Right here. And new vinyl. That's where we're at. Okay, so Pink Floyd's 180 gram. That's remastered. That's $36.99. It's not Kiss Night. That's very misleading for people. It is Kiss Night. So here's how this works. Right up here for auction, there's going to be a very high quality Kiss record up for auction for the next 5 or 6 hours. That's it. So I tell everybody it's 10% Kiss Night, it's 50% Kiss auctions. But I do see a lot of people, they'll say, oh, it's Kiss Night, I'm not watching. And then they'll watch the replay and they'll be like, good gosh, look at all the records I missed. So yes, there'll be a Kiss auction up for about the next 5 or 6 hours till this entire collection is sold out. When that's done, that's probably when I'll stop selling vinyl tonight. So it's going to be a while. We have a lot of Kiss stuff to sell. But in the bins, it's just like any other night. We have Mountain, Flowers of Evil. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. We have a Japanese insert. We also have a cover and obi. That's a $35 start. We have Jim Sullivan UFO. That's $29.99. Don't forget about Vanilla Fudge. Have you tried Vanilla Fudge? It's a mono. It's on blue vinyl. It's $33.99. Also, Mudhoney's $29.99. Mudhoney's new and sealed. And we have Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles. Gorilla Radio, Testify. That is $33.99. Also, Blink-182, Enema of the State. That is $38.99. That's a gatefold, single LP. And we have Slipknot. And Slipknot's $29.99. That's on yellow vinyl. Right now, Kiss is at $100 with Brian D. Leon. That's going once, going twice. I'm looking for a $35 start on Mountain. Here's our next paperback, The Micronauts by Gordon Williams. Vintage paperback, The Micronauts is a $7 start. That is now up for bid. We have Goodfellas is $29.99. Goodfellas, first time on vinyl, $29.99. And we have Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. That's a 2LP, $44.99 for Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. Moby is a 2LP. That's called Play. That's $39.99. And then Iron Maiden's Number of the Beast, remastered, $33.99 on that. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $33.99. Also, we have Beck Odelay. Beck is $34.99. And Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood. Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood, $33.99 on that. Also, Kate Bush, Hounds of Love. That is on colored vinyl. It is $44.99. All right, Kiss is sold to Brian D. Leon for $100. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. Final call to get a bid on Mountain. And the bid on Mountain to get that one started is $35. And then over here, we have paperback at $7. Iron Maiden is a single LP. Iron Maiden is a single LP. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and put up some more auctions. And how about Kiss? Oh, who would have thought it? It's Animalize. And Animalize is an 84 USOG Pittman press, a 56 press. It has the original under sleeve. It's VG++. Excuse me. And Kiss is going to go up for a $25 start. It does have the original under sleeve, and that's now up for bid. So there's Kiss Animalize. Also, Rush Test for Echo. That's a 2LP remaster for $39.99. And we have Rush Presto for $33.99. Megadeth Rust in Peace. That's available for $36. And over here, we have Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror, which is essentially a Greatest Hits Volume 1. That is sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That's sold to you. And Brett Bledsoe also gets one. And guess what, guys? Other than those two auctions, that's the first sale of the night. It took a long time. Man, I'm glad we're up and rolling, though. That's the first sales of the night. So there's that. And those Pearl Jam hits are sold out now. Clifford Umstead and Brett Bledsoe, 42 Foxes. So thank y'all. That's 42 Foxes and Clifford Umstead. Those are sold. I've got Total from Joy Division and New Order, which is a 2LP. That is $44.99. Michael Rudolph back here on back-to-back Buy It Nows. He's going to get the paperback for $7. Thank you. Only bid on that. And guess what? He said, if you still got Star Fox, I'll take it. I hate to let it go, Michael. It's such a cool game. But you know what? Star Fox is sold to Michael Rudolph. $124.99. complete in box, Nintendo 64, $124.99. Also sold to Michael Rudolph. Stephen Parton on total from Joy Division New Order. Congratulations, Brian DeLeon, on the big Kiss purchase. And White Stripes Greatest Hits. White Stripes Greatest Hits is sold to Paul Peterson. Thank you, Paul Peterson. Stephen, I also see your comment on the post, so I got you there too. And there's White Stripes. I got one left. Greatest Hits 2 LP. Over here, Mountain is a no bid, so you can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. Mountain can be picked up for a $35 buy it now. And right after Michael claimed Star Fox, Brian DeLeon put KB for Kate Bush. So Brian DeLeon, I got you down for Kate Bush, and Guy Shard, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list for Hounds of Love. That is on colored vinyl, raspberry mixed, 180 gram. Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God. So that is sold to Brian DeLeon, Guy Shard on a waiting list, and Mountain, a Japanese pressing of Flowers of Evil. Where's David Johnson at, Tanner? I don't know. $35 start. $35 buy it now, I should say. So that is sold. Done. Gone. Bam. Boom. Bing. Let's see if anybody wants to grab it, though. That's the key over here. All right, so Guy Shard on a waiting list. Let's take one more look at the Kiss auction. It's Animalize. It's an 84 USOG Pittman press, a 56 press. And Animalize is now a final call to Dustin Whitaker, just one bid for $25. Dustin, all those other Kiss LPs, I ran that next day that you had asked about. And unfortunately, I don't think you were watching, but that's okay. We got a lot more where those came from. Plus, we got about a blue million tonight. So welcome, everybody. And this is all new vinyl. There's Jack. And we're about to sell these, go through these one more time. I got one more crate. Probably not going to spend too much more time on old stuff because there is 4 crates of new vinyl behind me. John just delivered new stuff. And basically now, because I'm starting an hour later than I normally do at this point, we got a lot of stuff to show, okay? So there's that. Tanner's back. Glad to see he's back. Now I don't have to say, oh, we got to tag the flip crates during the sale because Tanner's not here. I said that all week. Everybody was frustrated. They was like, why are we having to do this? All this stuff's already sold. I was like, you can blame Tanner. He's out on the beach. We're having to tag it all live. All right, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese auction. And let me get these a little bit closer over here to me. That would be ideal. And let's see what else we have here. Let's go ahead and put up a Japanese pressing of Michael Schenker Group. Got some harder rock stuff here that might go well tonight with Kiss auctions. Because Laura just has the Kiss auctions tag, so anything else is... you know, bonus, supplemental. Michael Schenker Group is a $35 start. That's now going up for bid. Any other Kiss LPs? John, hopefully you have seen our ad for tonight. If not, you need to go click on our page right now. You'll see a whole gallery of everything we're going to be auctioning tonight. We bought a collection about a month ago of over 800 Kiss LPs. We've been selling them every Monday night, 40 or 50 every Monday night for the last month, and we got about another month of auctions to go. Dustin Whitaker gets Kiss for $25. That is sold to Dustin Whitaker for $25. Let's go ahead and put up some of the other advertised stuff here, and let's get going. We got Kiss auctions for hours. Hopefully you have your calendar cleared for the next 9 hours straight. And you have nothing else to do, and you're tuned in, you got this cast to your TV, you got you a big glass of hot cocoa, maybe a mixed drink, and you can bid on Kiss auctions literally till you go insane. The Bizarre Horror Show, South Bend, Indiana, September 4th, 1974. This is Kiss. It's a limited edition unofficial recorded live at the Moore Civic Center in South Bend, Indiana. 1974 VG Plus condition, a $35 start. Kiss is now up for bid, a $35 start. And then over here, Michael Schenker is also a $35 start. Anybody else want a price in here? Blink 182, Rivers of Neil, Stack Songwriter Demos, Fugazi, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Jim Sullivan, Vanilla Fudge, Mudhoney, Rage Against the Machine, Blink 182, Slipknot, Goodfellas, Led Zeppelin. Moby's a reissue. It's a 2 LP reissue. That is $39.99. $39.99, Mr. Vladarchik. I was about to get to it. $39.99 on that. It's a 2 LP reissue. Everything in here, of course, is new and sealed. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast, Nickelback, Beck Odelay, Motley Crue, Rush, and Presto, new and sealed. Rush, Presto, that's new and sealed. It's a remaster. $33.99 on that. Looking for a $35 start on Kiss. Looking for a $35 bid on Michael Schenker. No bids yet. Going once, going twice. What is the Fugazi? 7 songs, new and sealed. And 7 songs, new and sealed is $29.99. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. That's there. The Holy Wars. And White Stripes Greatest Hits is $36.99. Anybody else Well, usually this first Kiss bootleg's already got bids for 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. No bid, looking for a $35 star. Is Kiss Army here? Is everybody alive? Is everybody breathing? There's Bill Samus. He's bought most of these bootlegs. He's got a bid in for $35, and that's going to once and going to twice. Let's go ahead and go into some new vinyl. Some of these are special requests. Some of these are pre-orders. Some of these are waiting list. Some of these are everything you could imagine and more. What is everything you can imagine and more? Just amazing records, okay? That's what we have here. We got 2 bids on Kiss, 35 and now 35. All right, everything in there. These are new arrivals. Let's go ahead and knock out a crate of brand new vinyl. This is always going to be fun. I got 4 crates over here, vintage from John. I got a couple crates over here 4 crates of new vinyl, and of course Laura going to be marking some stuff tonight. We'll be doing discount and other stuff like that. I actually got to do the $6.99 crate. We'll do the $6.99 vintage crate in just a second. Actually, I still got to find Cash Volume 4. And I got to find Pink Floyd and King Crimson for Blaine Zapnick. So I still got some stuff to find from the flip video, but we'll get to that in a second. I want to go ahead and show brand new stuff and make sure everybody's paying attention. And here is Opeth, and this is The Last Will and Testament. And Opeth is a North American tour exclusive on Southern Green vinyl. Opeth is $46.99. Now, I had somebody asked me to order some Opeth albums specifically, and we got a couple extras. So let me open up my spreadsheet here and let me search Opeth, and this is sold to MT Matt. So thank you, MT Matt. This is officially tagged and sold to you, and this is $46.99. It's a tour exclusive I was able to get on green vinyl, and they've pressed this album on many different colors. So I have 1 extra copy of Opeth. I actually have another one over here behind me, but it came damaged. So I ordered 2 extras, but they sent me 1 that was damaged. So I actually only have 1 extra tonight. There's that. The Kiss is at $45. Sean Holford's out. Thank you. And over here is Kiss, and that's at $45 with Bill Samus. Phil Elliott's going to let me know if he's done, and we're going to go ahead and make Michael Schenker a buy it now. That's a no bid. You can pick that up for a $35 start, just FYI, or a $35 minimum bid, okay? Minimum bid. So that's available. Michael Schenker, Assault Attack, 3.5 on that. Let's put that away. Somebody can grab that for the buy it now price. Also, I've got 3 copies of Greg Allman at Uncle Sam's. This is a limited edition orange vinyl number. This has ended up selling really well. I never did post a pre-order, but I've probably now sold 20 copies, just showing them here, taking wait list, showing more, taking a wait list, and Gary Wellman was on a waiting list. I got 2 extra copies. This is Greg Allman, $39.99, 2LP orange vinyl. Hammers up on Kiss. It's a final call to Bill Samus for $45. I'm waiting for 1 person, that's Phil Elliott, to bid again or say out. If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing I have is Bryan Adams' Reckless. It was the summer of '69. Run to You. Heaven's on here. There's a new bid on Kiss at $48 of El Terrible Torrio. We have Bryan Adams. This is near mint minus and pristine. So we got a new bidder on Kiss, and Bryan Adams is up for bid, a $35 start. Kiss is at $48 now. That means Bill Samus, you've been outbid. Still got 2 extra Greg Allmans if anybody wants that for $39.99. And Oliver Anthony, Hymnal of a Troubled Man's Mind. And this is $24.99. And I think the last time I ordered 3, they only shipped 2. So here's that extra copy. Oliver Anthony, that is $24.99. What's the current Kiss auction up to? The high bid on Kiss is at $48. Bryan Adams is a $35 start. I also have Sleep Token, even in Arcadia. And I think Sleep Token is a waiting list perhaps. So give me 1 second to find out. Sleep Token, even in Arcadia. And let me look up Sleep over here. And the waiting list for Sleep Token is Chase Zapnick. Chase Zapnick. So let's put Chase Zapnick down for a Sleep Token. Chase, this came in. You was on a waiting list. That's Chase Zapnick. We also got a Blaine Zapnick. And let's reintroduce the Kiss auction. This is the first bootleg of the night. We sold a couple already. But as far as the advertised stuff, this is the first one of the night. The Bizarre Horror Show, South Bend, Indiana, September 4th, 1976. This is at the Moore Civic Auditorium in South Bend, 1974. 1974, VG Plus condition. The high bid right now is El Terrible at $54. Bryan Adams is at $54 with El Terrible. And I got 3 copies of Vandenberg Sin. And Vandenberg was on green vinyl. And let me open this up over here as a waiting list and see who is on a wait list for Vanderberg. I think it was Angela Lewis, maybe. Vandenberg. I think I misspelled that. That's Vandenberg. And let me see if I can find it then. Vandenberg. It's somewhere right in here. Let's see here. Van Halen, Black Sabbath, Chipmunks, Living Color. Angela Lewis, there it is. It's B-U-R-G. Of course, I was misspelling it. Angela Lewis, you was on a waiting list for this. So this is sold to Angela Lewis, and I got 2 extra copies. Somebody said, can you show Kiss again? And how much is even in Arcadia? $38.99. Let's go ahead and make Bryan Adams a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants that, you can pick that up for $35, a $35 buy it now. Just saying, Reckless, a Japanese pressing. There was no bid on that. $38.99. There it is, and there it is, and here is this, and let's put this right over here. So over here we have the Bizarre Horror Show, South Bend, Indiana, September 4th, 1974, and somebody said, can you show it again and show all the inserts? So here's the disc. We've graded it a VG+. I think it's got a couple of scuff marks on it. This has a gigantic poster with it. I mean, an absolute gigantic poster. I hadn't even shown this, but we might have to go to the top cam view just to give you an idea of this. But yeah, there it comes with this gigantic poster here. That's part of it, just FYI. And then it looks like it has an insert with it. Has an inner sleeve, and there's the back jacket. And the high bid on that right now is $67, okay? Now, over here, we had Kiss at $60, $67. Jeff Brindley got the Bryan Adams for $35. That's gone. What is the Vandenberg? That one's called Sin. It's on green vinyl. It's $34.99. And then we have Skid Row, and this is called Revolutions Per Minute. Skid Row is $33.99. We had 1 stray copy come in. Susie, you've already got one on your invoice that went out today. Susie Breedlove. Kristen Driscoll was the last person on a waiting list for this Skid Row. And this is the first time this was pressed to vinyl officially. So this copy is sold to Kristen Driscoll. Kiss is going once, going twice. It's a final call to El Terrible Torrio for $67. If anybody else wants in on that, let me know. The price is at $67 with El Terrible Torrio. We're going to go ahead and put up another auction, and this is another Japanese pressing. It's called Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon. Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook? This comes with a Bruce Lee book. Very cool. Bruce Lee book, $35 start. There's the insert. And there's the cover and Obi. Greg Preston on Vandenberg. That's so to Greg Preston. Thank you on that. And then we got Steel Panther. And Steel Panther is billed as Feel the Steel. Limited edition purple marble vinyl with 2 bonus tracks. And that is $36.99. Can I pay cash? Like in vinyls. I'm not for sure what you mean. We send invoices through Square. If you have a credit card, a debit card, or a bank account, you can pay us. If you have Venmo, if you have something you can link to pay Square, if you have access to money, I'm sure we can cut some kind of deal where you can figure out how to get money into a bank account to pay us. Yes, we take USD, cash, dollars, United States money. Vandenberg is sold to Greg Preston. Thank you. There's now 1 sold if anybody else wants one. Bruce Lee has a bid for $35, and we're about to definitely wrap up that Kiss. This was a special request, Corrosion of Conformity Deliverance. Michael Reed, you wanted one of these, right? Because I know John Durden did. This is COC Deliverance. This is Corrosion of Conformity. COC and John Durden and Michael Reed was on a waiting list. These are $54.99. It's a music on vinyl press, limited edition. These are 30th anniversary on clear vinyl. Albatross is on here, Clean My Wounds, and that's a 2 LP, $54.99. And that is you and John Durden. Thank you. I've got 2 extra copies of COC left if anybody else wants one. Kiss is officially sold to El Terrible Torrio for $67. I'll take Sleep Token then. We send invoices through Square. If you have access to a credit card, a debit card, a checking account, or some sort of way that you can handle United States dollars, then there's a way you can pay us through that Square invoice, I promise. So he said he'll take Sleep Token. Now, also, Noah tonight starts a new invoice. So anybody that buys something tonight, including yesterday, that's $8 in limited shipping. Starts yesterday with Paul. Paul did a show yesterday on Sunday. Anything you bought yesterday, today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. And that is for all week long, $8 in limited shipping. I'll be here live 8 hours a night for the next, count tonight, 6 nights. That's a lot of opportunities. A lot of opportunities to be buying vinyl for $8 limited shipping. Over here, we got Kiss Destroys Anaheim, blue and orange vinyl, Anaheim Stadium, August 20th, 1976. Folks, this is Kiss at Anaheim Stadium in Anaheim, California, August 20th, 1976. It's a 2 LP colored vinyl. It's an unofficial press, of course, a $55 start. It is a 2 LP on colored vinyl. Looks like it has a really cool inner sleeve here with it. Has 2 glossy printed inner sleeves. There's the back cover, and Kiss is a $55 start. Tony Clem wants a COC. I have 1 COC left. Unfortunately, the baggie got ripped with in shipping, or something happened to it here. Nothing's wrong with the jacket. Maybe a little ding there on that last copy of COC. Unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. And we have Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. This is a limited edition music on vinyl press of 3,000, and that's $39.99. And then over here, Bruce Lee has sold 1 bid for $35 to Michael Reed. Thank you, Michael Reed. That sold you for $35. Appreciate that. Kind of surprised that Bruce Lee didn't bring more, but that's just the way it is. And then over here, Kiss has bids with John Sale for $55. That's going once, going twice. Some of these I'm going to move through pretty fast. Hopefully that gets a lot more bids than just $55 though. Got to make sure everybody's awake. Alice Cooper is sold to Ken Crooker. And then over here we have Opeth. And this is another Opeth for MT Matt. It's called Ghost Reveries. It's a limited edition of 4,000 on silver and black marble vinyl. $54.99. Extreme. You can get Porno Graffiti and you can get Extreme 3. That's the only ones that are available in print. Their most newest album is technically in print, but it's been out of stock for a long time. And thank you, MT Matt, on another Opeth purchase. And Ghost Reveries is sold to MT Matt, $54.99. Another 2 LP limited numbered music on vinyl press. This is sold to MT Matt. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Gerald Ridworth wants a Skid Row and a Steel Panther. There we go. That's sold to Gerald Ridworth. Hammers up on Kiss one more time. Kiss, Anaheim Stadium, August 20th, 1976. 2 LP colored vinyl. It only has 1 bid with John Sale for $55. There it is. And we're about to sell it. Hammers up, as I like to call it. That's what they say, those big fancy auction houses like at Christie's and Sotheby's, where they sell those $10 million pocketbooks. Did y'all see that? They sold a purse for $10 million at, I think, Sotheby's. We got Alice Cooper sold to Guy Shard. Alice Cooper is gone. See you later, Alice. If anybody else wants one of those, it will be a waiting list, which means we can order more. And the good thing about a Monday waiting list is they'll be back in today, or they'll be back in this week. I wish they could be in today. That'd be amazing. Instant restocks. But our next auction is going to be a Led Zeppelin. And this is a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin 4. Black Dog, Hey Hey Mama, Say the Way You Move. This is a gatefold jacket, of course, just like all of them. It is got the original inner sleeve. It has the insert with it. And Led Zeppelin 4 is a beautiful Japanese pressing, just no obi, a $35 start. Do I need a message order for Extreme Porno Graffiti? No, we'll take it down right now. Tim Graham needs on a waiting list. Tim Graham needs to go on a waiting list for Extreme Porno Graffiti. That's a music on vinyl pressing. They are $38 or $39.99, depending on where I get it from. Sometimes I can get them $1 cheaper or more, and I'll put you on a waiting list, okay? There's a new bid on Kiss for $60. Gerald Whitworth's in. John Sale, you've been outbid. Gerald did bid $60. This is Corrosion of Conformity Deliverance. It's a 30th anniversary limited edition, 1,500 on clear vinyl, $54.99. We've sold 3 copies tonight. This one does have a tear in the baggie. A lot of people collect the music on vinyl in the baggie. Some people rip all this off and put it in brand new sleeves and throw all this in the trash. So whatever you want to do. But that's $54.99. That's Corrosion of Conformity, $54.99. I've got one left. Over here is the other copies of Opeth, Ghost Reveries. So I did order one for MT Matt. He got it. I've tagged him for it, and now I've got 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. Now Kiss is at $65. Gerald Whitworth, you're out. And we have Living Color, and this one is Time's Up. And the reason I ordered this one, we have a waiting list for Vivid, and then this one, we sold a sealed OG yellow vinyl the other night for close to $100. And there was a lot of interest, so I was like, okay, let's order the new music on vinyl pressings, which are really solid and really nice. $39.99. That's a Living Color album. Of course, that's a tough OG to find. 1990s when that came out. Scott Dwalla will take that last CLC. Let's make a note to order more of those. We'll definitely need those for We'll definitely need those for Thursday Night Metal Night. And then here's a popular one because it's on sale. It's Methods of Mayhem, which has Tommy Lee from Motley Crue. This is a music on vinyl press, and it's $24.99. Methods of Mayhem. And there is a waiting list for this. And I think it's one person. And let me pull it up right quick. And if I can get my spreadsheet to cooperate. It's been wanting to fight back a little tonight so far. Methods of Mayhem. Method of Mayhem. Boy, if you misspelled one word, so if I search, I had that listed under Method of Mayhem, and if I search Methods of Mayhem, it won't find it in my spreadsheet. I think that's weird. I don't know. I don't like that function. I thought hopefully it would match enough letters, but it doesn't. Ryan Eaton got a Method of Mayhem. Methods of Mayhem. This is sold to Ryan Eaton. That is $24.99. Okay, and then over here, we got, do you find any copies of Opeth Deliverance? At this point, all the Opeth titles have got blurred in my head. I'm not for sure. And then over here, we got Mark Morris on Mom and Tom Harris on Mom. And those are sold and sold. And Mom is Methods of Mayhem. That is now sold out. Put Scott Dwallow down on a CLC Wiseblood. Scott, those are about $46.99. Are we done on Kiss? I have not heard back from John Sale. Gerald Whitworth has that for $70. Nobody's been on Led Zeppelin. Final warning for a $35 start. And here's the other living color, and this is Stain. And Stain is a limited edition of 2,000 numbered blue copies. So this is a numbered on blue vinyl, and that is Stain, living color, $39.99. So back-to-back living colors. And man, y'all have almost obliterated that crate there. But yeah, I can get Wise Blood for $46. Let me search a quick image of Opeth Deliverance. The Opeth Deliverance. I don't know if that one's available. Yeah, a couple of those are out of print. Opeth has they have a pretty big discography, and some of that stuff I get blurred. I'm like, wait a minute, is that the one I seen the other day, or, you know, what's going on there? So, I don't really know, but, I'm going to grab some more paperbacks. Hopefully Michael Rudolph and Michael Reed's watching. I'm going to try to do some books tonight on the side, a couple quick auctions. I got Spock, Messiah, and we got Star Trek books and some fantasy, and it looks like just cool stuff over here we can try to slip in for bonus auctions tonight to keep other people interested that may not want to see Japanese and Kiss auctions tonight. So last thing we had was Kiss Out, and Other Living Color was Time's Up. And the reason that's what started me, the whole living color. We sold an OG of that seal the other night on yellow vinyl for close to 100, and then somebody wanted the one with Cult of Personality, which should be in tonight or maybe tomorrow, and then they're stained. So there's those. Let's go through that crate again. I'll show you what sold out, what there's a waiting list for, and we also got waiting lists going for a request, which is Extreme Porno Graffiti, and now CLC Wise Blood. All right, he's out on Kiss. Another Kiss auction gone, and we got a lot more to go. So Gerald Whitworth, thank you. That's sold you for $70. Let's put that away, and let's put up another one. Just one after another tonight, and hopefully Kiss Army's here. Anybody want to check in and say, yes, Chad, I'm a proud member. I'm a card-carrying member of Kiss Army, and I'm here to enjoy your shenanigans tonight. All right, there's that, and let's make Led Zeppelin a buy it now. That's a no bid. Wow. If you don't have a copy of 4, or if you need to upgrade, that'd be a great upgrade. A near mint minus Japanese pressing, just no Obi, but that's why it's just $35. If it was near mint with Obi, I'd probably be saying $55, and it probably would have brought $75, and if it was OG, it would be $100 plus. So great deal on that for somebody, and that is sold to Ed Hickey for $35. Both of the music on vinyl pressings are $39. Both of the music on vinyl pressings are $39. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss bootleg, and this is live in Australia, 1980. That one looks pretty cool. This is a vintage one, too. This is a vintage bootleg, an actual 1980 vintage Australian bootleg. It's audio from Inner Sanctum 1980, a TV documentary about Kiss live in Australia. It contains tracks from Melbourne, November 1980, and Adelaide 1980, and Sydney 1980. So 3 different shows here, tracks from all 3. EX condition. Kiss is going to open for $60. That is now a $60 start on that. And now our next auction is going to be another Japanese pressing. And let's do one here from the front. I don't see this one too often. Joe Walsh, Life's Been Good. It's actually called But Seriously, Folks. I drive a Maserati 185. I lost my license. Now I don't drive. We've all been there before. Joe Walsh is a $35 start. Glossy jacket, nice, no wear. Has the picnic blanket inner sleeve. $35 start, or I should say insert on that. Gene was just in Knoxville from us. Yep, right down I-40 here from us. He was at Fanboy. I thought about going to that. I was like, man, I could get a solo album signed, but I just didn't have time. So there's that. All right, and then let's see. I need to drink a Monster. All right. There's those. So, first thing is Opeth, and this one is Last Will and Testimony, Southern Green Vinyl, a North American tour exclusive. One sold to MT Matt. He was on a special request list for those. There's one left for $46.99. We also have Greg Allman, Uncle Sam's Live, Hull, Massachusetts, 1983. Doing a great track listing, including Allman Brothers tracks like Midnight Rider and Melissa and Statesboro Blues and Dreams. That's on orange vinyl, and they're numbered. We have 2 more in. We had a waiting list that's already been fulfilled. We have Oliver Anthony, Hymn of a Troubled Man's Mind, just $24.99. That does have the song Rich Man's Gold on it, $24.99. Steel Panther is $36.99. That is a limited edition purple marble with 2 bonus tracks. We actually have sold 2 of those already. We have one left for $36.99. And Vandenberg, we had a waiting list. We sold one, and now there's one left. Sin. It's green vinyl, and it's $34.99 for Vandenberg. No bid yet on Kiss. I'm looking for a $60 start. Patrick Lear wants a Time's Up by Living Color. I'll show those again in just a second. Thank you, Patrick Lear. That's so do. Beautiful near mint minus, or I should say brand new, brand new music on vinyl press. James Davidson said he'll take the Steel Panther. Now, how this works, if we sell out of something, it's Monday night, you can go on a waiting list. A waiting list is a commitment to buy it. I'm ordering it for you. It's going to be a special order just for you. So it's just like you're committing to buying it. But you don't have to pay for it until it comes in the following invoice cycle. So if they don't come in this week, if they were sold out, you're not going to be billed for it. You're not going to be billed for it until they show up, okay? When they show up. So if this does come back in on Thursday, then this following Monday, you'll get a bill for it. James Davidson gets that. If anybody else wants those, let me know. Over here, Susie Breedlove wants Stain. That's the other Living Color. I'm about to show that again. Over here, we have Opeth Ghost Reveries. Opeth is a limited edition of 4,000 on silver and black marble vinyl, $54.99. So that's the other Opeth. And I have 2 copies. That was another special request. I've been having a lot of requests for Opeth, so there's 2 more there. And these are great music on vinyl pressings. They're colored vinyl. They're numbered. It comes with a booklet. I think y'all know the quality you're getting with music on vinyl. And we have 2 Living Colors left. We've sold 1 of each. This is Time's Up and Stain, and both of these are tough to get OGs of. This came out in 1990. This one came out in 1993. Limited numbered blue vinyl. This is black vinyl. They're both $39.99. I've seen a lot of people say they hadn't got invoices. So a couple things. First thing you need to do is check your junk or spam folder. If you don't have your invoice there, then immediately go message the page or send us an email if you don't have Facebook and say, hey, I didn't get an invoice. Because they have all been sent. We've went through every ticket. We've generated them as an invoice, and they've all been submitted to the email you provided. So it's either in your junk or spam, or you keyed in a wrong letter when you sent us your email, and instead of Chad Williams, I love apples at yahoo.com, it went to Chad Williams, I love apple at yahoo.com. So it could have been something, you know, wrong. And by the way, that's not my email address. I do not have an email address that's called Chad Williams Loves Apples. It would be more like Chad Williams Loves Brownies. Okay, so Kiss did get a bid at the last second here. Phil has locked that in at 60. I was about to make it a buy it now. Edwin, this is probably the oldest bootleg we have tonight. Those 70s Kiss bootlegs are pretty tough to get. We have Kiss galore tonight, as y'all know. Phil has that for 60. I'm about to sell it because he's been the only bidder, and I was just about to make it a buy now because it's been up for a while. So he's locked in a bid. Now it's a final call to him. I'm not going to spend much more time. James, you need to send that as a Facebook message, not here in the comments. So make sure you go to the Collect Code Messenger. And now Joe Walsh is a buy it now, no bid for $35, okay? That's a buy it now, Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, that can be bought for a $35 buy it now. That's a great, I don't get that one too often. Surprised more people hadn't bought that. And now the clock is on Kiss. Let me show you some stuff we sold out of that there's waiting list for. Joe Walsh is a fantastic Japanese pressing. Let's put that right over here. And the records we sold out of in that crate that there's now waiting list for. I'll even go back to the last crate. The last crate we had was Kate Bush, Hounds of Love. That's a waiting list for $44.99. That's available. And then we have a waiting list going for Sleep Token, even in Arcadia. That is $38.99. Any of these you want, they should be back in by this week. We also are now taking a waiting list for Skid Row, Revolutions Per Minute. That's now a waiting list. It's $33.99. We have sold out of Corrosion of Conformity Deliverance, limited edition colored vinyl. That's $54.99. That's a waiting list. And we have now sold out of Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. That's on pink vinyl. That's now a waiting list. Music on vinyl, pink vinyl, $39.99. And we just sold out of Methods of Mayhem. That's $24.99. That's now a waiting list. So those are all records that we've already sold out of tonight that there's a waiting list. So Jamie, here's the way the cookie crumbles on Joe Walsh. You offered 30. Somebody came in right behind you and did claim it for 35. So it's yours. You've got dibs, but it will be $35. And Kiss, just one bid. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Phil Elliott gets that for $60. Let's put up another Kiss, another auction. And I've got these paperback books here next to me. Let's do some more. Oh, man, where's Angela Lewis at? There's Paul Stanley showing off his chest. Where's Angela Lewis at? This is called Kiss, Still Crazy, spelt with a K. This is unknown. Is this one kind of vintage? Yeah, this is definitely a vintage bootleg. This is nothing modern press. This is definitely vintage. It's recorded live at the Frölundenberg in Gothenburg, Sweden, 1988, VG. It's definitely a vintage Kiss bootleg, a 2 LP. It's a $30 start. I would say this is made pretty close to 88. If this concert was in 88, I would say this is pretty close to 88. That's definitely a vintage bootleg. And this is now up for bid, a 2 LP Kiss Still Crazy, $30 start on that. That should get several bids. Jamie McCord does take the Joe Walsh at sticker for $35. Thank you on that. All right, now there's one thing I'm going to do. Let's go over to a vintage bin, and that's the vintage flip crate from this morning. I was here working, and I looked up, and it was like 8:30, and I was like, oh my gosh, not only is it 8:30, but I also don't have a video made. So I went over here, I grabbed a random crate from Fred Goodwin's stuff over here. We got hundreds of Fred Goodwin records that have been tagged but never shown. And I said, everything in here is $6.99. That's a quick way sometimes when I don't have time to actually make a crate. I'm like, okay, everything here is $6.99. And so that's what I did. Let me go ahead and show you what you miss out on. Make sure you're in a private group. There is guaranteed 2 videos to post every morning unless I forget or unless I'm out of town. And that is a 6 a.m. Central Time video showing all the new vinyl that has come in that you may have missed from that day and maybe some older stuff or on sale. And then at 9 a.m. Central Time, there's a vintage flip discount. And we have this crate here, everything you're seeing me pull out, these handful of records, these all already sold. They were sold this morning. They had sold quickly and fastly. And here is everything that's left. And I'm going to show you what's left. And these can be bought right now for $6.99. I'm going to double check the video and make sure that nothing else was claimed late. I'm going to double check on that. And over here we have Kiss. And this is tied. Leslie Phillips bid 30 and Phil Elliott, you bid 30. And that is tied. And Edwin missed my answer on Kiss. Okay, so I'll go over that entire explanation again. Let me make sure that Edwin has a great connection before I go into that explanation again. And then let me make sure, I think those, yeah, Tanner says we're good to go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn the comments off here. And let me move this over because we've already filled up another crate. And Edwin, all the bootlegs we have tonight, the one we just sold was probably the oldest one. This is probably the second oldest one. I was saying the 70s bootlegs are very hard to find. We just sold probably the oldest one we have. We got Kiss concerts from the 70s. We do have a lot of Kiss concerts from the 70s, yes. But far as vintage, we just probably sold the oldest one. And then this one here is probably going to be one of the next oldest ones. Want to make sure you heard that. He says he's got a great connection. Great. I love it when people have great connections. That means they're about to buy a great number of records. So let me show you some $6.99 vinyl. And it's going to be short and sweet. Don't have a lot of time to spend on $6.99 stuff. I'm trying to find $699 stuff. I'd rather show you $699 stuff. So let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. We do have some official stuff tonight too. We do have some official stuff tonight as well. So that's probably going to be some of the most expensive stuff. I think we got some more Kiss web store stuff, etc. Okay. Good deal. So thank you, Edwin, and thank you, everybody, that bidding on the Kiss auctions tonight. And guess what? We got a lot of cool Japanese stuff, too, like Rossington Collins Band. That's the title I don't get as often. It does have the insert gatefold jack with Obi. Rossington Collins is a $35 start. And then over here, we have going up for auction. Let's do a vintage Star Trek paperback. And we've been putting up some Star Trek paperbacks for $7 starts. So let's do 2 for $15. We have Trek to Mad World and Spock Messiah, a Star Trek novel. You can put paperback or Star Trek, and we'll say a $15 start. We'll do 2 for $15 instead of 7 and 7 on that. Okay, so let's go back to the top, and over here we have Kiss, and the last bid on Kiss that came in was 30 and 30, and then 35, and then 35. Jeff Brantley has it for 35. Phil Elliott, Tom Kelly, everybody else is out. Now 37, now 40. All right, and then here's what's left for $6.99. Glenn Campbell, Try a Little Kindness, Green Capital Target label, $6.99, near mint, no condition notes. The Mason Williams Ear Show. Mason Williams is $6.99. We also have over here for $6.99, Elkie Brooks, Shooting Star. That's also $6.99. And we have Douglas Flint Dillard. Doug Dillard, You Don't Need a Reason to Sing. Can't believe no one grabbed that for $6.99. Kiss is now tied at 40 with Brian Thurman and Jeff Brantley. Rossington Collins, a $35 start. The 2 Star Trek paperbacks have a bid with Tim Graham at $15. Next is the Best of Merle Travis. Best of Merle Travis, and this is $6.99. Peter Mazzolino on the Glenn Campbell. These are just $6.99, by the way. All discounted technically. Dean Martin sitting on top of the world, but they were also never shown live. So the first time they were unveiled was in that video this morning. Dean Martin is $6.99. Over here, we have Dave Dudley Country. Dave Dudley is $6.99. Kiss is at 45 with Jeff Brantley. That means Brian Thurman, you're out. Final call to bid on Rossington Collins and the Star Trek book. Jack Blanchard and Misty Morgan, that is $6.99. We also have the Oak Ridge Boys Street Gospel. That's $6.99. That's one I don't see as often. The Kindles, Heaven's Just a Send Away. Somewhere in Time soundtrack is $6.99. And the Paleface, that's a soundtrack or a radio broadcast with Bob Hope. That is $6.99. Peter Mazzolino first on the Dean Martin. That's sold to Peter. Stimpy, you were second. Kiss has a new bid for 40. That's called Still Crazy. It's a vintage, probably late 80s bootleg. Walking the Strings, that's Merle Travis. It's also $6.99. Peter Mazzolino also picking up that Oak Ridge Boys. That's also sold to Peter. And Merle Travis is $6.99. The radio shows. We got Brandon Johnson picking up the Kindles. That's sold to Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson also on the Somewhere in Time. Guy Shard second on that one. And we have 10-Wheel Drive of Gina Raven. That is $6.99. Stoney Edwards, Blackbird, that's only $6.99. And so is Roberto and the Rockers. And the last one is Gospel, live from Hee Haw, the best of Grandpa Jones. That is now just $6.99. All right, the 2 Star Trek books are sold to Tim Graham for $15. Thank you, Tim. Those are sold to you. Rossington Collins can be picked up for a $35 buy now. That's a Japanese pressing no bid for $3.5. And $3.5 means $35. That is now up for bid, or up for grabs, I should say. I'm going to add more to it. Let's see what got missed in here. And I'm going to read through those quickly just one more time. Let's update Kiss. Jeff Brantley at 51. Brian Thurman, it goes back to you. That goes back to you. Ross and Collins, $35 buy now. And Peter, I think there were several Merle Travis. There was 2. There actually might be 3 in here. There is the radio shows, Walking with the Strings, and the Best Of. Maybe you want all three. Totally up to you. Anybody else? These are all $6.99. The Mason Williams Ear Show, that was a German press. Elkie Brooks, Doug Diller, Dave Dudley, Jack Blanchard, Misty Morgan, Bob Hope, the Paleface, 10-Wheel Drive with Gina Raven, Stoney Edward, Roberto and the Rockers, Hee Haw, and then those are the three Merle Travis pending to him. Next vintage paperback is the Amityville Horror 2. Ooh, the Amityville Horror 2. It's got a die-cut cover here with the flies. Ooh, that is the Amityville Horror. That is a vintage paperback. We'll say a $7 start on that. He wants the radios, sold to Peter Mazzoliano for $6.99. There's the Amityville Horror, $7 start on that. Let's grab another Japanese pressing to put up for auction. And that next one I have over here is a really cool one here with Duran Duran. And Duran Duran is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the LP. There is the record flat insert. There's the two-page flip, and that's a $35 start. All right, that has a bid for $7 of Michael Reed, and the last bid on Kiss that came in is $55. That means Jeff Brindley, you've been outbid, and let's bundle the rest of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 records there. 12 records there. Let's sell those to somebody right now for $35. Who wants what's left for $35? $35. $35. Who wants them? 35. 35. 35. Bundle. We'll all celebrate that we sold everything. He's out on Kiss, so that's a final call to Brian Thurman for $55. And that is our current Kiss auction, $55 on that. Then we're about to go through another crate of new stuff over here. Very excited to see what all come in. Sometimes I don't even know what's showing up till it shows up. I'm like, oh, these showed up. I didn't know that was going to show up. That's nice that showed up, etc., etc. Come on, bundle. Waiting for somebody to say bundle, bundle, bundle. B-U-N-D-L-E. Do you know what that breaks down to? There's 12 records there for $35. That's $2.91 a piece. They're sleeved. They're clean. They're ready to go. It's a country bundle, essentially. A lot of country in there. Final call. And final call, Amityville Horror, and definitely Kiss, and Duran Duran. I'm going to clean the board whenever I put up a new crate. All right. I need to check messages right quick. And then Duran Duran does have a bid with Sean Schaefer for $35. Y'all have let me down on the week's first bundle. How can we do 100 bundles, the 100 bundle goal this week, if we can't get somebody bought in on the first bundle? Very unfortunate. That's okay. I'm taking them off the table. If you change your mind or if you want to make an offer, just let me know. I'm here to sell records. That's what we do. And I was coming over here to sell Kiss, and Phil Elliott has bid $57. Wow. That one's still going. Now Kiss is at $57. And now the Amityville Horror is sold for $7. And that is sold for $7 to Michael Reed. And then over here we got Duran Duran. Sean Schaefer, $35. Kenny Cates Jr. has come in clutch. He's got ice in his veins. He's clutch. You give him the ball when you the three-pointer made at the end of the game. He's the Jordan. You say, give the ball to Kenny. He's going to be the one who makes the half-court shot to win the game. Thank you. These are sold to him. I got to find some sticky notes so I can separate these, but appreciate that. All right, Kiss is going into the next stratosphere now. We got additional bidders and more bidders, and let's go ahead and put up another book right quick. And this is Star Trek Double Double. There's another vintage Star Trek paperback, $7 start on that. That is now up for bid, okay? He says he's open. Romelu coming in second, too. Romelu was on the bench waiting for his call up. But unfortunately, the coach said, Kenny, you're in. Give the ball to Kenny. Kenny, you got to make this shot. This is for the national championship. This is for a state championship. This is for the NBA championship. Kenny's like, don't worry, coach, I got this. All right, let me put sticky notes around those. Bundle, bundle, bundle. Fred Goodwin would be very happy. Rest in peace. His records are being distributed all across the country. I've actually distributed them all across the world. All righty. This man had 100,000 LPs at one point. We've been selling them for years. We're still selling them. Phil Elliott, time's ticking on Kiss. You're at $60 on that. Let's go ahead and sell Duran. One bid, $35. Thank you, Sean Schaefer. And I'm actually going to go ahead and put up an additional Kiss item here. If you want to bid on this, just put maybe card. I don't know what it is, but I found it, and about the only way I can sell it is if I put it up for auction right now. But instead of Kiss, you're going to put the word card, C-A-R-D, if you want to bid on this, okay? Don't put Kiss. It's card, and I'm going to put it up for a $1 start. It's a 1998 Bleachers, 23 karat gold, Kiss, Cycle Circus, album cover prototype, WCG graded Gem Mint 10. Put card, C-A-R-D, if you want to bid on this. And we'll say a $1 start, okay? C-A-R-D card, $1 start. There's Star Trek. Nobody's bid yet. Where's Tim Graham at? I'm looking for a $7 start. Japanese on deck. Let's go ahead and go through some more new vinyl. New vinyl. The sweet sound and smell of new vinyl. Let me read this message right quick. One second, please. Okay. All right. Now, let's go back to the top. And so we left off at Kiss. And unfortunately, I never did hear back from Phil Elliott, so I got to go ahead and sell this. This is sold to Brian Thurman for $60. He's had it for 4 minutes now. Brian, thank you. That's sold to you for $60. Make sure if you're bidding, you do two things. You let me know if you're still bidding by saying bidding and placing a bid, or if you're done by saying out. And also make sure if you're active, you if you're going to place a bid, you're here in the chat and are hopefully not walking the dog. Otherwise, we're going to be bidding on stuff for a long time tonight. So let's go ahead and put up another one. And the next one I have over here is an official press. And this is a Japanese pressing of Kiss Rock and Roll Over. And this is a 1977 Japanese with insert and obi. And the reissues did not come with a sticker. So there is no sticker with this one. It does have the insert. It does have the obi. It's near mint. It's a $45 start. No one officially bid on Star Trek. It's a buy it now for $7 if anybody wants that. Star Trek vintage paperback double. That's a $7 start. The card right now is at $20. And Brent, there's actually, yes, there's new pre-orders for guitars up. There's actually pre-orders up for new guitars. So that's up for bid, Kiss. The card has a bid up for $20. Let's grab another Japanese pressing over here. And this is Rainbow Down to Earth. And Rainbow is going to go up for a $35 start. This is near mint minus and pristine. And we have a request for Revenge. We have a request for Kiss Alive. Yes, we'll get all those on deck right now. We got to sell this one first. Kiss has bids for $45. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. And Rainbow is a $35 start. Okay. And next thing we have is this. We have Grateful Dead. This is Greatest Hits. And this is on colored vinyl. It's on blue vinyl. Grateful Dead Greatest Hits, $33.99. Offered $5 on Star Trek. Oh, okay. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. Always make sure you do that after the auction. Brent, I don't have those pre-orders posted yet. I'm saying that they're up for pre-order through my distributor, and I'm going to share them in the group. So they're not up for pre-order yet. But yes, I'll sell this for $5. Always hold an offer till the auction ends, because somebody might be waiting to grab it for the buy it now. So the minimum bid is always the price until I say no bid, and then it's a buy it now. And then if it doesn't sell, I might take less. Okay, so Grateful Dead's $33.99. That's on blue vinyl. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for that. There actually might be. And that's a pretty new pressing. It's on light blue vinyl. And the Grateful Dead, there is no waiting list. So that is available on blue vinyl for $33.99. Are we done on the card? The last bit on the card that came in here was $20 of Gerald Whitworth. We're about to sell it. Kiss has one bid for $45. We're about to sell it. And then we have Rainbow, and that's a $35 star. No knives tonight, Scott. Maybe another night. Metallica. We've sold like every Metallica album ever released. We have not stocked. I don't know why I hadn't been stocking 72 Seasons, their newest album, which is actually really, really, really good. 72 Seasons, $39.99. So if you've been trying to stock up on all the Metallicas the last week or so, you probably have not seen that one. $39.99. And here's 3 copies of Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. Of course, we've been ordering the heck out of these two. This is a 2 LP. This is that Rhino cut from the original high definition master over 2 LP, Far Beyond Driven, $44.99. Becoming, Strength Beyond Strength, 5 Minutes Alone, I'm Broken, Slaughtered, Shedding Skin. It's all on there. That's a 2 LP. We've been selling a lot of those lately, $44.99. Gerald Whitworth has the Kiss card, and he got that for $20. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and sell Kiss. It's sold for $45 to John Sale. And Rainbow is a buy it now for $35. Down to earth. Moving through some stuff quick. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put something up for auction. If it doesn't get a bid, I'm going to make it a buy it now. If it gets one bid and nobody else is bidding, then I'm going to go ahead and sell it to that bidder. This is a buy it now for $35. Next thing is Brandon Jones wants a copy of Metallica. There's now one left if anybody else wants it. And I've got 2 copies of Anthrax Worship Music. That is $29.99. Just $29.99 on that. Bob Riger wants a Pantera. And if you're going to listen to Pantera on vinyl, you can do the single LP colored vinyl. If you're looking for quality, that's the one to grab there. That would be the one to grab. Okay, we have a lot of requests for some stuff tonight already early. We got a billion bootlegs, but man, we have a lot of requests for a couple of these. Let me see if I can find them. Revenge and Dynasty and Alive. Okay, here's Revenge. It's awfully early, but let's go ahead and try it. It's only 7:14. Goodness. All right, here we go. But this has got a lot of requests. This is a 1994 U.S. reissue, limited edition of 5,000 numbered copies on blue marble vinyl. And this one's numbered. So this is that original run that they did on blue marble vinyl, numbered. 94 U.S. reissue. I don't know if it was on vinyl in 92. Let me just stick with my notes here. I'll just read what I know for sure. 94 U.S. reissue, limited edition, numbered 1653 on blue marble. It's sealed. And the shrink wrap is really tight on this. It's a $125 start. As you can see, the shrink wrap is really tight. I mean, it is like, the shrink wrap has shrunk, as you can see. It almost needs to be opened at this point, but it is sealed. It's never been opened, and Kiss is a $125 start. That's up for bid. Next thing we have is Sean Schaefer gets Rainbow for $35. Mark Morris gets Anthrax. Mark Overton, you were second on Rainbow. And how many times seen Metallica? 7. 7 times. 7 times. They now hold the lead for my most seen. Mostly because you can see them on those double weekends now. So 2, 4, 6, and then I seen them once in Atlanta a few years ago, so 7 times. Grand Funk is a $35 start. This is our next Japanese pressing. It's a gatefold cover of Obi that has the inserts and the booklet with it, and Grand Funk is going to go up for a $35 start. So this is not a record that we would normally get in, except for reissues. That is a true OG. That is a true OG there, Kiss Revenge, sealed with Obi, blue marble vinyl numbered. That is one where we wouldn't get too often at all. Also over here, we got Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits. Should have been a cowboy, courtesy of the red, white, and blue. I love this bar. That is $33.99 for Toby Keith. I've got 2 of those. And here's a Metallica I haven't stocked maybe in a couple weeks. It always sells out. It's a live concert in the City of Brotherly Love, limited edition, 2 LP red vinyl. And those are $39.99. Those are $39.99. It's a 2 LP. It's a show where Metallica did nothing but covers there. Red vinyl, $39.99 on that. Also got 2 copies here of Collective Soul. I realized we had sold out of those. I was like, man, we can't sell out of Collective Soul. That's $33.99, and that has the hit song Shine and Breathe on it. $33.99 on that. Chuck Edgar on Toby Edwards. Or excuse me, Chuck Edgar on Toby Keith. I don't know what I just said. Wow. Just one bid on Kiss, $125. Going once, going twice. Grand Funk is a $35 start. No bids yet. And then Metallica St. Anger. It's a gatefold 2 LP. There's more in the Metallica discography you may need. And then this was a special request from Rebecca Howitt. It's Scum, Anti-League Nowhere. And Scum, Anti-League Nowhere is $29.99. This is on red vinyl, sold to Rebecca Howitt. If anybody else wants one, let me know. If you do get one, I'll order it for you. It will be in this week. It's Scum, Anti-Nowhere League, actually. And that sold to Rebecca Howitt. That was a special order. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And we also have a couple more special requests. We have just sold out of Live, and somebody actually wanted us to order one. And this is Mental Jewelry. Live is $33.99. I can get more of those if anybody else wants one. Those sold out last week. And then this was a special request for Natasha Pickett. And this is Dance Gavin Dance Artificial Selection. And Dance Gavin Dance is $33.99 on black vinyl. Grand Funk has a bid with Peter Mazzolino for $35. And Jeff Brindley, you get Kiss Revenge for $125. Wow. Figured that would sell for well over $200. You know, this is the 4th Monday in a row we've done for a solid month every Monday Kiss auctions. I'm starting to see some great deals being handed out, Tanner. I might start bidding on some of these. Goodness gracious. I guess all the Kiss Army has decided just to drink tea tonight and listen to Cher instead. We have Grand Funk at a $35 start. That's with Peter Mazzolino. That's a final call. Our next auction is going to go up right now. I'm going to wait a little bit longer before I put up any more of these other requested ones. Holy moly. Let me put up something else right quick. This next auction is Kiss. This is live in Memphis, 1974. This is Lafayette's Music Room. It's on blue vinyl. It's called Kiss, Living the Dream. Recorded live at Lafayette's Music Room in Memphis, Tennessee, April 18th, 1974. Blue vinyl. A $55 start. $55 start on that. And over here we got Darren Chrisman. He requested a CD order. And this is Russian Circles Blood Year. Russian Circles Blood Year. Darren Chrisman, that's sold to you. And thank you, Darren. That is sold to you. And thank you. And I'm going to put that right over there. Let's go through this crate again. Grand Funk, one bid. And that one bid is $35. We're about to sell it. And then Kiss is now up for bid. Lafayette's Music Room. That's on blue vinyl for a $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Yeah, Kiss Army, they're just sit back. They're like, instead of watching Collectco tonight and being actually a serious Kiss collector, I'm just going to sit back and drink some hot tea and listen to Cher instead. All right, I'm going to run 4... I got 4 more paperbacks here. Let me figure out. This is actually The Shining. So this is one of the few Stephen King books that we didn't have as a hardback. This is a vintage paperback of The Shining, Stephen King, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. There's that, okay? Anybody else? Let's run through this crate again. And let me read you what's left in here. All these that you see are available. We sold out of a couple things that have waiting list for. And we have Grateful Dead, Greatest Hits, Truckin', Touch of Grey, A Friend of the Devil's A Friend of Mine, blue vinyl. That's $33.99. We have Metallica, 72 Seasons. That's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Metallica. Also, Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. That's a 2 LP, cut from the original High Definition Masters, $44.99. Now we got a bid on Kiss for $55. I was getting worried. Anthrax, Worship Music is $29. Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits. That's $33. Here's the Metallica, Steve Weaver. It's Live, The City of Brotherly Love. That's a 2 LP red vinyl. 2 LP red vinyl. That is available. That's a live unofficial. Them doing nothing but covers. Really, really cool. Also, Collective Soul, Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. Collective Soul was $33. Kenny Stanley on that Pantera. And that's the original intended cover for the vinyl release. I think the label originally rejected that. Of course, it looks like somebody's, well, you get what's going on there. So that's $44.99. That's sold to Kenny Stanley. And we now have one left. We also got Susie Breedlove wants a Metallica, and that's Live in the City of Brotherly Love. Thank you, Susie. Maybe Steve Weaver wants that one. He's going to have to check to see if he already has it. Tim Graham gets a Grateful Dead, trucking. And then over here, we got St. Anger, and that's $44.99. All right, so Grand Funk is sold for $35 to Peter Mazzoliano. We're an American band. We're coming to your town. You get what I'm trying to say. That is now sold to him, and that Kiss had one bid, and it was $55 to Randy Klein. He was the only bidder. Hammers up. I guess I'm going to have to sell it. And let's go ahead and make Stephen King The Shining vintage paperback here. That's a buy now for $7 if anybody wants that. And Kiss is officially sold, and that's sold to Randy Klein for $55. And then over here, Brandon Johnson wants Metallica, and that is sold to Brandon Johnson. Some of the songs they're doing: Die Die My Darling, Blitzkrieg, The Small Hours, The Prince, Sabracadabra, Stone Cold Crazy, Merciful Fate, Turn the Page, Am I Evil, So What, Killing Time, The Wait, Last Caress, Bread Fan, and Overkill, $39.99. Michael Reed said he already bid $7 on that. Man, y'all's Twitch bids come in so fast. Y'all's Twitch bids come in so fast. Before I have time to set it down, y'all have already bid on it. They come in so fast. So I've been missing stuff so much. Michael Reed, $7. I'm about to sell it. And the only reason I'm giving it one more chance is because 2 people tried to do the buy it now. No, 1 person did. If you want to bid, Michael had it for $7. We're about to sell it, okay? And then if anybody else wants a Metallica, it will be a waiting list, okay? We're sold out. And then we have St. Anger still, Collective Soul, Toby Keith, Anthrax, Pantera, Metallica again, and Grateful Dead. Nice selection there. There's 2 more full crates of vinyl to go through, new vinyl. But right now, we're about to go through a crate of new vintage stuff. Great new vinyl. It looks like it's come in tonight. Fantastic. Let's put up more Kiss in the meantime. All right? And let's go ahead and sell this to Michael Reed then for $7. Thank you, Michael. Sold because she said she's out. All right, here's another Kiss bootleg. This is Fried Alive. Kiss, Fried Alive is live at Long Beach in 1974 and live in San Diego, 1976. Blue vinyl, and Kiss is going to go up for a $75 start. $75 start on Kiss. Is this the leftovers out of the flip crate?
I'm pretty sure these are $6.99 and that one's $14.99.
That's right. Yep. There was only 3 records left from Sunday's flip crate. Only 3 records left from Sunday's flip crate. The first one was King Crimson, a 1970 CTH pressing. That was VG Plus, $14.99. That was on sale. And then over here was 2 $6.99, and that's Carole King and Santana. And from the crate I posted Sunday, this is all that's left. This crate was full. Tanner just brought me these. He said these are the only ones left from Sunday's flip crate. Just 3 records. Santana is $6.99, and Kiss is a $75 start, just FYI. Let me remove this person over here on the chat. It's getting annoying at this time, so let me hide user on this channel. Okay, Bobby will no longer be bidding again or commenting. He's not bidding. He's probably needs to have somebody check on him. So there's those 2 for $6.99, $6.99, $6.99, and King Crimson's $14.99. That's all that's left from that one flip crate earlier. So there's Kiss. One more time, that's a vintage bootleg. That's live in Long Beach Auditorium and San Diego, both in 74 and 76 blue vinyl. That's called Fried Alive, and that's a $75 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction over here from the Japanese crate. We have already sold about a half a crate of Japanese pressings. I've been wondering where David Johnson is. He's now chatting for the first time tonight. We got Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. This is a Japanese pressing, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the poster insert. There's the insert. There's the cover. Nice Japanese pressing, just no Obi. Queen, a $35 start. Can I convince somebody to buy those last 3 records there? Santana was $19.99, now $6.99. Carole King was $14.99, now $6.99. Both OGs, and King Crimson's a 1970 CTH pressing, VG Plus, half off at $14.99. And the question David says is, that's not the King Crimson you sold last week, is it? I would hope not. I'm sure I usually have that album at least a couple times a week, it seems like. So I'm sure it's different. This one has been stickered since June 20th, 2025. Melanie Jennings on Carole King for $6.99. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. Anybody else wants those too? I'm going to set them right back there. That way we can go through some new stuff. Surely somebody needs Santana for $7. Surely somebody needs King Crimson for $14.99. I mean, if not, you probably need to really evaluate what you listen to on a daily basis. You need to look yourself in the mirror and be like, who am I and what do I listen to on a daily basis? If I'm not listening to Santana and King Crimson, then I probably need to really reevaluate my listening choices and my collecting experience. Right, Tanner? Tanner said exactly. All right. So let's go back to the top. And the first thing we have is Kiss is at $75. And then Hardy Boys or Tom Swift. I'm sure I do somewhere. I just don't know where exactly. And then we have Patrick Lear on King Crimson. That's sold to Patrick Lear for $14.99. And PJ Maz got Santana for $6.99. Who is PJ Maz? Can you let me know who you are? PJ Maz over on Twitch. You get that for $6.99. All right, Queen is a Japanese pressing, a sheer heart attack. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has the insert and the original U.S. insert, the match. That is a nice jacket, nice vinyl, $35 start. Kiss has one bid. We're about to sell that to Bill Samus for $75. We got to figure out who PJ Maz is, and that is Peter Mazzolino over on Twitch. Okay, there's that. We do not have Highway 61 in mono tonight. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Shogun. And I'm going to bundle a few vintage paperbacks together. Okay, we got Shogun, a novel of Japan. We got Robert Silverberg. This is Gilgamesh the King. And we have Peter Straub, Ghost Story. And I think Peter Straub sometimes collaborated with Stephen King. So there's 3 vintage paperbacks, a $12 start. 3 vintage paperbacks, a $12 start, okay? Brandon Jones got the Metallica record from earlier. And Kenny Cates Jr. goes on a waiting list, right? Yeah, Kenny Cates Jr. Let's make sure we put down Kenny Cates Jr. went on a waiting list for this Metallica just earlier. Anthrax earlier was worship music. Anthrax worship music, $29.99. These are new vintage arrivals. New vintage arrivals. Michael Reed, feel free to bid on the vintage paperbacks. I know you want to, right, Tanner? Matt Tanner says, yes, Michael Reed wants those. So does Michael Rudolph. $12 start. These are new vintage arrivals priced as marked. We got Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Jim Croce's in shrink wrap. It has the original under sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. That's $9.99. And over here we got Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Rumors is in VG Plus condition. It has the original insert. $24.99 on Fleetwood Mac Rumors. And yesterday and today, the Osmond Brothers. And folks, there it is. It has good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee. There it is. VG Plus, $14.99. Kiss, Fried Alive, sold to Bill Samus for $75. That is sold. Nobody bid on the paperbacks. All 3 of these can be bought for $12. Come on, that's a lot of reading for $12. Think about your price per page on that. It's like pennies. And then Queen can be bought for now $35. It's a no bid. She's a killer. Queen, a $35 buy now on sheer heart attack. We're going through new arrivals check condition. We're putting up Kiss auction after Kiss auction. And we're about to do other Kiss stuff over here. And the next Kiss item I have is going up right now. I'm going to put some of the requested up stuff, but I think it's a little early. It's only 7:30. The last high-end record I put up early just a moment ago got 1 bid, and I thought it was going to break over $200. It got 1 bid. Jeff Brindley is still celebrating. So let me try another bootleg over here. And this is With Fire and Thunder, Toronto, 1974. This is a limited edition white marble vinyl with poster. It's recorded live at the Victory Burlesque in Toronto, Canada, 1974. It's on silver vinyl. Most of these bootlegs I'm not even showing, but most of them have some kind of cool insert. This one has a poster with it. Laura makes a note on the back. It has a really nice inner sleeve. There's another Kiss bootleg, a $65 start on that. That's a $65 start. That's 3 for $12. That's 3 for $12, Natasha. I know. How did no one buy? That's 3 for $12. The price on Metallica Live was $39.99. And then over here, we got Bob Riger on Queen for a $35 buy it now, sold. And then we got Natasha, yes, 3 for $12 over here. And then we have Peter Tosh, Bush Doctor. Peter Tosh, just VG Plus $9.99. Yes, going for the one, Wondrous Story, EX $12.99. And Jethro Tull Stand Up, VG Plus $19.99. Y'all want to see something cool? Look at this here. Nice. It has the pop-up cover. Jethro Tull. It does have a sing split down here. VG Plus $19.99. That's got some great music on it. Some of my favorite Jethro Tulls. But yes, Natasha, 3 for $12 on those. Natasha says she'll take them. Great. Let's bring that tub over here. I'll start selling more tonight. But right now, we got a Japanese pressing going up. And you may say, Chad, a Japanese pressing of what? You've already sold some amazing stuff tonight. How many more could you possibly have? And I'm going to be like, listen, just don't worry about it. Sit back and relax. Here is Miles Davis. Whoa. Prestige Jazz Masterpiece Series. This is a $35 start. It's in mono. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert with it. Kiss and Miles Davis. Perfect equilibrium there. $35 start. Diego Sanchez on Peter Tosh. Mark Overton, you were a close second on that, but that's already sold. Over here, we got Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl. VG Plus $9.99. Tim Vogt start on Tosh. And we have Jeff Beck. EX $17.99. Randy Klein wants old Rocky Top, Tennessee. Do you realize how many times I've sung that at football games? Thousands. Thousands. We have Saved by Bob Dylan. EX edition $29.99. Saved by Bob Dylan. And we have what? Van Morrison, his band in the street choir. Whoa. Domino. EX edition $34.99. Has the original on her sleeve, original label, and the insert. Nice. Somebody needs to grab that for $34.99. Let's see what else I have over here. The next miscellaneous item is not going to be a book right now. It's actually going to be another Kiss item, okay? And if you want to bid on this, please put mirror. It's not really a mirror, but it's kind of that same thing. So if you want to bid on this, put mirror. Okay, please don't put Kiss because there's a Kiss auction up for bid. This is like one of those carnival type items is what they call them. It's what I call them. It's almost like, you know, you would think it's a mirror, but obviously it's not. It's just like a piece of glass. And there's the solo albums. I think that's pretty cool. Let's start this at $15. So if you want to bid, put mirror. That would be best. At least give me something. MI. Something to let me know. Distinguish your bids on that, okay? That's going to go up for a $15 start. Peter Mazzolino has Miles at $35. And the Kiss over here is with Fire and Thunder on white vinyl. It's Toronto 1974. It comes with an awesome inner sleeve and poster. And Toronto is, let me flip it over right here. That is on limited edition white marble vinyl. It's a $65 start. And that is now up for bid, okay? Now up for bid. Next auction is Sandy Villa on, or excuse me, next comment. Sandy Villa on that Metallica Live, also with Kenny Cates Jr. We got a Kiss mirror, and we got a Miles Davis, and we got a Kiss bootleg up for bid. The mirror's getting lots of activities over there. And then over here, we have Kiss now at 65 and the mirrors at 22. Grand Funk Railroad on time, VG $9.99. Phil now that he's walked the dog, drank some Diet Green Iced Tea, listen to my favorite share. He's ready to bid on Kiss. There, glad to have you back. I lost you there earlier, Phil. I thought you'd actually decided not to bid on Kiss stuff tonight and just sit back and relax and listen to some easy listening. We have Brandon Johnson on Bob Dylan. And Brandon, I got a note from Ed over here saying you can't comment in the group. I'm still trying to figure out why that is. I promise you're not blocked, but sometimes people go to comment and it goes to spam, and then I have to approve you, and then I have to basically tell the group admin system, I am the admin, but I have to basically let Facebook know you're not spam. I don't know why that's happening. So there's that. Okay, next over here, what is the Face album in the crate? That is Van Morrison, Domino. It's actually his band in the street choir. Green label, EX $34.99. Mirrors now at 30. Mirrors at 32. Mark Overton on GF for Grand Funk. The Kiss bootleg just has one bid over here. The Kiss bootleg has one bid over here for just $65. We're about to sell it. And Miles Davis just has one bid for $35. Peter Mazzolino on the Van Morrison. That's sold to him. We got another copy of Rumors, this time slightly better. EX condition, $32.99. And these both copies that's in here have the insert here. Really cool. It opens up. It has all the lyrics and stuff inside of it. Like Never Going Back Again. She broke down and let me in. Never Going Back Again. Man, what an album. $32.99. That's EX. Also, we have Deep Purple Machine Head. That's VG $14.99. The Mirror right now is at $32 with Calvin Ward. Everybody else is out, and the hammer's up on those. What is Miles Davis? It's Miles Davis Prestige Jazz Masterpiece Series. It's 7150. It's Modern Jazz Giants, Monk, Percy Heath is on there, Philly Joe Jones, Paul Chambers. We have Kiss, definitely about to sell that for $65. Deep Purple sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you on that, Stephen Parton. A lot of great deals on the Kiss bootlegs tonight. By this point, a lot of these should have been selling for close to 100. Right now, they've been getting a lot of minimum bids, just FYI. Over here, the Yardbirds Greatest Hits. That's VG $12.99. Miles Davis has a new bid for $40. Stephen Parton did get Miles Davis. Scully Mack is second. There's Elvis, Something for Everybody. Elvis Presley is EX condition, $17.99. Something for Everybody. Elvis Presley. Dolly Parton's Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. That's in VG for $12.99. And John Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee. VG $9.99 on John Mellencamp. Also, Billy Joel's 52nd Street. VG plus $9.99. And Foreigner Records, which is a greatest hits. It's got the die-cut cover, VG $14.99. All right, Kiss is sold for $65, and thank you. That is sold to Bill Samus. One bid, $65. Miles Davis all of a sudden get new bids, and the Mirror. So we got a Kiss item still up right now. Let's go to the overhead cam right quick. And right here is the Kiss Mirror, and that's what's getting bids. It's actually got more activity so far than probably any LP tonight. And the Kiss Mirror is going to be moved right here. It's at $37. Everybody else is out. Miles Davis now has hit 40. P-Jazz bid 41. So those are still bids. And now I'm going to put up another Kiss bootleg. Not before I go ahead and tag Foreigner to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton. That is so to you. That is done. And then we have Dick Dale and his Deltones, King of the Surf Guitar. That's VG plus $24.99. And Peter Gabriel, Security, Shock the Monkey. Peter Gabriel's in VG plus condition, $24.99. Info on Miles Davis. Chad, can you tell me more about Miles? The Mirror is now at 38. And then over here, over here we have another Kiss, and this is Castle Wall, Osaka, Japan, 1988. This is an unofficial limited edition white vinyl recorded live in Osaka, Japan, April 18th, 1988. A $65 start. $65 start. That is now up for bid. There's another Kiss bootleg. Next is Brian DeLeon on Shock the Monkey. Mirrors at 41. And Dick Dale also sold to Brian DeLeon. Then Eddie McKenna. Then Tim Boldness. We don't get a lot of Dick Dale over here. Miles Davis is at 45.45. It's a Japanese pressing. I think it's actually just called Prestige Jazz Masterpiece Series. And it is Miles Davis and the Modern Jazz Giants. That's the Bill title of it. Monk's on here. It's an all-star lineup, just a great-looking, the disc on it's near mint minus. The Mirror's at $42, and this Kiss is our next bootleg there. So bid on this by saying Mirror. Put Kiss if you want to bid on this. And these are new arrivals. These are records that were just marked for today. Brand new stuff, check condition. Those are available. Those are available. And they're new and they're check condition. Okay? So, first thing I have here that's left is Jim Croce. I got a name. There it is. VG Plus, $9.99. Working at the Car Wash Blues. It's available. The Mirror and Miles is still getting bids. There's a Rumors. This one's VG Plus for $24. We have an EX copy for $32. Let's go ahead and jump up and show that, depending on how nice of a copy you want. There's two options. They both are on the OG label. Yes, going for the one is EX $17.99. Jethro Tull with that original pop-up cover, VG Plus $19.99. Emmylou Harris is VG Plus $9.99. Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer, shrink wrapped EX $17.99. Mary Miles on Jim Croce. That's so to Mary Miles. Thank you. Also, the Yardbirds Great Hits, VG $12.99. Last few records was Elvis, EX $17.99. About to sell Kiss, just one bid, $65. Got to move through these fast. The Mirror's at $45, and everybody's out on Miles Davis. Donna has it for $46. That means Peter Mazzolino's out. Romelu C's out. A lot of people out on that all of a sudden. Dolly was VG $12.99. That one's called Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. And Mellencamp is VG $9.99. And Billy Joel's VG Plus $9.99. Mary Miles is going to pick up the Yardbirds there. Thank you on that. Yardbirds is sold. And does this have a coin on it? This is... there's something I can barely see, like down in here. This frame is kind of covering it up. Down here it says Funky Enterprises. That's what it says down here in this part here. And like I said, I called it a mirror. It's obviously not a mirror. It's just like a piece of glass. But I don't see that. I don't know what it's kind of hidden by the frame. I don't want to peel this back and rip it. But there's something right down in there. And maybe if I try to shift it, but I also don't want to mess it up. But yeah, down here it says Funky Enterprise in the bottom right. So it's probably something that would make it, what, 80s, 90s probably, with Funky being on there probably. I'm going to guess. I don't think it's 77. It's probably not from when the solo albums actually came out, seeing that on there. That's what I'm going to guess. Miles is at 47 and now 50, okay? And we're about to sell the Kiss. Anybody else on this crate? If not, we're about to bring up more new and sealed vinyl for tonight. And that's been very popular. We've already been through 2 crates, and there's only a handful of that kind of stuff left. So let's do the next one, and then after that, we'll have more vintage stuff. And I think there's more Kiss in here. I mean, Metallica. Ha! All right, I think we're done on Miles Davis. We have an out and out, so I think Donna's going to go ahead and get that for $50. That's going to be a final call, though. We got to give it a final warning. And then the mirror. The mirror, which has a high bid with Brian Thurman for $45. I was going to make sure somebody was done, and I'm waiting on Calvin Ward. Calvin, it's up to you. Calvin, it's up to you. And then let's go ahead and definitely sell Kiss. And Kiss just got one bid, so to Chad for $65. Nice pickup there. Nice pickup. As soon as that sell, I'm going to get back to some more vintage paperbacks. Let me go ahead and show Pink Floyd here. This is a 3 LP, and while I'm telling you about this one, I'm going to go up front and grab a bottle of water. Pink Floyd's a 3 LP, Delicate Sound of Thunder, $79.99, and this is an expanded concert. So this originally came out in like 88 as a 2 LP. You probably remember the guy, looks like he's covered in light bulbs. This is a new reissue of it that they've expanded. It pretty much has that complete concert, 9 additional tracks with a book. Great Pink Floyd live set here, $79.99. I have one of them if anybody wants one, okay? I got to take a drink of water. I've talked so much, and I've had nothing but energy drinks for breakfast. So let me mute my mic right quick. Oh, yeah, these mirrors are cool. I like the belt buckles. I don't think those are carnival items. I think those were sold at like record shops. But some of my favorite items from the 70s that are now highly collectible are these mirrors. And then I like the belt buckles, which I rarely get in. I had a pretty nice collection about 5 years ago, long before I was doing Facebook sales. But this is so to Guy Shard. Thank you, Guy. That's so to you. Let's put up another Kiss boot, one after another tonight. Next thing I have is this right here. This is made in Japan, 2013. This is an unofficial 2022 test pressing. It's a test pressing recorded live in Nippon Budokan Hall, Tokyo, Japan. So Kiss live in Budokan Hall in Japan, 2013. EX, it's actually a test pressing. It's a double LP. It's unnumbered of 100 because it's a test pressing, and it's an $80 start. If anybody else wants a Pink Floyd, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. Here is Hardwired by Metallica, $29.99. Huh, that's weird because I should have had extras. There might be a waiting list for this. Let's check. Metallica Hardwired. Let's check on this right here. And Metallica, I got a waiting list for Hammersmith and Hardwired. So Gerald Whitworth gets a copy, and so does David Saunders. But what's weird is I should have extras. They're either in a different crate. Or they're coming in a different order because I should have more of those. So these are sold, and if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I know there's more on the way, but both of these are sold to Gerald Whitworth and David Saunders. So those are sold and sold. Are we done on these auctions over here? What about the mirror over here? The mirror over here. Stacy has it for $48, so she outbid She outbid Brian Thurman, and I still hadn't heard back from Calvin. So, Brian, you're out on the mirror, and Stacy's about to get that if nobody else bids. I haven't heard back from anybody since she bid $48. That's been 2 minutes ago now. Time's ticking on that one. And now Miles Davis is sold to Donna for $50. Sorry, I should have sold that one sooner. But, Donna, that's sold to you for $50, okay? That is sold to you for $50. Let's put that in the sleeve. Done. All right. We're going through a great here. And speaking of great pressings, first, let me introduce a Japanese pressing. Then I'm going to show you a really cool audiophile grade copy of something you can pick up. But the next Japanese pressing I have is actually, it's something I don't see too often. A country LP, and it's Willie Nelson, always on my mind, with an alternate cover there. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. It's a $35 start. There's the LP. There's the insert. I just don't see that one too often. Always on my mind. Has that alternate cover work at Japan. $35 start on that. All right. And here is that next record, and it's Baby Huey, the living legend. Baby Huey is $38.99. This is a lacquer cut by Chris Bellman at Bernie Grudman, and this is $38.99. $38.99, the Baby Huey story. Now, OGs of this is very expensive. We sold an OG of this record one night for close to $1,000, or over $1,000 maybe. And I have two people left on a waiting list, Eddie Gutt and Brent Robley. And I've been waiting for these to come back in because that initial order, they sold out, and I've been waiting for these to come back in. So Baby Huey is $38.99. $38.99. Eddie Gutt and Brent Robley on a waiting list, and those are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Well, Stacy, I didn't hear back from two people on the Kiss mirror, so this is sold to you. And that's sold to Stacy Metternich for $48. Thank you, Stacy. And then nobody bid on this Kiss bootleg, so it's a buy it now for $80. Kiss bootleg is a buy it now. It's a 2LP for $80. Test pressing, Japan 2013. You can pick that up for $80. And final call on Willie Nelson for $35. The next question was, what was Pink Floyd? Willie Nelson has a bid for $35. What's in the buy it now pile? What Pink Floyd was that? How much was Delicate Sound of Thunder? So Michael Hamburger, wait list, yes. Michael, I have you down for Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder. Michael Hamburger, you do get this one, $79.99. You're on a waiting list, okay? This one was sold to Guy Shard. Anybody else, it's a 3LP Delicate Sound of Thunder, essentially a box set, $79.99, okay? Brian Call gets the Kiss bootleg for $80. So that's sold, and Willie Nelson has one bid. We're about to sell it. What's in the no bid pile? Rosington Collins, $35. Michael Schenker, $35. And Mountain, Flowers of Evil for $35. Those are all near mint with Obi. Let's put up another Kiss auction, okay? And that next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. And this one looks pretty cool. Drive You Crazy. Tulsa Fairgrounds, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1975. It's a limited edition of 300 on gray marble vinyl. It is from June 13th, 1975. It's Kiss. It's a 2LP, and it's going to go up for a $65 start. $65 start. Rosington Collins is sold to Rick Hall for $35. Mountain definitely should. I never get Japanese pressings of Mountain, and it's just casually sitting over there for $35. Y'all don't skip out here on Baby Huey. It's $38.99. It's all analog. And that's one of those Rhino reserves. And if you're into high-grade stuff, high-quality stuff, you might want to go ahead and consider picking those up. That might get to be pricey if it ever goes out of print. Just my prediction. Okay, so before I do anything else, let's sell Patrick or Peter Mazzolino? Yep, he got Willie Nelson for $35. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce two new auctions. Another Kiss item. This is up for bid. This is up for bid, and it's a $65 start. That should bring well over $100. Kenny Stanley says he'll take Mountain for $35, and there is a Michael Schenker that's available. Oh, my bad. I pulled the wrong one, didn't I? Maybe I pulled the wrong one. Thank you, Scott. Yes, so Michael Schenker, he got Rosington Collins. There's Rosington Collins, so that's sold. Willie Nelson sold. So Michael Schenker still left, and Mountain is sold over here to Kenny Stanley for $35. That's sold to Kenny for $35, and then Jason Yu gets the Michael Schenker for $35. Okay, those are done. All the no bids are sold off now. Before I do anything else, I have another Kiss miscellaneous. Please don't put Kiss. If you're bidding on this, put View. as in Viewmaster. Check this out. How cool is this? An original Kiss Viewmaster. That is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start, Viewmaster. So put View if you want to bid on this. That's now up for bid. How cool is that? There is the bootleg. That's a $65 start. This is a 10. This is probably going to end up bringing more than the record. That's probably going to end up bringing more than the record. That's actually a pretty cool item. That's an vintage original item there from, what, 70, probably about the time of the solo albums. So that's up for bid. And let's add one more Japanese pressing before I go any further in here. And the next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that's going to be another Miles Davis. And that's the Man with the Horn. And the Man with the Horn is going to go up for a $35 start. Miles Davis, the Man with the Horn. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. And there's the insert. And there's that, okay? Next thing I have is Jaws soundtrack. That's music by John Williams. You got to have that. Dun-dun. Dun-dun. That's $33.99. And we have one sold to Ken Crooker. Actually, before I do that, my crate is really full. And I have a stack over here of miscellaneous stuff already I need to take to the operations center. So let me take this stack of Nintendo games, Kiss mirrors, and vintage paperbacks that we've already sold tonight into the operations center. We were already off to a great start with miscellaneous. Hey, my goal every night when I go live is this. Sell stuff. And I try my best in this store. I look around me every night and I'm like, what can I pluck off shelves and bring over here and sell to help thin out stuff? Because Paul leaves Wednesday on a 7, maybe 10-day buying trip, literally bringing back as many as 50, or as minimum, if not more than 15,000 more records. He says about every stop has metal and high-end stuff. Whew. So yeah, we've been working all night. I worked into the morning cleaning this place up. I've started throwing stuff out on the porch, like empty boxes, and we got to get a dump trailer. We got so much stuff packed in here. It's pretty amazing, and we're about to pack it in even more. So every night I'm like, I've got 8 hours to try to sell as much of this stuff as possible. Wow, the Viewmaster just has one bid for $10. Am I gonna have to blow the air horn? What is going on? And now Kiss doesn't have a bid. Final call for $65, and Miles Davis has one bid for $35. Goodness gracious. I'm going to start bidding on some of this stuff. Miles is at $35, and Ken Crooker got Jaws. There's one Jaws left. And then here is a very popular Metallica. This is live at Hammersmith. And we got quite the waiting list for this. I don't know if I even have enough for everybody. These are $38.99. Metallica, M-A-T-A-L-I-C-A, and Hammersmith. Yeah, there's a lot. There's actually quite the waiting list for these. These are $38.99. Let me read off who has this right now, or how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got 5 Metallica Hammersmiths, okay? 5 Metallica Hammersmiths. And let me tell you who's the first 5 on the waiting list. The first 5 on the waiting list is David Saunders, Sean Holford, Bruce Elliott, Shannon Lee, and Michael Rudolph. So that is David Saunders, Sean Holford, Bruce Elliott, Shannon Lee, and Michael Rudolph. Alan Montgomery, Fred Carnell, Howie Hisner, Buddy Cordova, Brandon Jones, Troy Schlark, Leslie Sibley, and Glenn Rhodes are still on a waiting list. I still need 8 more copies. But these first 5 are sold to David Saunders, Sean Holford, Bruce Elliott, Shannon Lee, Michael Rudolph. 5 copies, they're sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That will be on a waiting list, okay? Those are coming in whenever they come in. No guarantees when or if, just whenever they come in. Finally, I had to raise my voice and start yelling at my classroom for y'all to wake up and start bidding on stuff. Finally, I had to y'all made me raise my voice already tonight. We got Viewmaster at 11, Viewmaster at 12, Viewmaster 15, Viewmaster 12, Viewmaster 15, Viewmaster 20, Viewmaster 10, Viewmaster 12, Kiss 65, Viewmaster 20, Viewmaster 20, Viewmaster 12, Viewmaster 22, Kiss 66, Viewmaster 21, Viewmaster 15. Chad wants a Metallica, but no waiting list, so no Metallica for Chad. That's okay. Kiss 68, Viewmaster 23, Viewmaster 30, Viewmaster 27, Viewmaster 30, Viewmaster 31. Whew, finally. All right, so Miles Davis has one bid for $35 with Donna. We're about to sell that. It was Donna, right? Who bid on Miles Davis? There's about 5 Jazz bidders, and I get them all blurred together. No, it wasn't Donna. It was Peter Mazzolino. He has that for $35, final call. So the Viewmaster's at $31 with John Durden and Kiss over here. That is live in Tulsa, 2 LP colored vinyl. Jason Yu has it for $68. J.D. Conklin, you tied them. Okay, next is Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, Kickstart My Heart. Dr. Feelgood's on here. That's new and sealed, 180 gram remaster, $33.99. There's 1 Jaws left. There's 2 Baby Hueys left. And we have Queensryche, Empire. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. 2 LP, $38.99. Jet City Woman, Silent Lucidity. That is $38.99. And Brad said, I thought I was on a Metallica waiting list. Did I read off your name as backup? Let's see here. Alan Montgomery, Fred Carnell, Howie Hisner. I'll add you right now to the bottom. Brad waits. Either it didn't get translated, or are you sure you didn't already get one? Have you already been billed for one maybe this past week or something? Now Kiss is at 70. Mike Pierce on Queensryche sold. And now we got Peter Mazzoliniano on Miles Davis. He said, please go ahead and sell that. Please. Please. And let's sell that for $35. And that is sold for $35 too, Peter. And now we're sold out of Queensryche Empire. Eric Dog, you got the other copy there. And then John Sale, go ahead, give me a Jaws. Dun-dun. Dun-dun. That's sold. So, Brad, you're now on the waiting list for Metallica. What else do I have here? Tupac, All Eyes on Me, $89.99. This is actually about the only official, I would say, great Tupac release that's in print. It's pricey, but it is 4 LPs. So think of it as like a box set. $89.99, All Eyes on Me. But I hadn't had anything Tupac in a long time. So that's about it right there. Rick, you did get Roslington, yes. All right, Viewmaster, 78 Trans Am has it for $40. And now Kiss is at 70 with J.D. Conklin. Jason, you're out. Let's add another auction, but let me go ahead and show you Prince, the Versace Experience, Prelude to Gold, rare 1985, limited edition, first time on vinyl. $33.99. $33.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Elton John. A very special Elton John collection is what it's called. It is a Japanese pressing. It's a gatefold with Obi. And this is going to go up for a $35 star. So there's that. Nice jacket. For some reason, this jacket's always worn out when we get it. It has the book attached. It's got really good... the first time I heard this, there was a Elton John song on here I never heard before. And Lady Samantha's on here. What's the one? Just Like Strange Rain. I had never heard that before until I listened to this, because I think it was a single only in the UK maybe. And so I never had heard on any other Elton John album. So that's good there. $35 star for Elton John. That's in. That's available. There's Prince. Viewmaster was at 40. Now we have a bid for 42. And now another bid for 50. And now the high bid on Kiss. All right, Kiss over here. The last bid was J.D. Conklin at 70. And Jason says, I'm in. The high bid, $70. Going once, going twice. I need you to bid more than 70. Can I see the content? I'll show you that as soon as I show Collective Soul. This is the 25th anniversary, $33.99. The Viewmaster still getting bids as expected. He wants to see what this exactly is. It's called Kiss, Drive You Crazy, gray marble vinyl, Tulsa Fairgrounds, Tulsa, Oklahoma, June 13th, 1975. Numbered 79 of 300. It's a gatefold jacket. The jacket's nice. It's on gray marble vinyl. It's a 2 LP. The track listing is Deuce Strutter, Got to Choose, Hotter Than Hell, Firehouse She, Ace Frehley Solo, Come On and Love Me, Gene Simmons Solo, 100,000 Years, Peter Criss Solo, Black Diamond, Cogen, and Rock and Roll All Night. The high bid is 71, and now it's 73. Next thing we have is Filter. This is called Short Bus. It's from Kraft. It has the song Hey Man, Nice Shot on it. $33.99 on that. And Elton John, the Black Album. Excuse me, what did I just say? I was going to say Elton John had one bid for $35. Elton John does not have an album called The Black Album. That's Metallica, The Black Album. $33.99 for Metallica, The Black Album. $33, 2 LP. Let me see if I had a waiting list for The Black Album over here. I have a wait list for Hammersmith. Hardwired, Market Square, no waiting list for the Black Album. Nothing else matters except you buying this right now. That's all you need to do is say, Chad, I'll take a Metallica. I need some Enter Sandman, The Unforgiven, Wherever I May Roam, Sad But True, Holier Than Thou. I need that in my life right now. Viewmaster, going once, going twice. 78 Trans Am has it for 50. Robbie L's out, Phil Elliott's out. Nobody else's bid. Elton John vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Jason Yu, it's up to you on Kiss. You, it's up to you on Kiss. J.D. Conklin has bid again, just saying. FYI, just want to let you know, you have been outbid over here. All right. Elton John did actually tell Metallica he thought Nothing Else Matters was one of the best songs ever written. Maybe that's what popped into my head. I actually saw that clip. I posted it one time. He told James Hetfield that he thought Nothing Else Matters was one of the greatest songs ever written. And James Hetfield, it brought him to tears when Elton told him that. 2LP, that's the Amazing Remaster, just FYI. Okay, I got to make sure a couple people bidding are good to go. Jason, Jason, have you bought from us before? I'm trying to make sure you're in our system and everything. Or maybe you're under a different name. Some people are under handles. I got to make sure I have you here in our system. Just FYI, I think you have before. Okay, $33.99. Nobody else has bid on the Viewmaster. I have not heard back from a couple people. Somebody just asked what the bid is. It's $50. 78 Trans Am has had it for 3 minutes. I've lost 3 bidders. Nobody else has bid. Now Elton John's at $40, and J.D. Conklin has Kiss for $73. Let's read this again and make sure everybody is up to date on what's left in here. And we have what? The Baby Huey Story, The Living Legend, $38.99. Lacquer's Cut from the original Analog Masters by Chris Bellman at Bernie Grundman Studios. That is $38.99. That's the Rhino Hi-Fi Reserve. Or actually, that's called Rhino Reserve Cut from Analog. It's another analog series that Rhino's doing. All righty. And now Elton John has a new bid for $41. And then, of course, Metallica played at the Elton John tribute show. They did A Funeral for a Friend and Love Lives Bleeding. That's a great cover they did. Amazing cover. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, that's $33.99, 180-gram remaster. Tupac, All Eyes on Me, $89.99. Prince, The Versace Experience, Prelude to Go. This is on black vinyl. It's no CD, $33.99. Collective Soul, that's $33.99. December's on there. Filters, $33. And Metallica, The Black Album, $33. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell this Kiss. This Kiss is officially sold to J.D. Conklin for $73. Never did hear back from Jason Yu or anybody else on that, so that's sold to J.D. Conklin for $73. Always make sure when you're done bidding you say out. And then over here, the Viewmaster, that's sold to 78 Trans Am for $50. Unfortunately, I never did hear back from like 3 people on that. Make sure if you're done bidding you say out. And this is officially sold to 78 Trans Am for $50, okay? I'm going to set that over here in the miscellaneous pile. I got more miscellaneous Kisses stuff to sell. Anybody else want these right here? You can let me know if you do. I think that's about $1 cheaper, and I usually mark the Black Album, so you can say it's on sale for $1 off. And Tupac is $89.99. All Eyes on Me, it's a 4LP. Pretty much anything Tupac that's official, that's in print, is expensive. It always has been. That's a 4LP. I always told everybody, view it as a box set. I mean, you're getting 4 discs, so $20 per disc. That's usually what those box sets break down to be typically. Double LPs, some of them, if you get them less than, some of these double LPs are at a bargain, because like if they get into a box set, it seems to be almost like they start charging an extra $20, sometimes $25 a disc on those. Lots of bids on that. Let's put up another Kiss, and let's mix it up. I think I'm going to put up something official this time, and this is official, and I think this is quite pricey. Let's see if we have some people ready to spend. This is Greatest Kiss, a 25th anniversary, 2LP, 180-gram, double-sided picture disc, limited 500 copies all worldwide. I think this was a website exclusive, 2022. Sealed, $350 start. Some have sold for nearly as much as $500 on Discogs. It's sealed. Greatest Kiss, a 2LP picture disc, a $350 start. Now Elton John's at $50 with Guy Shard. Okay, anybody else? Before I go through a crate of new vintage arrivals, these are available, okay? These are available. Changing crates. And we got one more full crate of new vinyl that has not been shown before. Can't believe no one bought the Black Album. I'm hoping by this point you already have a copy. But if you don't, you need to go ahead and rethink that and just come back into the chat and say, you know what, Chad, I've thought about it. I don't want to wake up in the morning and look myself in the mirror and be like, why didn't I buy that Black Album? So I'll go ahead and take one right now. So it's totally up to you. All right, let's go through a new crate here, and let's see what we got in here. Might go ahead and go through this one, best offer, to help expedite some of these to get sold. Let me do a quick flip through it, and yeah, let's go through this crate, buy it now, best offer. Hope y'all ready. And some of these here probably have never, or definitely have never, or maybe never been shown before. So let's go ahead and do it. Joseph Alves has Elton John for 55. Guy Shard, it goes back to you. Joseph has it for 55. On that. And now Greatest Kiss, I'm looking for a $350 start. $350 on that. That's all you got to do. $350. $350. Okay. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. Next thing I have is Bruce Hornsby. Have been singing this all night. That's just the way it is. Bruce Hornsby in the range. Has the original under sleeve. Clean, near mint. $24.99 on that. Also in here, we have Everything's Buy It Now Best Offer. Bruce Springsteen, The River. This is in shrink. It's a 2 LP, $34.99. It has both inner sleeves, and this is a very nice copy. Bruce Springsteen, The River. Sometimes I check and see. Sometimes it has a lyric insert with it. Yep, has the book insert with it too. So this is complete. And this is a $35 start. Final call on this Kiss record, pricey one. But if you want to buy one right now, seems like it's at a very fair price if you've been looking for that one. Cream Wheels of Fire, $34.99 as well. Another 2 LP, RSO 70s pressing. That's $34.99. And Basie's in the bag. Count Basie, $9.99. Has a promo stamp on the back. Bruce Hornsby is sold to Mary Miles. Thank you, Mary, on that. We have Carole King Tapestry. Somebody stamped his name, Thomas Jr. It is a clean copy, though. No condition notes, $24.99. Joseph Alves, you're out in Elton John. Guy Shard has it for $60. And American Woman, the Guess Who, $19.99. American Woman, first label, gatefold, $19.99. If you want to buy Kiss, you can pick it up for $350. It is available. Kiss is available for $350. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is this, Kiss. And this is Roxy Theater, Northampton, Pennsylvania, March 19th, 1975, Unleash the Kill. Kiss is a limited edition 300 on clear vinyl, the first show on the Dress to Kill tour, recorded live at Roxy Theater, Northampton, Pennsylvania, March 19th, 1975. First show on the Dress to Kill tour. That's going to go up for a $75 start. Has Bill and Ted sold? I didn't know I had anything called Bill and Ted. But I do have Steppenwolf, Born to be Wild for $29.99. The original foil cover, $29.99 on that. Very, very clean copy. And Gunfighter Ballads by Marty Robbins. That is $14.99. Gunfighter Ballads, that's on the 70s label, Marty Robbins, but very nice for $14.99. And The Doors, Soft Parade. The Doors is $34.99. It's on this Butterfly Electric label. Very clean and very nice. And let's go ahead and sell Guy Shard because Joseph says he's done on Elton John. That's sold to Guy Shard for $60, and thank you on that. There's another Kiss bootleg up for bid. That is there. It's now up for grabs. If anybody watching is new for the first time, if anybody new is watching for the first time, welcome. It's $8 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, feel free to buy as much as you want. You can bid in the comments. You can claim in the comments. And this is Marty Robbins, and that's sold to Melanie Jennings. Final call on Kiss. A lot of bootlegs tonight. Been getting minimum bid, $75 start. Some people have decided to take a nap tonight. And there's been some great deals so far passed through, in my opinion. Just saying. I'm going to go ahead and try another Japanese pressing right quick. And I think I got another Miles Davis back here that I don't recall seeing too many times. It's Miles Davis at Plug Nickel, Chicago. And Miles Davis is going to go up for a $35 start. We do have a Bill and Ted. It's a 12-inch. Okay, I'll show that in just one second. There's the vinyl. There's the insert. There's Miles Davis. It is Japanese. And that's going to go up for a $35 start on that. Kiss has a bid for $75. Next thing I have over here is K-Tel Looney Tunes. That's 24 tracks, $14.99 on that. And we have Moonlighting. This is the television soundtrack album. Moonlighting is $19.99. Kiss has bids for $75 and $75. I didn't get my bill today. One or two things in. It's in your junk folder, or it's in your spam folder. If not, then you need to send our Facebook page a message because something has went haywire there. Kiss has a high bid now for $80. And then we have Eric Carmen, All By Myself, $9.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung, that is $19.99. Jethro Tull Aqualung, $19.99. Over here is Susie Breelove on K for the K-Tel Looney Tunes. That is so to Susie Breelove. The Carvels, you don't have to be a baby to cry. That's on the original Black Mercury label, $24.99. Kiss is now at $80. We have a $300 offer on the Kiss record. Let me check it over here. I thought $350 was extremely fair, but let me check it right quick. It's supposed to go up from there. It's supposed to go from $350 and go up. Right now there is only one for sale, $382.50, and the last one sold $443, $429, $488. I better stay at $350 on that one. I think that's a very fair price for that. It's supposed to go up from there, $350. I'm going to stay at $350 on that one for right now. I think from what I just seen, that sealed should have brought like $450. Looney Tunes, Susie was next, and then over here, we have Looney Tunes is already sold. We have Sean Cassidy, Born Late, $9.99 on that. Boz Scaggs, this is a 4-digit, which should be an earlier press, if not OG. And it is. It's very nice. And it's still a 4-digit. I don't know if it's OG, but Dwayne Allman plays on that one. Kiss is a final call to Bill Sammons for $80. I hadn't heard back from J.D. Conklin, and nobody bid on Miles Davis, so that's a final call for $35. $35 on Miles Davis at Plug Nickel, Chicago. JD's back in on Kiss at $81. And that's a buy now on that if anybody wants it. We're going through a new arrivals bin. We have Kiss right now at $81. And let's put this right over here. And Phil Elliott, I think you need to be like, Chad, you're right. Go ahead. I'll take it for $350. That's an incredible price. Moonlighting is sold to Edmund Estrada. Thank you on that. Now Kiss is at $85. Somebody wants to see what's going on here again. This is a 2 LP unofficial, limited edition 300. This is the first show on the Dress to Kill tour. It's a 2 LP clear vinyl. Has some chick on the labels like covered in blood and she's naked. There's the LP. It's a gatefold jacket and it's numbered 150 to 300. And the high bid on that's $850. We sold Edmund Estrada Moonlighting. Next is what is the Kiss record you're talking about? Donna got Miles Davis for $35. There's that. And then price on Boz Scaggs is $19.99. Greatest Kiss is what we're talking about. This was a website exclusive embossed cover, 25th anniversary edition, 2 LP, 180 gram double picture disc, limited to 500 copies. It's brand new, sealed. It's $350, and from what I just seen, I thought it was going to sell for well over $4. The price is $350. It's a sealed Greatest Kiss 25th anniversary picture disc, $350 on that. Over here, Kiss is now at $85. J.D. Conklin, it's up to you. Burbank is one of those Warner Brothers samplers. It's a 2 LP, $19.99. How much is Boz Scaggs? It's $19.99. That's a green 2 LP compilation. And then Boz Scaggs over here is also $19.99. We actually are in a best offer crate, just saying. But if you want to go ahead and grab something, you can be my guest. Over here, we have another Japanese pressing. This is Deep Purple, live in Japan. Really cool record here. It's a 2 LP, $35 start. There is 1 LP. There's 2 LP. Both discs are near mint minus and pristine. It's a gatefold jacket with insert. And it has an Obi with it, and Deep Purple's a $35 start. Now Kiss is at $90. Also, we have Papillion. Exactly. I remember we used to have those movie posters. I never could spit that out. Music by Jerry Goldsmith. It's a Steve McQueen, Dustin Hoffman movie. I don't see that one too often. $19.99. And The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Nice. I wonder if the label's messed up. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, $19.99. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Okay, sometimes the label's messed up, but that's pretty cool. Holy moly, $19.99. Now Kiss is at $90. I received the bill and it's in junk. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people, first thing when I go live on Monday nights, we get 10 to 20 people saying, Chad, I didn't get my invoice. And I usually have to say, check your junk folder. Check your junk folder. And then people come back and be like, you're right, it was in junk and it's been paid. So thank you. For some reason, emails think that my billing system is junk. Hopefully, y'all don't feel the same way. Hopefully y'all don't feel the same way. Let's go over here, and Deep Purple has a bid for 35, and it's called Papillon. Exactly. Kiss 91, Papillon. And then Travis Woods on Good in the Bag. We got an offer on Boss Gags for 14 and 16. Mary, you're first if you want it for 16. If not, I'll sell it to Melvin and Jennings. David Tate on second, Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Now Kiss is at 100. There's 2 Kiss albums right now available for sale. Dress to Kill is a 2 LP. The first show from the, or excuse me, it's called Unleashed to Kill. The first show from the Dress to Kill tour. It is 2 LP Roxy Theater, 1975, Northampton, Pennsylvania. 2 LP clear vinyl, near mint. And then over here, we have the high bid at 100. And then over here, I'm trying to sell this to for 350. Greatest Kids, 25th anniversary, 2 LP double-sided picture disc, sealed. It is limited to 500. It's $350. Bill Samus has Kiss for 100. Final call. And then how much is this? You offered 14. Melanie offered 16. It's marked for 19. You have first dibs if you want it for $16. Next is the Essential Count Basie Volume 1. Count Basie's $14.99. Johnny Cash, Songs of Our Soul. Johnny Cash is $24.99. That's on a Columbia 2i, very clean, just $24.99 on that. And over here is Nat King Cole, Blossom Fell, $9.99 on that. Tim Graham, you were third on the Good and the Bad and the Ugly. That's all already sold. We got Kelly Vladerchek on Johnny Cash. That's sold. And we have Oso said he'll take this. This is sold to Oso for $350. Thank you. Big purchase there. Appreciate that, Oso Adventure. That's sold to him for $350. We have Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, $19.99 on that. And Kansas, it's the Point of No Return, $19.99. Timer's up on Kiss in just a few moments, and so is on the Deep Purple. The Deep Purple also just has one bid with Jordan T for $35. And then Mary, it's all up to you on the Boss Skaggs. The condition is near mint minus. No condition notes on Boss Skaggs. Elvis, His Hand in Mine. Elvis is $14.99. And we have Huey Lewis in the New Sports. That is $19.99. And Shrink Wrap, I Want a New Drug. Huey Lewis, Classic 80s. We're going through new arrivals here, actually non-check condition stuff. I've been over here as well pulling out some vintage paperbacks from this new collection we've acquired. And let me move some stuff around over here because I'm going to try my best to get back to some of these. And or get over here to some of these is what I'm trying to say. So let me do that right quick and move some stuff around. Aha. All right. Had some interest tonight, some vintage paperbacks. And I was like, well, we'll keep those going as a bonus auction tonight. Here we go. All right. Okay, so next comment is sold, and that's sold to Mary Miles for 16. Oh, so you got the Kiss, and then this is sold to Bill Samus for 100. Thank you, Bill Samus. That's sold to you for 100, and then Jay Nutra got the Deep Purple over here for 35. Thank you, Jay Nutra. That's sold to you for 35. Let's get that in a new sleeve, and boom, just like that, the board's cleared. I got some vintage paperbacks over here. I got Kiss auctions galore tonight. Holy moly, we got a bunch. As usual, we usually have what? 5 with 5 pictures, right? 45 Kiss auctions. Doesn't sound like a lot, but we've been now on them for about 2 hours, and we got at least 4 more hours to go. We were selling them last week till after midnight, just saying. Okay, we also have Nat King Cole, Dear Lonely Hearts. That's $9.99. Is that an Elvis gospel album? If so, yes. And $14.99 to answer your question. Also, John McLaughlin, Devotion on the Douglas 4 label, $19.99 on that. Next Kiss. Let's try something else over here from the high-end bin. So we got some stuff separate over here, quote, in the high-end bin. Let's try Dynasty now. Oh, wow. Here we go. This is a big one. Or I think this one's a cool one. It's could get pricey. Kiss Dynasty, the 45th anniversary, translucent red and black swirl. Once again, these kind of records like this that are officials, these are officials. Most of them were sold just through the Kiss web store on their website. They sell out and then they're done. Really cool. It's got a foil cover. It's on red and black swirl, silver ink jacket, foil poster, limited 2,500. It's sealed. It's never been opened. That's a $95 start. $95 start. Charles Siebert gets Elvis for $10. Thank you. So do you. Next is Mother's Finest. Mother's Finest is $14.99. And Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. Rod Stewart is $14.99. I never know which way that cover is supposed to go, so I'll put it in there like that to just show you a different version. And then here is another Japanese pressing. I think this is amazing. Look at the size of this Obi. Holy moly. Paul McCartney and Wings, A Rock Show. It is Wings Over America. It's a 3 LP. It's got all 3 original inner sleeves. This is an amazing set. It also has the poster with it and the book. Maybe I'm Amazed. It's a gatefold jacket. McCartney's about to go back on tour with another, with more stops, including here in Nashville, which I'm very nervous about trying to get tickets tomorrow because I think they're going to sell out and then they're going to be like $2,200 or something crazy. So maybe I can score one tomorrow. Kiss is at 100 with John Robb, and McCartney is a $35 start. Let's go ahead and go through some more LPs here. This is Mott the Hoople, Mad Shadows. Mott the Hoople is $19.99. I also have The Free Story. Is that free like All Right Now? Come Together in the Morning? Yeah, that's who that is. It's a 2 LP. I don't know if I've seen this too many times. Free Story, $39.99. Wow, Kiss just has one bid for $10. Jeff Beck Wired is $19.99. Going through new vintage stuff here. A crate of new vinyl coming up next. There's Jeff Beck and the Climax Chicago Blues Band. Wow, that's early in their discography. It's on the EMI Parlophone, a UK label, for $29.99. Brent Robley on Free. Paul McCartney at $35. The Pointer Sisters, Hot Together, $9.99. The official pressing over here, the Kiss Dynasty on colored vinyl. John Robb has it for $100. We have Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. This is called Then Play On. Very clean with gatefold. Now Kiss has a bid for $110. And The Sound of Music. We were just talking about this. I asked John, did he have any copies? How to Solve a Problem Like Maria. With the booklet, that is $24.99. Paul McCartney, obviously, can get new bids. And now Kiss. Did I find some more Star Trek? I did. Do I have another one to bundle? I do. Here we go. We can do 3 Star Trek, but I found... Yeah, here we go. We'll do 3 Star Treks for a $15 start. Star Trek Prime Directive. We have Star Trek 10 and Star Trek 6, and I think that was a series they were doing. If you want to bet on these, put Star Trek, and that's a $15 start. Some vintage paperbacks there. Okay, Kiss 10, or excuse me, Kiss 110, Kiss 112, Paul McCartney 40, 45, and now 115. Fifth Dimension is $14.99. Lonnie Jolly said he would do 10 on Mother's Finest. Let's go back and sell that to Lonnie Jolly for $10. Next is Grand Funk, the Red Album, and Grand Funk is $24.99. That's always pretty solid. Nice cover, red cover, $24.99. And Share the Land, the Guess Who, that's $19.99. Ray Charles, I'm All Yours Baby, that is $19.99. Has a promo stamp on the back. The Sound of Music is sold to Brad Waits for $20. Thank you. The 77s is $29.99. All Fall Down, the 77s. Casino Royale, that's cool, $19.99. Burt Baccarat, Herb Albert's on here. Dusty Springfield. James Bond movie here, $19.99. That's the Peter Sellers, $19.99, James Bond. Also, Chicago Hot Streets is $9.99. Don't forget about Count Basie and the Mills Brothers. The Board of Directors, that's $9.99. 3 Star Trek books here for a $15 start. No bid yet. Now Kiss is at $130. And don't forget about Paul McCartney. Gerald Whitworth, you're out. The high bid on Paul McCartney is with Peter Mazzoliniano for $45. Did I already show that? I guess I did. I already showed that. Oh, there we go. Last record in the crate, B-52's Wild Planet. 1981st label, $39.99. Original inner sleeve, $39.99. B-52s. Nice, clean copy there. OG first label. All right, and then we have Count and Casino sold. So Count Basie sold to Romulus C, Casino Royale sold to Samuel Kopich, and D-Kong 53 on the B-52s. Now, D-Kong 53, is that the same person as D-Kong 52 on YouTube? Paul McCartney get new bids 50-50, Kiss 140, and if anybody wants these Star Trek books, you can pick them up for a $15 buy it now. All right, and then I'm not going to go through this crate again in detail. I am just going to read through what's in here. I'm going to go ahead and show this next crate of new vinyl. We have more new vintage stuff like that coming. Laura's working on some stuff right now as I speak, and Chad's going to take a drink of water, and we'll have all kinds of other cool stuff tonight. But first, I got to have some water. Delicious. I needed that. Whew. Okay. Done. So the last bid over here was Kiss at 140. Phil Elliott and everybody else is out. Paul McCartney's at 52 with Sandy Villa. Laura just handed me another bottle of water. I'm going to need that in a second too. Probably go do a monster run here in a second as well. The 3 Star Trek books are sold for $15 to Michael Ruttman. Thank you, Michael. Those sold to you for $15. Y'all might see some comic book flip videos posted in the group this week. We've been sorting through this collection, and there's like so many comics that, you know, are probably $5 and $7. And I might start doing some flip videos. We're trying to sort them by comic character, and we're probably going to mix them up so it's random, and do some of that. Otherwise, we're sitting on so many comic books right now. We've bought a couple collections, and now they're just like sitting back here. So as we don't have time to do anything with them. So I told Tanner, I was like, videos. Listen, we record videos at night. I can post them during the day. We can be selling stuff essentially on our website, which is Facebook, and then at night I'm here live selling. So it's kind of like around the clock. So got some ideas cooking. I got way too much stuff to try to sell. Here's what's left in here. If anybody wants a price or wants to make an offer, be my guest. Got a couple heated auctions going on here. Bruce Springsteen, The River. If you already know the price and want to make an offer, go ahead. If you didn't catch the price, feel free to ask. If anybody new is watching, you can jump in at any time. Everything you see in here is guaranteed. We sell live every night here on Facebook, 8 hours a night, 7 days a week. Sundays are sometimes random. Sometimes it's Paul, sometimes it's me. Usually it's Paul. But definitely Monday through Saturday, you can catch me here selling. Cream Wheels of Fire in the white room. Basie's in the bag. Surprised no one grabbed that. Count Basie's $9.99. Carole King Tapestry. The Guess Who? American Woman. Steppenwolf. Born to be Wild. Technically self-titled. What about The Doors? Soft Parade. Eric Cartman. Aqualung. The Caravel. Sean Cassidy. Burbank compilation. Papillon is available. Another Count Basie. Another Nat King Cole. Arlo Guthrie. Kansas. Huey Lewis. Another Nat King Cole. John McLaughlin. Rod Stewart, Moth the Hoople, Jeff Beck, and then Climax Blues Band, Patrick Lear. It's $29.99. It is probably EX or better. The cover is VG minus. It has a spine split. It is $29.99. Romelu C on Count Basie. Let me know if you want both. I'm going to go ahead and sell you Basie's in the bag. Stephen Parton got Steppenwolf for $20. Don't hesitate to make offers. I will lay something on you. Patrick Lear gets Climax Blues Band for $22. See how easy that is. He went out on Kiss. John Robb has this for $150. I got to wait for one person. His name is Phil Elliott. John has that for $150. Over here is Wings. The last bid that came in on Wings was Paul McCartney. Joseph Alves bid $51. Sandy Villa had already bid $52 on YouTube. Joseph, you're out. Sandy's already in at $52. Just saying. Romelu wants the other Count Basie as well. Sold. Next thing in here was the Pointer Sisters, Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On, Fifth Dimension's Greatest Hits, Grand Funk, James Goggin on the classic Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, price on Fleetwood Mac in condition. If you're talking about Then Play On, it is a gatefold jacket with no condition notes, $24.99. It is a very clean copy. EX or better. What's the price on the Guess Who? American Woman is a gatefold orange label original LSP $42.66, $19.99. New bid on Kiss, new bid on McCartney. Let's go ahead and put up some vintage paperbacks. What else do I have on here? Isaac Asimov. How do you say his name? I know he's a legendary science fiction writer. And ooh, this one's pretty cool here. Let's see. This Conan is pretty cool, but it's kind of rough. Let's do. We might do this one by itself. We'll bundle 3 more, but there's a Planet of the Apes in here. That's pretty cool. So this is Planet of the Apes, and it says now an exciting 20th century Fox motion picture. That's pretty cool. And then Isaac Asimov. I'm going to have some phonics on his last name. I know he's a pretty legendary science fiction writer. The Winds of Change. And Robert M. McCannum, Blue World. Some cool. This is all from the same guy who had all the Stephen King stuff. So you can imagine. $15 start. If you want to bid, just put paperbacks maybe or books. $15 start on those. Jordan said 10 on American Woman. I will sell that to you for $15 if you want it. What is the Kiss Dynasty? A 45th anniversary. This is a website exclusive from 2024. It's sealed. It's on colored vinyl, has a foil jacket, a foil poster. It's limited edition and it's unopened. And the last bid that came in on Kiss was $155. And now McCartney's at $55. Joseph, you're back out. These 3 books are a $15 start. Asimov. There you go. Asimov. So those 3, and Michael Reed's in. We also had Share the Land by the Guess Who, Ray Charles, the 77s, and Chicago Hot Streets. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. These are all buy it now or best offer, and let's go through some more new vinyl right here behind me, okay? They're still bidding on Kiss. They're still bidding on Paul McCartney, and these 3 books have a bid for $15. All right, I'm going to put this crate right here behind me. If you say, you know what, Chad, I messed up big time, go ahead and give me Huey Lewis, Kansas, the Guess Who, and actually everything else that's left in that crate, I'm going to be like, wow, okay. That's a big move. You're a dog, but I'll go ahead and do it. So you can go ahead and say, Chad, you know what? I have nothing left to live for except buying vinyl. Give me everything that's left in that crate. I'll be like, okay, so everything's sold to so-and-so. Now, over here, we got Kiss at $175. We got McCartney now at $60. So we got bids still coming in. McCartney, Sandy Villa, you're out. Nobody else is going to bid on the books, so we're about to sell those to Michael Reed for $15. Kiss is still getting bids. Now Oso has went all in at $175. I don't know if he is all in, but he's bumped up the bid a lot. Now John Robb's out. It's up to Phil Elliott. Phil Elliott, you can bid again or you can say out. Okay, and Aurora says she'll take Fleetwood Mac for $15.99. Let me see what I had marked on that. Fleetwood Mac, let's go back and check the price on that. I will sell that one to you for $20 if you want it. So I was at $25. You've essentially offered $16. I will sell it to you for $20. Phil's out on Kiss. I think we're about to sell it, okay? Let's go through some new stuff here. We sold out of the Far Beyond Driven, or maybe we have one left. Here's the other Pantera 2 LP. It's Vulgar Display of Power, cut from the High Definition Masters over 2 LP, and that is $49.99. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. It says F blank blank blanking, hostile ain't the half of it. Pantera, Vulgar Display, the 2 LP Rhino, $49.99. All right. This escalated quickly. Everybody went out. We got a lot more to get to. So that's sold to Oso for $175. Thank you. These 3 books are sold to Michael Reed for $15. Thank you. And she's out on Paul McCartney. So that's a final call to Joseph Alves for $60. That's about to sell. Before I go any further, let me go ahead and show another Kiss LP. Let's go ahead and run this one here. And let's do another one from the separate crate down here Laura has as high-end stuff. And this is Kiss Alive. Oh, man. It is the OG first press. A 1975 Japanese OG first press indicated by Smokin' Man Bogart labels with Obi insert and book. Near mint, super clean. Wow. A top near mint OG Japanese pressing. Official, obviously, of Kiss Alive. A $75 start. And now Wings has a new bid for $70 with Jason Yu. And then Philip Hope gets Pantera. So we're not done on Paul McCartney. It has a new bid for $70. Over here, we got Queensryche Promised Land. That's a gatefold single LP clear vinyl. $38.99. Also, I got 2 copies of Prince, The Truth, the Raw Acoustic Guitar Charge Collection. Prince is $33.99. Kiss has a bid for $75. Wings is now at $70. So now we're back up to Joseph Alves if he wants to bid on Paul McCartney again. We have Jason Yu at $70. Jason, do we have you registered? I thought I asked earlier. I want to make sure I have you in our system. I mean, you don't have to register to after you buy something. I just want to make sure I have you in here. And if you're under Jason Yu, we've never had an invoice to Jason Yu. Not saying you hadn't registered, but I could have... Yeah, I just don't have you here. Let me reach out to Tanner and Ed right quick. Let me see here. Okay, so first thing we had was that was a new bid for $70. It's up to Joseph now. Kiss 75, Kiss 75. We have a request for Alternate Destroyer on deck, Kiss 80. Peter Mazzolino on Prince. How much is Pantera? $49.99. 2 LP. There's 2 left. Oso Adventure gets a Queensryche. And then over here, We have Kiss at 100. Here's Metallica Death Magnetic. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. The Day That Never Comes. Cyanide's on here. That's $44.99. Kiss is at 100. Kiss is at 150. Taking big jumps now. I'm waiting for Joseph. He says he's out. Okay, and I got to make sure just before I call this sold, we have all, or I'll call it sold, but I got to make sure from my team, I'm reaching out to them right now, we got information. There's a couple of YouTube handles. There's a couple of YouTube handles that I think we're still looking for. Is that Jason Lou or you? Is it Jason? Is that a LU or an IU? That's my next question. I can't tell by the font if that's an L or a U. Wait a minute, I may have found you here. No. I can't tell if that's... I think I got you here. Does your last name start with an M? If your last name starts with an M, I think I found you. Okay? All right. All right, let's go back over here. I'll confirm that. But first, we got Kiss at 150. And then the next claim was Glenn Kesey on Metallica, Gerald Whitworth on Metallica. Those are now sold out. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Let's sell this to Jason Liu, and he got that one over here, and that is sold to him for $70. Thank you. That is sold. We got Sean Cassidy from the last crate. I can take care of that too. I'm going to put this over here. Let me sleeve this up. And now we have Kiss at 155, now 165. So that's still getting bids. I think I found them, and this is sold to him, and that is LU. There we go. I needed a capital letter. Okay. And I have you taken care of, I think. So that's sold to you for $70. And then here's another Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. Now this one's not in print anymore as a 2 LP, so you can only get the colored vinyl, which is still pretty cool. White and sandblasted orange, that's $33. We got a beautiful Japanese OG Kiss Alive. That's now for bid. We got several requests on deck. I'm still trying to chip away some of the cool Japanese stuff we have over here. And here's our next one. It's Grand Funk Live. It's a gatefold. It's a 2 LP with Obi. And Grand Funk is going to go up for a $35 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's a gatefold jacket with the book and the insert. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. And Kiss is at 165, 165. And right now, Chris Frazier has it. Chris Frazier has it for 165. Dave Matthews Band is a 20th anniversary edition of Crash. First time ever on vinyl. Crash Into Me. Cut by Chris Bellman, Bernie Grunman, $36.99. And then Joseph Alves on Pantera and Philip Hope on Pantera. That Pantera is sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. And if anybody wants on a waiting list for Metallica Death Magnetic, let me know. That's $44.99. We have sold that one and sold that one. And we have 2 copies here of the Struts. Everybody wants the Struts. The Struts is $33.99, 2 available. And Judas Priest, British Steel, new and sealed for $29.99. Breaking the Law, Breaking the Law. Living After Midnight, it's on there, $29.99. And now Hammers Up on Kiss, we're at 165 with Frazier, Chris Frazier, an OG German, or excuse me, an OG Japanese complete copy of Alive. We're about to sell it. It's right here. Look at it. It's beautiful. And right next to it is another great live album. Live album by Grand Funk. That is a $35 start, no bid. We're about to sell this. Romelu wants Crash Into Me. That is sold to Romelu, as featured in an episode of The Office. Next is And Justice for All. Hammer of Justice. This is $44.99, remastered. Darkness Imprisoning, $44.99. Okay, that is so. Did you confirm that your last name starts with an M, though? That's the only way I think you're in our system. And I'm waiting to hear back from Ed and Tanner to confirm. but that's $44.99. Next is Depeche Mode, the best of. Depeche Mode is a 1, 2, 3 LP, fairly new reissue. It's a 3 LP for $69.99. And I have 2 Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moons. These are remastered, gatefold, $38.99. Can you show the inserts on Kiss? I was waiting for one person, and that was Oso, and he just asked a question. So let's see what's going on here. We have 2 discs, which are near mint minus and pristine. I have 2 Japanese inner sleeves. And then here is this. This is complete, so it does have everything. There's the insert, which is this Japanese booklet, the Japanese-made booklet. It also has English lyrics, like I know a thing or two about her. I know she'll only make you cry. And then here is the actual Kiss book that came with it. Very, very nice. Fire, blood, explosions, demons, cats, Ace, space people, Star Child. There's the Obi. Gatefold jacket, very nice. Okay? Now, over here, we got Romelu and Dave Matthews, and then Jeremy Bryant on Struts. That is sold to Jeremy Bryant. And then Stephen Parton on the Depeche Mode Greatest Hits. Nice. And then Philip Ponce and Justice. Freight Ends of Sanity. And then Aurora on Pink Floyd, which remastered on Pink Floyd. This is Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon remastered, 50th anniversary. 180 gram, $38.99. Pink Floyd, $38.99. I have not pulled Sean Cassidy yet. I better go do that right now. I better do that. I'm glad you reminded me. If I don't go do that, then it'll get lost, buried, sold, not be able to find. I've got you right now taken care of. Sean Cassidy is sold. And this is sold to John Smetzer, okay? Is the Depeche Mode UK. Actually, no, it's a new... they just repressed a lot of the Depeche Mode catalog. It's actually a new reissue. It's official. I think it's technically U.S. now. I think it's technically billed as U.S. Okay, so 2 problems. Edward says Jason Liu is not registered, and he never did still confirm if that's his last name. So I've got to make sure we have all this, okay? So Jason, I've got to hear some more thorough, complete, full sentences and make sure we have you registered. Otherwise, I'm going to be lost, and they will as last year's Easter egg, okay? And let me go over here, and it might be, let me just make sure this isn't the same person. Or you can straighten it all out right now by sending us a Facebook Messenger message. All right, Mike Pierce wants a Pink Floyd. For some reason, I haven't had this in a while. I have not had this in a while. Pink Floyd, the 50th anniversary remaster. One is sold to Mike Pierce. You got to have that. That's available. Anything we're selling out of, if anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. John Robb, does Kiss have RL and the Dead Wax? Is RL and Dead Wax on Kiss? Let's check on this right now. RL and Dead Wax on Kiss. Isn't that just for U.S. versions? Are you sure this is... I don't know if this is... I don't know if this is going to be on the Japanese. I think that's just U.S. Who has the high bid on this, by the way? I don't see any RL on this. I don't know if that's for the Japan press. All right, so what happened over here? The high bid on this right now is $160. I'm waiting for one person, and their name is Chris Frazier. Chris, it's up to you on Kiss. Grand Funk is a no bid. It's a buy it now for $35. And that's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. Okay? Is there a wait list for the 30th anniversary Dark Side? 50th anniversary, you mean? The 50th anniversary, this one here, there was no waiting list for Pink Floyd. No waiting list for Pink Floyd. Grand Funk is sold to 1 or 2 people. Michael, if he wants it for $35, if not, it's sold to Henry's Choice. Price is $35. Okay? So all of a sudden, there's new bids coming in on this. We're getting there. It might end up bringing $390. We're about to find out. New auction going up right now, and that next auction is going to be the Jackson's Victory. I don't know if I've had this too many times on Japanese. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It's in shrink. The Obi's up here at the top. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has a very nice book with it, the Jackson's Victory. It is a gatefold jacket in shrink, a $35 start. Now Kiss is at $165, but John Rob's already been $180. Okay? Now this is Grand Funk, and this is sold to Michael Snared for $35. The 30th anniversary edition is about a $200 or $300 record. That's been out of print for years. That is the analog cut of Dark Side of the Moon. That is not in print. There will never be a waiting list for that. That's an all analog cut. If you want one of those, you're probably going to have to go on Discogs or eBay or wait for us to get one. We usually auction them. That's a very expensive record. That's the all analog cut of Dark Side of the Moon. So that's a very expensive record. That's now in the hundreds of dollars. So that's pricey. That if we have one, it will be up for auction. That's a very in-demand record. It's one of the few times Dark Side of the Moon has been cut from the original master tape. Next is George Harrison, Let It Roll. I actually think we had a waiting list for these. We ordered, they were low stock when we were getting near the end. Let me see who was on the waiting list for George Harrison. And the waiting list for George Harrison is Brian DeLeon and Paul Brothers. Brian DeLeon's first. I see one here on hand. We'll give that one to Brian DeLeon. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then over here, we have Metallica Seattle 1989. That is $38.99. Metallica Seattle, that's a 2 LP colored vinyl. That is $38.99. That's an unofficial. That one has been very popular. And here's Cake Fashion Nugget, $29.99. He's going the distance. And Cake is $29.99. Give me 1 second over here. I'm going to figure out what I want to start these for before I do anything else. Anybody else got Injustice for All stuck in their head now? All right, I got some MIGO dolls I'm about to put up. Some Kiss MIGO dolls. I'm about to figure out what to start them at. I think I had a price in mind. So Kiss $195, now $200. Cake is Fashion Nugget. Susie Breedlove on Metallica, and Brandon Jones. My gosh, Brandon Jones on Metallica. And then we got more Pantera, and this is Reinventing the Steel. Pantera's on white and Southern Flames yellow marble vinyl. That is $29.99. And Ride the Lightning. That is $29.99. Cake is Fashion Nugget. Big song on that, The Distance. OGs of those. I've only ever had one, maybe two. They usually sell between 4 and like 500. They're expensive. Cake has always been expensive. That was from an era, of course, when vinyl really wasn't made. I am changing crates because we have filled up a whole nother crate over here of sold records already. Wow. And we got a Kiss battle going on, 200, now 210. Let's go ahead and make the Jacksons a no bid. You can pick that up for $35. I've got more stuff to start putting up for auction. I'm about to go 2 or 3 wide on LPs. I got some cool miscellaneous items over here I've got in from my distributor, and I need to show those. But before I do that, let me go ahead and sleeve up the Jacksons. Hopefully somebody goes ahead and grabs it. And John's out on Kiss, so that's a final call to Chris Frazier for $210. Cake is $29.99. Guy Shard is going to pick up the Jacksons for $35. And before that, Glenn Kesey says he'll take a Cake. That's so to Glenn Kesey. There's one left for $29.99. He's out on Kiss. Let me go ahead and introduce another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And it is The Doors, L.A. Woman. It's a 1976 U.S. reissue, VG Plus condition. A $25 start on L.A. Woman. It's now up for bid. Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreamin'. That one's $39.99. And then this was a special request again from Rebecca, the Anti-Nowhere League. Those are $29.99. We Are the League Uncut. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And here's another request from Rebecca, The Best of Anti-Nowhere League Part 1, $64.99. So those are available, and she got a couple others in. in a previous crate I've already shown. Kiss Revenge is already sold. It was the deal of the night. I ran it way too early and it only sold for $125. I sold it way too early and it only sold one bid, $125. So, yeah, Jason Liu, if you're out there, Ed has told me the other person I thought you were that started with a last name M, you never did say. We don't have you on Facebook. We don't have you on Messenger. We have no record, and unless you can tell me that that's your actual name and that's what you're under on Facebook and your name is actually Jason Liu, then otherwise you're pretty much a ghost to us, and I really can't tag that McCartney record until we definitely 100% have some activity. Your account is only 1 month old, so I can't say that McCartney unless you tell me what's going on. So you have a very new account. We have no information from you. It looks like you've bid a couple times, but you are invisible to us. Okay, so let's go ahead and sell this Kiss, and this Kiss is sold to Chris Frazier for $210. If not, I got to sell it to Joseph Alves for his last bid. Okay, I got to sell it to Joseph Alves for his last bid. I will make sure I'll give you to about 9 o'clock, maybe 9:15. We got to figure out who you are. We need a real name, an address, a real email address, and we got to get you registered. Otherwise, you're just an invisible person. Final call on the doors, a 1976, folks. We're talking about the Changeling. Love her madly. LA Woman's on here. Riders on the Storm. Are you kidding me? An OG copy would have the window cover, and this is VG plus $25. So we have a final call for him to register. Otherwise, we're going to sell it to somebody else. I got to get some better sentences and words to make sure we have you registered and in our system. I know some people want to bid anonymously with handles and maybe names, but we got to at least be able to match it up to something. Okay, so next we had a request for Alternate Destroyer, I believe. Let's go ahead and run that. The Alternate Destroyer. This is a alternate takes from the Destroyer Sessions, unofficial blue vinyl, pressed in 5 colors, 100 copies each numbered, $95 start. The Alternate Destroyer. It has an inner sleeve with it. And one more time, that's alternate takes from the Destroyer Sessions, blue vinyl. It was in 5 colors. This one's on blue, $95 start. It's numbered 434 of 500, $95 start on that. That's our next Kiss auction, Alternate Destroyer. That is now up for bid. Okay, let's run through those one more time. That was another great crate. I'm also going to show you all the other new vinyl that has come in so far tonight, because now everything can fit into one crate. Let's go ahead and knock out a few more in here. But first, our next Japanese pressing. I don't know what this is. It's been in the front of the crate all night. The Guitar album. Wow, that sounds interesting. I've never seen this before. It looks like some kind of compilation. The Guitar album. And this is a 2 LP. There's 1. There's 2. And it's a gatefold, and it looks like it has legendary guitars. Like there's Pete Townsend and John McLaughlin and Jimi Hendrix and Freddie King and Albert King. It has the history of the guitar. It has the track listing. Eric Clapton's on here. Wow, that looks pretty cool. The Guitar album, $35 start. What's in the box sets and the shipping boxes? Pink Floyd Pulse, $119.99. Nobody bid on the doors. It's a $25 buy it now. That's the most curious, eye-catching thing I've ever put on the table, those empty boxes. They're just empty shipping boxes. It's the most curious thing I've ever put on the table. They're Pink Floyd Pulses. They're brand new in the shipping box, $119.99. Kiss is at $95, and let's run through this crate again. Pantera, I think the only one we haven't sold out of. Vulgar Display of Power, 2 LP cut from the original master, $49.99. Jay Nutria said, give me the doors, only $25, sold. Kiss has 1 bid for $95, final call. How about some more paperbacks? I've got 3 more vintage sci-fi horror paperbacks here. Book of the Dead. Terrifying All Original Fiction by Stephen King and others. We got Satan's Chance by Alan Ross Schrader and The Unblessed. 3 vintage paperbacks, looks like sci-fi and horror. $15 start on those. Next is Guitar is at $35. Kiss Greatest, already sold. 1 bid, $350. Chris, I thought it was going to sell for well over $4. It took me begging somebody to do it for the buy it now. Queensryche, Promised Land, $38.99. It's on clear vinyl on a gatefold. Prince, The Truth. Prince is $33. Dave Matthews Band Crash is $36. The Struts, one left, Everybody Wants, $33. Judas Priest, British Steel, that's $29.99. Metallica and Justice for All, 2 LP remaster, $44. Dark Side of the Moon's $38. Metallica, Live in Seattle, $89. We've sold 2, there's 1 left for $38.99. Also over here, Pantera. Hey, we still got this one too. Reinventing the Steel. That one's $33.99. Also, Ride the Lightning's $29. Cake Fashion Nuggets, $29. And Under the Table and Dreamin'. That is Dave Matthews Band again. Another remaster, $39.99. Jimmy LaCroix, You Shoot and You Score. He requested it. He was the only one that bid. And Destroyer is sold to Jimmy LaCroix for $95. James Goggin, the only bidder on the guitar album, sold to James Goggin for $35. Final call to get a bid on those 3 vintage paperbacks for a $15 start. Next is another Kiss. And we had some kind of request that just popped up. I'll try to find that and put that up, and that is done. We got more vintage stuff to go through. That's going to be fun. So I've got Kiss Are Back, Budokan. I got Hot in the Shade Anniversary Edition. I've got Kiss Unmasked World Tour. I've got Kiss, I don't know what that one is. I got Kiss Live 9, I think. I got Kiss, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. And I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. They're all Kiss records. Let's go ahead and do this one right here. Here's another official pressing. This looks pretty dang cool. Hot in the Shade, 35th anniversary. Silver foil wrap jacket with Galaxy Sea Blue vinyl, white color vinyl, a bonus poster, limited 2,500 units worldwide. And this is a $95 start. It's a limited 2,500 blue and white marble vinyl foil cover. And as y'all know, this has only been in print through the Kiss web store. They just did an anniversary run on this. And what's weird is they've never allowed it recently out for distribution to like local record stores. You can get it through the website, but people ask me about this all the time because, you know, we have almost every Kiss album in print except a handful that everybody can get, like stores like me, except this one. So this has always been a tougher one. That's a $95 start. No bid on these 3 books. You can pick them up for $15. 3 vintage paperbacks there. Looks like horror slash science fiction. I found this over here in the no bid section. If anybody wants it, it's a Lemmy figure reaction. Lemmy from Motorhead has his bass guitar. It's brand new and it's $24.99 if anybody wants Lemmy. I'm going to put him right there so he can look at you all night till somebody buys it for $24.99. Kiss is another $95 start. And let's go ahead and grab another Japanese pressing, and this time the Steve Miller Band, and it's called The Circle of Love. Steve Miller Band, Circle of Love. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? Because we're about to put up an incredible Kiss auction, okay? And this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is Steve Miller Band. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover. And I got Lemmy. I knew Danny was watching. That's why I showed that. Thank you, Danny. I read your mind. I knew you wanted that. And let me go through what's left tonight. New vinyl. Y'all have already seen these once. One more time. Dave Matthews, Cake, Metallica, Pantera, Metallica, Pink Floyd, Metallica, Judas Priest, The Struts, Dave Matthews, Prince, Queensryche, and Pantera. That's what's left. That's the most recent crate. And then the crate of the most oldest stuff over here is right here. And it had some really cool stuff in it. One more read through on those in case you wasn't watching at 6:30. There's a lot of cool stuff still left in here. All right, now Kiss, I'm looking for a $95 start, $35 on that. We're about to put up one of the most expensive Kiss items of the night, and it's not even a record. These books are sold to Natasha for $12. Thank you, Natasha. Those are sold to you. Appreciate that. And I'm going to try to figure out where to lay these things. So I'm going to shift down Kiss over here. I think I can lay them. Actually, if I probably use one of these pulse boxes, I can probably put them all on top of this. And y'all probably know what's coming up if you've seen the original thumbnail. I actually have a complete set of original Kiss MIGO figures. And let's put these up for bid. I actually have one still in the box. I do have 4 different ones here, don't I? Yeah, okay. So I actually have a set of 4 original Kiss MIGO figures. Let me put them up here. Let me get them laid out, and then I'll show you. I'll show them individually. I'll go ahead and tell you the starting bid on the 4 is $395. I've got one over here in the box. I think the last time I had a set of these, we went into an all-out bidding war. I do have a box for Paul Stanley. He's a little beat. Of course, if you had a set of these mint in box, they're very expensive, as y'all probably know. I'm going to try to see what Paul looks like in here. I don't know if I've taken him out since I've shown him. Looks like he's still on the card. First time I've took this out of the box. I just found this literally in a tub last night. Didn't know we had him. He looks in pretty dang good condition. He might be, I mean, you can't say for sure, but that's pretty nice. I'm going to say he hadn't been played with much. That's a pretty nice Paul Stanley. Just saying. I'm going to leave him up there, and I'm going to prop up the box in the back. So the box obviously has quite a bit of damage. The lid is a quarter split. It's got lots of markdown tags. It looks like this thing went into clearance. Clearance. There's the box. Pretty cool there. And Paul's still on the tray. And I'm going to say a $395 start for those four. Everything else appears to be really nice. Paul's exceptionally nice. I think he's been stored in his box. I don't think he was ever out and played with. And there's Ace. He's got a little bit of wear there on his nose. I think he's complete. I think everything's there. I think everything is with Gene. Everything's with Gene. MIGO 1977. His wings need to be pushed on his shoulder some. And then here's Peter. He could use a trip to the hair parlor. So there's that. And this really, in the box, enhances this set, obviously, with the box there with Paul Stanley. All right, so that's all four. A $395 star. You can put MIGO, if you want to bet on those. MEGO, that's the brand. MIGO Corporation. Very collectible stuff now. There's MIGO action figures, superheroes. You got that kind of stuff in the box, thousands of dollars now. Back in the day, you could have bought it in clearance for $1.09. Okay, and then you have all these. And let's go to the top cam right quick, because I'm about to tell you what's some final calls here. So I left off by saying Ken Crooker got a bid in on Kiss. Ken does have Hot in the Shade Anniversary for $95. David has Steve Miller for $35. And then what's the Metallic album? There's been about 5 different ones. You'll have to give me 1 second. And then, Chad, if you have any empty CD cases, rather than throw them out and get a few cracked, okay, I'll take care of you on that. All right, so there's that. And let's run through these one more time before we go into new vintage stuff. So final call on Hot in the Shade, $95. Final call on Steve Miller for $35. MIGO figures are $395. They should end up selling for more than an air horn, okay? 500 plus is my auction estimate. If they sell less for that, I'll be disappointed and surprised. We'll see what happens, though. Quick recap. Opeth. This was Last Will and Testament, green vinyl 2LP, $46.99. Greg Allman at Uncle Sam's. That is orange vinyl for $39. This is Oliver Anthony, Hymnal of a Troubled Man's Mind for $24. Vandenberg Sin, green vinyl, $34. Opeth, that's Ghost Reveries, 2LP, $4,000. Silver and Black, numbered, $54.99. Living Colors, $39. Living Colors, $39. That's blue vinyl, numbered for Music on Vinyl. That is on black vinyl. Also, we have Grateful Dead Greatest Hits for $33. Metallica 72 Seasons is $39. Pantera, there's the other, Far Beyond Driven for $44. Anthrax Worship Music was $29. Toby Keith, 13 number 1 hits for $33. Collective Souls, $33. Metallica St. Anger's, $44. Baby Huey's, $38. We have Motley Crue for $33. Tupac is $89. And then Prince is $33. Collective Soul, $33. Filters, $33. Metallica's $33. And that's the Black Album. All right, let's go down the line here. Danny says, what is the Testament? We have Kiss is sold to Ken Crooker for $95. And then we have Steve Miller Band, $35. And that's sold to David Johnson. And final call to get a bid on the MIGO figures. And that is $395. Paul's in the box. The box on a 10 scale is about a 4 maybe. But final call there. They're all together. They're ready to wake up in the middle of the night and terrorize you in your sleep. You'll wake up and Gene Simmons will be on top of you about to stab you. Oh my gosh, there'll be some nightmares to think about. They'll be over there, or you could have happy dreams and they'll be over there playing in the corner. They'll have their little band set up and they'll be over there in the middle of the night. You'll see they'll be lighting fireworks for their pyrotechnics. You'll wake up in the middle of the night and it'd be bottle rockets going off in your room. Ace Frehley's guitar, smoke and fires coming out of it. Gene Simmons is over there spitting blood all over your wall. I'm going to leave it up. I hope somebody's thinking about it. Okay, next thing we have is Lonnie Jolly. We have Gerald Whitworth. That was, here's Anthrax Worship Music, $29.99. We got Pantera Far Beyond Driven. We have sold out of that one again. That's sold to Gerald Whitworth. And then over here, we got Lonnie Jolly on Tupac Shakur, 4 LP set, $89.99, if anybody else wants one. And then over here, we have a question. And that last question was, what arm and leg joints tied on Kiss MIGO figures? I think so. Let's do some chiropractor adjustments here. Ace, can you move your knee? Looks pretty nice to me. He's not dangling. I think you can stand him up. I think you can pose them. I hadn't really inspected all their joints, though. Everything feels nice to me. I don't think Paul's been out of the box too much. His hand's a little turned around the wrong way. He's moving pretty good for 50 years old. I mean, there's probably some people that were made the same year of these toys that don't move as good as these guys. All right. Anybody else in this crate? We have a lot of ground to cover. We have a lot of ground to cover. Did I pull everything out of here? We sold Tupac. We sold Pantera. Anybody want on a waiting list for anything? If not, zippity-doo-dah, it's time for a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Zippity-doo-dah, it's time for a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. But not before I show you something you all need. You didn't know when you woke up this morning, you did not know you were going to be buying one of these. But now you have made a decision. And you're going to be like, yes, you know what? I do need one of those. It's an air freshener. It's a Megadeth Countdown to Extinction air freshener for $7.99. Are you kidding me? When you woke up this morning, you had no idea you was going to be buying a Megadeth Countdown to Extinction air freshener. Now you have realized that you are buying a Megadeth Countdown to Extinction air freshener. Okay? Let me grab a new vintage crate over here. And we have, what is the bid on the MIGOs? What is the shipping price on Kiss figures? And what is your middle name? First thing I have is this. I never did hear back from Jason Yu. Joseph, I'm probably going to have to go ahead and say that, Paul McCartney. I'm going to check messages. I think Jason Yu is a ghost bidder. So let me go over here and double check one more time. And he never did say anything. He might have been trying to figure out how to register, but I think it's 9:15 now. It almost is. And let's go right over here. All right, so the question is this. What is the current bid on the MIGOs? What's the shipping? Anything you buy from us, okay? Megadeth is sold to Danny Thomason, $7.99. I've got a bunch more of those if anybody else wants one. This is $8 shipping. Anything you want tonight. If you buy the Kiss Dolls, 30 records, 100 and billion CDs this week, it's $8 unlimited shipping. Okay? $180 shipping. Okay? The starting bid on these, I'm going to try for the 11th time, $395. $395, $8 shipping. I'm going to give it a few more seconds. Now, if no one bids and I say they're a buy now, they're going to go right over here, and then somebody's going to grab them. If you for sure want them, you got about 60 seconds probably to lock in a bid. $395 start. Okay? Starting bid is $395. Okay? Next thing is Danny got a Mega Death, and John Sell got one, and Scott Oman. I have more than one. I've got plenty of them, and I have others tonight to show, okay? So let me pick out some more of those. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Let me see, and Susie wants one as well, okay? And let me do one more over here. Let's see here. I'm going to have to hunt it. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right. Done. This is sold. There's a big on these. Billy's in for $395. We're about to sell. They're about to sell. $395. We're about to sell it. Okay? I think I had 5 Megadeths and we've sold them all. No, I may have one left. And I have other patterns to show. Danny, it's all the same thing. It's the cover of Countdown to Extinction. Let me see if I can find one more. And then all 5 of those are gone. Sold out. More coming. I think I'm doing the ones that I've ordered the least of first. Buy it now, best offer vintage coming up. And the last Countdown to Extinction is sold. Okay? That is sold. Kiss records are going up right now. Jeff Brindley got the 5th and final one. On the MIGOs. MIGOs? MIGO figures? MIGO figures? I've always said MIGO figures. I've heard other people say MIGO figures. I'm throwing a challenge flag. Blind Faith is $34.99. Blind Faith is on this RSO reissue label. We're talking Steve Wood, Winwood, and Eric Clapton. $34.99. Those Lazy Hazy Days of Summer, $9.99 on that. Nat King Cole, Andy and Cleopatra, Andy Griffin, $26.99. And we have Shirley and Lee, the Imperial sides, an 86 French pressing, $19.99 on that. And Tom Johnston, everything you've heard is true, $14.99 on Tom Johnston. And Robert Plant, the Principle of Moments. Robert Plant's solo album, his second. This, I think, is a German press. It is extremely nice, $19.99. There is Robert Plant, the Principle of Moments. All right, these are sold. Nice price there, Billy Hansen. I'm going to be honest. The last time we sold these, Kerry Bailey, you're too late. I'm selling them. I've introduced these about 7 times. I've tried for about 10 minutes straight to get multiple bids on these. I have struck out for 10 minutes straight. I could have already sold 10 more Kiss records. These are sold for $395, the Billy. The last time I had a set like this, not even one with a box, I think we sold them on here for $1,100. That's why I've kept waiting, and I've been waiting, and I've been waiting for bids, and no bids came except for Billy. And Billy got these for $395. I'm going to take them in here. Billy Hansen, have you bought from us before? If not, I got to get you registered. These are sold to you for $395. One rule you've got to learn around here, I would never, ever leave this chat once I go live. You're going to miss something you've been waiting to bid on your whole life. Do not go anywhere. Once this begins, you cannot leave. Otherwise, you're going to greatly miss out. Those are sold $395. I've been waiting for bids and waiting for bids and waiting for bids. None ever came. Okay, next auction is this. We got Alamo Saints. This is Kiss live in San Antonio, Texas. This is October 19th, 1979 on green vinyl. Limited edition green vinyl with poster. Recorded live at Hems Fair Arena in San Antonio, Texas, October 19th, 1979. That's now up for bid, $75. Do not leave the chat. Surely by now everybody's got the kids in bed, wives in bed, Kids are fed. Dogs been walked. Cats are fed. And now you're locked into Coletco for the rest of the night. We're doing buy it now, best offer vintage. We got Kiss bootleg. There's the next one, $75 start. Going once, going twice. No bid yet, I'm about to sell it. We got Scarecrow, $35 start. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. Who's Scarecrow? That's John Cougar Mellencamp. Does have a little bit of discoloration on the back. Kiss has a bid for $75, going once, going twice. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Bay City Rollers is in shrink wrap. That is $9.99 on that. Jimmy Buffett Before the Salt, which is a compilation 2 LP of Jimmy Buffett tracks before kind of earlier Jimmy Buffett's the best way to put that. $34.99. I have not bought before, but have registered. Please let me know if you need more. Okay, thank you. And yeah, let's go ahead and whoever the backup bidder on that Paul McCartney was, we need to sell that to Joseph Alves. I never did hear back from Jason Liu, and they no longer can bid. They never did register. I'm going to double check one more time over here. One more time. Yeah, they never did register. No message. They were just playing around for the fun of it. So those, I've got to resell that one. They were just, they're probably still watching, just like I got them. We got Eric Clapton slow hand, but unfortunately they didn't make it to billing. So change that bid to, I think, Joseph Alves for $50 on that Wings Over America. I know he's going to pay for it, and go ahead and tag him for that, okay? Next is Eric Clapton slow hand, $34.99. Chad, I forgot to double check. Did you pull my Metallica Black Album claim? I didn't. I never did see anybody claim Metallica Black Album till right now. This is sold to Philip Hope, a 2LP Metallica Black Album for $33.99, okay? There's that, and there's that. MIGO. I knew it was MIGO. I've been selling toys for a long time. I've never heard anybody say MIGO. It's always been MIGO. Utopia, 2LP. This is $26.99. Now, everybody knows I'm not the best on pronunciations, but I've never heard it pronounced MIGO before. Utopia is a 2LP, $26.99 on that. And then the Best of Spirit is $19.99. Donna said I didn't reply to her chat. Oh my gosh, you're probably one of 500. What was the Prince that was shown earlier? There was a couple different Prince albums that was shown earlier. Prince that was shown earlier. Prince that was shown earlier. There was the Versace Experience, Prelude to Go To. Here was the first one. It says Rare, 1995, limited release, first time on vinyl for $33.99. The Versace Experience, Prelude to Gold, $33.99 on that. The other one I have over here was Prince, and that was called Truths, and I think that was in the previous crate. And if you give me a second, I'll show that again. Right now, the last bid on Kiss, Ryan Annals went out. John Smetzer has it for 100. It's a final call. And then Edmund Estrada says, can I get Filter from the previous crate? You can. Filter also from the previous crate is sold to Edmund Estrada. Did I miss some comments there? I may have. This is sold to Edmund Estrada. So that's sold and sold on the Black Album. Let me go back up front and see where his Black Album claim was. Because wherever your Black Album claim was, I need to find that and see if there was anything else that came in around that time. I don't see it. It may not ever made it to Restream. So there's that. And then let's go ahead and see. Susie said she wants both prints. Okay, let's go ahead and sell those. But there is an extra one if Donna wants it on the Versace. And I still got to find the other one. What's happened to it? It was right here. Donna, if you want this, it's yours. If not, I'll go ahead and sell it to Susie. Or did we sell both copies? And then somebody asked earlier, what was the Metallica Seattle? What was the Dave Matthews? Can you show me the Queen's Rock again? And what were the Panteras? Holy moly, I might as well restart the show. Here is this one. Here's Prince, The Truth. That's the other one, Donna. If you let me know, I'll sell it to you. If not, it goes to Susie. Here is Prince. I'll go ahead and sell it if anybody else wants it. Let's go ahead and make John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow a buy it now for $35. John Cougar Mellencamp is a buy it now. No bid for Scarecrow. If anybody wants that for $35, that's a $35 buy it now. All right, let me rewind the show. I'll put everything back in the bins. We'll restart right quick. Just joking. Prince is sold, or excuse me, that one's sold. That one's pending to Donna. And we have Prince, Alamo Saints, and this is officially sold for $100 to John Smetzer, okay? David got John Mellencamp for $35. So here's how we're going to do the Prince. Donna wants both. So we're going to sell this one and this one to Donna, okay? Let's do that first. And then Susie is going to get a Versace Experience and she's going to go on a waiting list for Prince Truce. That won't be a problem whatsoever. There'll definitely be more in this week. So Susie goes on the waiting list for Prince Truce, okay? That is sold. And now let's put up another Kiss bootleg right quick. Let's go over here to the high-end bin. This one looks pretty cool. If you need a request, just let me know. I'll start bumping it in rotation. Here is Kiss Unmasked. It's an unofficial 2014, limited to 50 copies on black vinyl. It has 2 posters, a set of 18 cards, and a original inner sleeve. Recorded live in Groningen, Holland, and Leiden, Netherlands, 1980. So essentially, Kiss live in Netherlands with a ton of bonus stuff. $80 start on that. $80 start on that. Next thing I have over here is going to be another Japanese auction right quick. And that next Japanese auction is going to be Sting. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. This is the Sting soundtrack. Very cool. Very cool cover that has Obi. That is a $35 start. That is the Sting soundtrack. Has the insert, or no insert actually. Does have an Obi. 35 on that. Very cool Kiss bootleg there. Unmasked World Tour 1980. $80 start on that. Then there was, I think, one other claim. So we sold the Prince. We got that working out. Either way, y'all are going to be able to get them. They're in stock. They'll be in this week. We'll keep it the way I had it. And we have the very best of Gene McDaniels. That is $9.89. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. A 2010 pressing. 2010 on 180 gram. That is $34.99. John says, thanks, Chad. I was at the Kiss concert and SA on that date in 1979. Wow, that's pretty cool. Price on Metallica Death Magnetic. That was $44.99. Kiss has a new bid for $80. And I think there's one more thing that I may have missed earlier, or one more thing I was going to do. What was I about to do? Aha. I know what I was about to do. I've got several of these in stock. I thought this one would be really popular. Here's another design on the Roxax official licensed products. Blah, blah, blah. The Misfits. You didn't know this morning when you woke up you was going to be purchasing a Misfits air freshener for $7.99, did you? You had no idea. Not at all. And I've got 10 of those, the Misfits. Anything with that logo on is collectible. I had somebody say the other day, man, it's amazing how the Misfits have such a following with merchandise. You see so much Misfits merchandise out there in the world. I was like, I know, it's crazy. Those are also $7.99. All right, and then Kiss has 2 bids for $80, and we have Muddy Waters, Unk and the Funk. Muddy Waters is $29.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We have Willie Dixon, Ginger Ale Afternoon. Willie Dixon is $39.99, and Gary Ride, I don't see that one too often. Gold Stamp promo from 1988. That is Who Am I? $14.99. Who am I? Who am I supposed to be? That's what Joe Davola asked Elaine. We have Kiss at 80, Kiss at 85, Kiss at 80, Kiss at 85. The high bidder on Kiss is Joseph Alves at $85. Joseph Alves at $85. Sting is a $35 start, no bid yet. Misfits air freshener, 1 sold to Scott Arnold, 1 sold to Jeff Brindley. I have more if anybody else wants one. Scott Oman wants one. Okay? And Jay Nutra also wants one. I keep wanting to call him Jay Nutria. So there's another one sold. There's another one sold. These are gone. So there's one for Scott. There's one for Jay, okay? And then those are all sold. So 4, I should have about 6 left if anybody else wants one. All right, there's those. And now he's out on Kiss. This is at $85. Next is Carpenter's Now and Then. This is a quad press. A quad press, $39.99 on that. Also, Vinegar Joe, Rock and Roll Gypsies. That's $24.99. Has a promo sticker on the front. Yellow Atco label, OG for $24.99. Also over here is Frigid Pink. Nice. A 1970 Sonic press. A nice copy. No condition notes, a nice jacket. $49.99. J.D. Conklin's in on Kiss at $90. That means, Joseph, you're out. The Blues Brothers, a 2014 180 gram, $29.99. Keep in mind, this is a buy it now best offer crate. This is a Friday music pressing. Friday music pressing on that. Those are pretty expensive when they came out new. And Inner Space soundtrack. Gold Stamp promo, Inner Space soundtrack is $19.99. Sting can be bought for a $35 buy now. That's a no bid. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a new sleeve. And we got just a few more Japanese pressings over here. And remarkably, we have almost sold an entire crate of Japanese pressings, okay? But I'm going to put this right over here. We got to keep the streak going. I need somebody bought in on some classic ragtime. That's an amazing movie. Surely you need that. Kiss is at 90. What inserts with Kiss? I'll pull them all out and show them to you. This is got cards with it. I think this is the sheet of cards, 2 posters, and a set of 18 cards in original inner sleeve. So there's the set of 18 cards, and then it's obviously a 2 LP, and then it comes with 2 posters and inner sleeves. So there's the 2 posters and inner sleeves. So 2 posters, inner sleeves, cards, and vinyl. And this has a high bid of $90 right now. Unmasked World Tour 1980. Now it's at $100, and then the price on Inner Space, that is $19.99, gold stamp promo. Rufus and Shaka Khan, Master Jam, $9.99 on that. Catch, that is from 1969, that's $29.99. And we have Mose Jones, Get Right, a 1973, wow, on the Sounds of the South label. I thought I'd seen everything on that label. I didn't know Mose Jones was on there. I'm pretty sure I've clicked on Discogs before. And like I didn't know, I thought there was only 2 things, that Blues Festival and Leonard Skinner. Mose Jones, that's that same first label as Leonard Skinner. That's very bizarre to see that. That is $34.99. All right, give me 1 second, please. We got to do one thing over here. I am checking on something. 1 second, please. Okay. There's that. So Kiss is at 120 with Joseph Alves. We have Kinks second time around. The Kinks is $14.99, a gold stamp promo, RCA. $14.99 on that. Let's go ahead and add another auction right quick. And the next one I have over here is John Fogerty, center field. We're going to put this one up for just a $25 start. John Fogerty, center field, put me in, coach. This is near mint minus and pristine. There is the LP. There's the insert. It's in shrink with the Obi. $25 start on that. I'm about to go grab some more paperback books too. But first, here's Jerry Lee Lewis. He's $9.99, Southern Roots. And John Cougar Mellencamp, American Full. He's $19.99. And we have Near Mint Minds. Jeff, I forgot to answer yours earlier. Sorry. Yes, Metal Church is coming in this week. They were already in my cart. Yes, they are coming in this week. Sorry I didn't answer you earlier. That's one of those things. I answer so much stuff in my head, and I don't do it out loud. Y'all think I'm ignoring y'all, and I'm not. It's just I answer stuff in my head. I don't say it out loud. But, yes, they're in this week. Next air freshener, the Grateful Dead. Very cool. Has the Deadhead logo. I've got 10 of these. They're $7.99. $7.99. Donna says, Chad, please let Susie have The Truth by Prince. Daughter says she has a copy, but I still want Versace. Okay, so take Susie off the wait list for The Truth. Give that one that Donna bought to Susie. No waiting list for Susie and no waiting list for Donna. Grateful Head, when you woke up this morning, you had no idea you was going to be buying a Grateful Dead air freshener from Chad live on Facebook tonight on Coletco. Kiss is still getting bids, 105, 110, 120, 125. Joseph, you're out. Glenn has it for 125 free. Wow, a German pressing has a gatefold. 2 things. The U.S. are typically not gatefolds, and that's a nice German press, $34.99. That's very clean. That is free. And then we got West Bruce and Lang, $19.99. It's actually not free. It's $34.99. This is a vintage new arrivals crate. Everything in here is BINBO. And you may say, what does that mean? That means if you want to buy something, you can go ahead and buy it, or you can go ahead and make an offer. If anybody new is tonight, or making a purchase for the first time, thank you. We're usually nonstop, fast-paced here. Sometimes if you need to slow me down to ask me a question, go right ahead. I do this every night. $8 in limited shipping. You can buy with confidence. I've been selling here on Facebook for 6 years now. I've had a business for, well, I guess since I was in middle school, technically, when I was selling baseball cards on the playground, and I was taking everybody's lunch money. Welcome to Collectco. That's what we're doing now. It's Collectco, and we sell vinyl and other collectibles live right here every single night. And I'm telling you all this so you can think about it while I take a drink of water. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm working on blocking some more people. Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, let me take them off. And goodbye. Okay. I've had a lot of fun removing people tonight. Okay, so where are we at right now? Kiss, John Fogerty, and air fresheners. The first thing we have is Kiss 125, Kiss 130. Jeff Brindley got a Grateful Dead for $7.99. No, these aren't vintage. They're new and sealed. Susie, the Kiss album or the Prince albums were $33. Susie, $33. Ryan Mustaine on free. Thank you on that. And then over here, and then, okay, next is the band Rock of Ages. The band is $49.99. That's a 2 LP with trifold jacket, $49.99 on that. And Freedom is a 1971 specialty press. Freedom through the years is $39.99. Cotillion, some interesting stuff in here. All right, did we get done on Kiss? There was another bump from Joseph. Glenn went out. Thank you, Glenn, for letting me know you're done. Joseph has that for $130. I have no idea what these smell like. I hadn't figured it out. We've been selling them for, I sold a bunch of Aussies, and I still got some. I don't know what they smell like. I guess they smell like weed. I have no idea. And then John Fogerty is a buy it now for $25. If anybody wants that, center field. I've got down to just a handful of Japanese stuff here. If anybody wants to make an offer on Sting, you can do that. John Fogerty's a $25 buy it now. If anybody wants to grab that. Kelly Flottercheck on John Fogerty, $25. Susie wants a Grateful Dead for $7.99, and that's sold. I've got several Grateful Deads left. Kiss is sold to Joseph. Let's get more Kiss bootlegs up tonight. We got Kiss auctions probably for the next several hours, and then next to them is going to be anything else, perhaps. And that's what we're going to be selling. All righty. The Grateful Dead's air freshener scent is what a Grateful Dead concert would have smelled like in 1977. If any of y'all ever went to a Grateful Dead concert, 60s, 70s, 80s, whenever, and you smelt and you took a deep breath, that is the smell that's going to resonate in your car, okay? Here's Ozzy. Let's go ahead and show these. I only got this design. They are $7.99. Danny says he wants one. Anybody else? This smells like an Ozzy concert. That's what that smells like, an Ozzy concert. I've got more there if anybody else wants them. Speaking of Ozzy, let's put up a Kiss auction. And the next one I have is going up right now. Let's pull some more from the high-end bin. The high-end bin. This one is Kiss Cruise 9, 11, 9, I guess. Yeah, Kiss Cruise 9. This is October 30th and November 4th, 2019. Miami to the Great Stirrup Bay, Bahamas, Falmouth, Jamaica. And this is Unofficial 2024, limited to 50 on Go Vinyl. Special velvet cover, recorded live at Kiss Cruise on the ship in Norwegian Pearl, November 1st, 2019. A $95 start. A $95 start. Scott Oman also on an Aussie. I don't know if I open one of these up and smell it, if I can identify it. So one sold to Scott Oman, one sold to Danny. I've got 2 sold so far. Let's go ahead and finish up this buy it now best offer, Ben. We got Woody's Truck Stop from 1969. Woody's Truck Stop is $34.99. Also over here, we have Alice Cooper Constrictor. Nice, a clean copy of Alice Cooper here, clean with the inner sleeve, $29.99. By the way, the inner sleeve is just an original plastic company inner sleeve, the way it came, I think. And then this is Jackie DeShannon. What the world needs now is love, $14.99. James says there's vanilla scent. Vanilla scent, okay? There's that. Wade says he'll take one and we can open it and get a live smell taste, all right? I'll try to open it where it's not as... Here, I'll see if I can get it open where we can just get to it. Maybe even like tape the bottom back up or something. Let me see what I can do here. Here we go. I'll open it up like this. That way it'll slide back in. Oh, wow. Man, I highly approve. Whew. Oh, man. I might have to put one in my car. That will make my Tahoe smell wonderful. Whew. Yes, it's like, man, I approve. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that. All right, so let's go over Kiss again. Kiss Cruise, limited edition of 50. Go Vinyl, special velvet cover. Oh, no, velvet. I don't like that. Kiss Cruise, not 2019. We do have a bid for 100. Noah Caldwell wants an Aussie air freshener as well. I've got more. Let me find them. And next is Guy Shard on Alice Cooper. Laura's already left for the night. She had to leave early tonight. Guy Shard on Alice Cooper. Wayne Davis, you're second. Next auction is going to go up right now. But first, I better find some more Aussies. We got one for Noah Caldwell. Here's sold to Noah. That's sold to Noah. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to see what's left over tonight. I'm going to pick one out and put it in my car. I can't wait to show y'all the next couple of designs. What's it smell like? I guess it is kind of like vanilla, but it kind of smelled like a new car, which always to me kind of smelled like vanilla too. Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's like a new car smell, vanilla. It's good. It's good. It has a good smell. Hubert Laws and Earl Clue, that's $19.99. Also, the Beetle 62 to 66, a German pressing from Apple, $49.99. Nice. A German press, Apple, clean, nice. And final call on Kiss, one bid for 100. We're about to sell it. We've got probably, 30 more Kiss bootlegs to sell. I've got just a couple more Japanese to run. Next is Peter Frampton. I have a feeling David's going to bid on this one. This is going to go up for just a $25 start. It's a Japanese pressing. And this is a $25 start. Where I should be, $25 start. It has this insert. It has this. And there's the cover and Obi. $25 start on that. Aurora says she'll take an Aussie too. I've got more. There's that one. So that one sold to Aurora Shelton. Thank you on that. That is sold. I have Aussie, Dead, Megadeth, and Misfits. What else do you have? I'm about to show more. I'm trying to sell out the Aussies right now. How many more do I have? By the way, these are $7.99. Let me get them all together here. There's at least 2 more Aussies. Surely there's more. But we did sell a bunch the last time I had these. I sold a ton the last time I had them. Yeah, I've got a few more. There's at least 2 more here in my hand. And then Aurora, I wanted to make sure earlier, you offered 16 on this. I was at 25 and I said 20. Did you say sold or pass on this? Because I never did tag you. I don't know if you got lost in the comments, but just so you know. And then Glenn said he'll take 2 Aussies. That just sold 2 more that I had in my hand. And make sure these go in for $7.99, please. There's 2 for Glenn Butch. And then over here, we have On the Road to Freedom, Alvin Lee and Mylon LaFever. That is $14.99. Chet Atkins and Doc Watson, Reflections. Chet Atkins and Doc Watson. That is over here for $14.99. Also, I have the Temptations Greatest Hits, 19.99. The Temptations Greatest Hits, that's 19.99. And that's Stimpy on YouTube. Okay, thank you. And then Robert Plant Now and Zen. Wow, just 19.99. That needs to probably stay sticker price. Clean with the original under sleeve, 19.99 on that. And then there's a U.S. John Fogerty in shrink with the double hop sticker. And I think this has the Zan's Can't Dance track updated on the back too, $24.99. And then Kiss is sold to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $100. Thank you on that. Final call to bid on Frampton for $25. Jeff Brindley also wants an Aussie air freshener. You got it. And I have at least 3 here in my hand. So that leaves 2 for sure. That leaves 2 for sure. And the only other ones I've shown that I still have handy over here is the Grateful Dead. And there's 2 Aussies. Okay, I'm about to bring out some more. But first, we got to put up more Kiss auctions. It is Kiss auction night, not air freshener night. But air fresheners have been the hit so far. I knew they would. And when I saw they had a lot more in stock, I was like, holy moly, I got to stock up on these air fresheners. Plus, I had a feeling we'd sell a bunch here in our store. That's great stuff to put up by the checkout line when you're checking out. Yeah, here's my order. Go ahead and give me a couple air fresheners, too. We got Kiss, and this is an 84 Japan. Wow. 1984. So this is another vintage Kiss bootleg. 3 LP recorded live at Universal Amphitheater in Universal City, California. $195 star. A vintage original Kiss bootleg from 84. Japan, 10th anniversary tour. $195 star. Wow. So there's that, and Peter Frampton can be bought for just a $25 buy it now. You can pick up Mr. Frampton for $25 if you want him. He's a no bid. Think long and you'll think wrong. She's passing on that Fleetwood Mac, so if anybody wants it for $20, let me know, okay? Thank you for letting me know. We tagged him for an Aussie. Scott Smith on a Chet Atkins with Doc Watson, sell that to him. Danny Thomason, I'm going to say the Temptations for $13. And then Brent Robley wants 2 Deads. There's 2 Deadheads for Brent. Thank you on that. And then Scott Markheim on an Aussie. I at least have 1 more left. There's one for Scott. Thank you. Kiss is a $195 star. Oh, Bill and Ted. Yeah, I can go ahead and do that and just put Bill and Ted. Sorry. Thank you. And if y'all want to bid on this one, put Bill and Ted. This is another official. Check this out. 1991 UK limited edition picture disc. This 12-inch single features Kiss, King's X, and Slaughter. My goodness. I didn't know this existed. This is a real deal. It's Bill and Ted from Kiss, and it also has King's X and Slaughter. It's beautiful. Near mint, the plastic sleeve. The original plastic sleeve has the hop sticker. There's the back page of it. And if you want to bid on this, put Bill. Okay? Bill. Not Kiss, because there's another Kiss already up that's $195 start. That's a real 91 picture disc with Kiss, Slaughter, and King's X. And that's God Gave Rock and Roll to You, Bill and Ted. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. Please put Bill if you're bidding on that. Susie Breelove got the Peter Frampton for $25. And we have an offer for $28 for both Robert Plants, topographic, okay? I'm not done with the crate. What was that one? 19. And then this one was 19. And then we got a question on mastering. I'll do 15 and 15. I'll do 30. I'll do 15 and 15. I'll do 30 on that, okay? 30 on that. And then over here, we have next this and this. And then Bill, 30, 35, now 40. And then there was another question. Chad, where was Christopher Dean at? Chad. I saw Christopher Dean. There he is. Chad, what is the mastering gear on the Beetle 6266? Okay. John just has this as Apple German. $49.99. Year, it might be OG. Let me run the catalog number right quick. Discogs catalog number on this is, we're looking at C188-05 space 307 is a matrix label number. And it's coming up as a 73 German, I think. And, of course, I'm sure there's a billion versions of this. I mean, there's no telling how many different times this has been pressed worldwide. Maybe 73 German. Okay. Now, the next thing is Bill 35, 40, 50. Topographic says so. Tag those for 15, 15. Bill 51, Bill 60, 61. Okay, and then Aussie. Danny wants a second Aussie, right? A second Aussie, so did Danny. Okay, thank you on that. And my stack here is getting a little lopsided. So let me take all these books and air fresheners and everything in here on the table before we have a spill. And they all get out of order. So let me go ahead and take all this in here. And let me just get all these air fresheners stacked up right there. Okay. I still can smell the Aussie, which is, like I said, not a bad smell. It's actually quite refreshing. All right. Christopher Dean said, sold on that. Thank you. All right, and let's show the Kiss, because it's a pricier record. Let's kind of actually show it. So Kiss 10th Anniversary Tour. I'd say the jacket's VG just because of a dent right in here. It's kind of got a crease there. A little bit of shelf wear. I mean, but it is a vintage bootleg. It's from 84. I really like that tank on there. That's amazing. And then here's the 3 LPs. They're on Kiss 10th Anniversary labels. And this was actually pressed in Japan. It's an 84 Japanese bootleg made in Japan. And it's from Universal City, March 27, 1983. If you want to bid on this, you can put Kiss. And we're looking for a $195 start. $195 start. Okay, and then the Bill and Ted's at $66.75. Never have seen that before. And then finishing this up, we got, I've already shown that, it's $24.99. Doobie Brothers Stampede is $12.99. The Frost is $29.99. And Peter Gabriel, the Rain on the Car album, his first solo debut, Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill, original on her sleeve, no condition notes, $34.99. All right, here is our next big air freshener. Okay, our next big air freshener. And this is really cool. This will be the one, if I don't sell out, that's going in my Tahoe. Let's see here. Same price. Let me get them as many as I sort. I should have 10 of them. Oh, by the way, puzzles are coming in this week, too. They have restocked our puzzles. I don't know what day they're going to all be here, but I had 5 pages, 25 per page at 2 or 3 per puzzle. That's like 100, let's see, 75, 150 puzzles could show up this week. All right. Dark Side of the Moon. Dark Side of the Moon. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I should have 10. So that is that final call to get a bid in on Kiss for $195. This was a buy now best offer crate. I'm about to read through that again. And the first thing I have is yeah, let me just start reading through these again. Okay, Brent wants 1, Susie wants 1, Jeff Brindley wants 1. There's 3 sold. And let's start reading through some of these again. There's some stuff in here that got overlooked, I think. Michael Church wants 1. John Fogerty for 20. That was a nice shrink-wrapped copy there. Aurora Shelton wants 1. Scott Oman wants 1. And now Bill and Ted's at 81. And there's at least 4 Dark Side of the Moons. I'm trying to find the last one over here in my box. I'm almost done getting. The way they ship these is they just pitched them all. I think they counted them out and just pitched them into a box. They didn't have to worry about like packaging them too well, it looks like, because I have them mixed up everywhere. I'm only counting. I don't see another Dark Side of the Moon. They might have. I'm glad I'm counting them because they might have shorted me one. I have had that happen before. Yeah, I don't see another one. Or there's more on the way. I could have swore I ordered more. Y'all should see how many more of these there are. Oh my gosh. There's a bunch of them. Michael Ruttman wants 2. So, looks like I'll be ordering more air fresheners. I don't see any more. I guess I just got 9. Is this my invoice? Here we go. This will tell me what I need to know. They only sent me 9. I only got 9 Misfits. No, I got 9 Grateful Deads. I was supposed to have 10 Pink Floyds. I only counted 9 right then. So, and then that's sold to Susie. She wants 1 more. Let me count those again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm supposed to have 1 more. I'll go through them again. These are buy now best offer. Blind Faith is $34.99. Blind Faith is $34.99. We have those Lazy Hazy Days of Summer, Nat King Cole. That's $9.99. Andy Griffin and Cleopatra, that's $26.99. Yes, that is Andy Griffin. That's a comedy album from him, $26.99. Don't see that one as often. Shirley and Lee, The Imperial Sides. Shirley and Lee was $19.99. Also, Tom Johnston for $14.99. Still got the Bay City Rollers. Jimmy Buffett, Before the Salt. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand. Utopia, The Best of Spirit. Gene McDaniels. Johnny Cash was a 2010 pressing of Folsom Prison, $34.99. And Muddy Waters, Unk and the Funk, $29.99. All right, no one bid on Kiss. We got to keep these going. So that's a buy it now for $195 on that one. A BIN is $195 on Kiss. Bill and Ted's at $90. Kiss is $195. Next was Willie Dixon. This is Ginger Ale Afternoon, $39.99. Roar wants to put back her Aussie and just wants one Pink Floyd. Okay, so let me go walk in here then, because if I don't do that right now, it's going to end up on your invoice, or they're going to forget to swap it, or it's going to get misplaced, or it's going to end up in a Hatchet Head crate in 3 months. So let me go pull one off the stack, and that way we know we still got an Aussie available. Hey, if you was like, dang, I should have bought an Aussie when I had a chance, now you have a chance. Aussie is a buy it now if anybody wants it. Bill and Ted's at $90 with Jeff Brindley. And then over here we have an offer on Kiss, and we have Gary Wright, $14.99 on Gary Wright. We have Carpenters for $39.99. So where was I at, Jeff? $175, $195, $185, and it's yours. $185 and it's yours. Over here we got Vintage Joe for $24.99. We have Frigid Pink, a beautiful copy of this for $49.99. Brent Robley on WD, that's Willie Dixon for $30. So to Brent. We got Blues Brothers for $29.99. He says he's done on Bill and Ted. So that's at $90 with Jeff Brindley. Going to once, going to twice. Let's go ahead and try our next. This is Kiss, the greatest band in the world. Kiss is a 2015 limited to 300 on green vinyl from an Analog Master Source and Salon Arena in San Francisco, California, 1979. That's pretty cool looking. $75 star. And then this is also Kiss related too. It's Bill and Ted Picture Disc. This also has music from Slaughter and King's X on it. It's a 3-track picture disc from the UK, 1991. Bill and Ted is still getting bids. Bill and Ted is still getting bids on that. And Jeff really said he'd do 180 on Kiss. Let's do it. Sold for 180. Now, those are not, so far, no left behind. So far, no left behind on Kiss auctions. And then over here, this is still getting new bids. We sold Willie Dixon. Kiss sold for 180. If you want to bid on this one, it's a $75 start. It's green vinyl. It's a 2 LP. It is available. And let's take a look at it. It's 2 LP. I like in that green color. Has a Rich Winter sleeves here with it. And that is a gatefold that's available. Bill and Ted still getting bids now, 92, so we're not done. Jeff Brindley, there's still bids coming in on Bill and Ted. Brent said 22 on Muddy, so did Brent Robley. George says FP 39, so did George Sheriff for 39. Ryan Eaton on Andy Griffin for $20, sold. He's out on Bill and Ted. Carol Lucero, $92. Guess what? We're not done with air fresheners. I have another one. ACDC. Same price, $7.99. ACDC, $7.99. And technically, we're not sold out of anything. Well, yeah, we're sold out of Dark Side of the Moon, which I got shorted one. I'm still trying to make sure it's not over here somewhere. Unless somebody here at the store bought it. I need to ask Ed to make sure somebody here in the store didn't buy it. Okay. ACDC. Very cool. There you go. All right. I've got 10. I should have 10 of those. Jimmy Buffett Before the Salt is a 2 LP, $34.99. 2 LP, $34.99. Also, Inner Space Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Rod Stewart, Wayne Chung. Sam Cooke is on there. Rufus and Shaka Khan Master Jam. Catch. Mose Jones, and check this out. It's on that Leonard Skinner label from MCA, Sounds of the South. I never have seen hardly anything else. It looked like it has a promo sticker on the back that was peeled off, $34.99. And Kinks, second time around, Kinks is $14.99. All right, Bill and Ted, we done? Looks like 92. No bid on this Kiss for 75. And let me get all the AC/DCs together so I can start counting out AC/DCs. Uh-oh, did I only get 5 of these? I think I only got 5 AC/DCs. We're going to have a waiting list on these. Yep, I only got 5. I knew I should have got 10 AC/DCs. We'll give them to the first 5 people. There's 4. And there's 5. That's my first 5, okay? And that's going to go to Scott Arnold, Susie Breedlove, Danny Thomason, Jeff Brindley, and Scott Markheim. So we just need one person on the waiting list. I'm obviously going to order more of these. Scott Oman. Scott Oman, you're next on a waiting list, okay? We'll take care of you on that. He's locked in a bid on 75. He being Bill Samus, Jerry Lee Lewis, Southern Roots, John Cougar, American Full, Wes Bruce and Lang, The Band, Rock of Ages. We still got Freedom, Woody's Truck Stop, Jackie DeShannon, Bob Panozniak. Are you the one who asked about it? You are. Let's sell this to Bob Panozniak for $28. That's a cool comp because that early Jimmy Buffett stuff is pretty tough to find. On the Road to Freedom, the Doobie Brothers Stampede, The Frost is still available, and Peter Gabriel. And it's time to sell Bill and Ted. Multiple bidders, a lot of people in, a lot of people out. But this is sold to Carol Lucero for 92. And that's under the same bill as Pat, right? Pat, Bill Lucero, same thing. Is that right? That's sold. Scott Arnold says give him to Scott Oman. Change Scott Arnold's AC/DC to Scott Oman. Travis Woods said 10 on the Kinks. That's sold to Travis Woods for $10. And guess what? Kiss is sold to Bill Samus, one bid for $75. Nice. So let's put more auctions up. How many more Japanese? I just got a couple more I haven't ran tonight over here. Bill and Ted was my double down there, so I didn't have another slot that I could probably or try to keep up with. Let's go back to the high-end crate now. And high-end, I think, is just stuff 95 and up she had tagged. Oh, another vintage one. I didn't realize this one was vintage, like made in the 80s. It is. It's an 88, another Japanese, Tokyo Hall, Japan, and it was from a concert in 88. April 21st, 1988. And this is Kiss, and it's called Kiss Her Back. Kiss Her Back, and that's another one. So it's been put into a sleeve. It has one of these stickers like they use for these modern bootlegs, but this is, in fact, a vintage one from 88. It's a 2 LP, and it's a $95 start, and that is specifically Budokan 1988. 2 LP, $95 start on that. Okay, and then let's go back up to the top. And then I'll do 25 on Johnny Cash. I will go ahead and sell Blind Faith for 26. And that was right here. Sell that to Jared Inc. And then Frost. Frost is right here. Vanguard. The jacket's actually nice. This is known for having a lot of ring wear. Exceptionally nice vinyl. EX Plus or better. $29.99 Brent. Inner Space. I will split that one with you at 15. And then Kiss was pressed in Japan. Yeah, it was made in Japan, actually. And then Freedom. That was right back here. And yes, Derek Clark asking about the stuff that I can't believe no one bought. A 71 Best Way press through the years. Also $39.99, okay? Scott Arnold's going to get Johnny Cash for $22. Just so you know, it does have a little bit of a seam blip right up here. Other than that, it's really nice. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $22. Thank you. Now, the only air freshener I have not shown tonight has actually been shown before in the past. I have, in fact, shown these before. I went ahead and ordered a bunch of them because it's a super popular band. So I'm well stocked on these. And I just found another Aussie, so that's good. And that's Ghost. I've got Ghost. Those are $7.99. I had these in Aussie came in like 3 weeks ago. And what happened, my sales rep reached out to me. He's like, hey, did you know we got a bunch more of these in? And I was like, really? And I went and looked, and there's like, I don't know, 50 different ones. That might be an exaggeration, but there was a bunch, and some they're already sold out of. I was like, dang, where did I miss these at? Yeah, that's Ghost. I think I got a bunch of those. I did. And if you order 20, I think you get a bigger discount. So I went ahead and ordered 20. And the others, I was like, I'll just order a few and see what happens. A quarter less, unless I'm selling thousands, isn't that big of a deal. So that's sold to Susie, and that's sold to Jeff Brindley. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's Ghost. And I think those are all Ghost. Yeah, those are all Ghost, and they're all available. Okay, so I'm going to put those right in there. Done. And then Kiss has a bid for 95, and Brent's going to get the Frost for 22. And Freedom, I'll need 30 for Freedom. I'll need 30 for Freedom. That's the first time I've countered you. First time I've countered you, Brent, so far out of the whole crate. Come on. And then Inner Space, I'm going to make sure Barnett's don't want that for 15. Where's my Barnett's at? And going once, going twice. Let's revisit the Japanese crate over here. Unfortunate that Laura had to head out earlier. I was hoping we'd have some new arrivals, but she sent me some stuff here. I think something come up, so I'm going to go into discount crates pretty early tonight, but it is already 10 o'clock. So here's Rod Stewart. This is called Absolutely Live. Rod Stewart's a 2 LP. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. It's a gatefold jacket, a Japanese pressing. It has both inserts and both inner sleeves. It's a $25 start. So didn't hear the price. That's okay. So to Brent for $30. Thank you. All right. And then Kiss, the hammer's up. We're about to sell this. And it does have a bid with Chad Sauls for $95. And then a quick recap now on all the air fresheners. I have shown everything at least once. So here's what I have left in stock and quantities, okay? In stock and quantities, 5 Grateful Deads. These are all $7.99. 2 Aussies, which I thought I sold out of. We had to put back, and I just found another one mixed in with Ghost. So 5 Grateful Deads, 2 Aussies, and Misfits. Always popular. Misfits. I have at least 4, and I think there's 2 more over here. There is 1 more Misfits. Yep. 1 more Misfits. That's my complete air freshener inventory. I've got 5 Misfits, 5 Deads, and 2 Aussies. And we have almost sold them all. Oh, except for Ghost, of course. I've got a bunch of Ghost. I've got a bunch of Ghost. Yeah. That's all of them for tonight. Oh, what a great neck and back adjustment that was. I hope y'all didn't hear that. That sounded horrendous. I'm on very little sleep, but I feel pretty good. I stayed here way too late. Sundays is my day off, but it's my only day I can work here in the store and not really have to, or technically Saturday, not into Sunday, where I don't have to worry about like, oh, I got to get some sleep because I got to do a live broadcast and literally get on here and be able to function properly. But I always go overboard because I'm in the store with all this stuff, and nobody works on anything else essentially except records in this building. So posters and miscellaneous and cassettes and CDs and autographs and all this stuff, I'm just like, wow. And I spent way too much time, and I found so much stuff, though. I can't show it all tonight. I've got stuff to auction, miscellaneous to show. I dug out a little section of some great books, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some pretty cool miscellaneous stuff all week. I've already shown a bunch of it tonight. I got more paperbacks to put up. I almost forgot about those. Let's get into some discount crates. No, I have another new arrival crate to do, best offer from John. So let's do that one. Jeff Brindley wants another Misfits. Phil, I've got to keep these as sticker. These are like a really small margin. I mean, I'm just making, honestly, like a couple bucks a piece on these. So, and then Danny, I will look on other ones. If there's definitely King Diamond, Iron Maiden, GNR, Metallica, I'm ordering them. You can guarantee it. But yeah, I've got to keep these at $7.99. I definitely got to keep these at $7.99. This is just like something I make $2 or $3 on. So no discount on these. No discount on these. Sticker price. Just like any of the new things I order, slim margins, I can't discount these. We've sold a bunch, though. Golly. So what have we sold? 50 of them? Easy to ship, too. We can just put them down in a record jacket. I like stuff like that that's not too complicated to ship, you know. Even if you just sell one with one record, you can just toss it in a sleeve or something. So, all right. And a licensed chiropractor. I am for my own body, not for other people, but I can move my own spine around when I need to. Okay. Let me look at my invoice. I don't know what I am, the markup on these. I'm using their MSRP. These MSRP sometimes I under the clutch pre-order that comes up. I think I'm doing like $10 below MSRP on that, but they left a pretty good margin. And then some things I have to have a couple more dollars on it, or literally we don't make anything on them. Yeah, I'm doing okay on them. But yeah, I can't discount them right now, especially as easy as I'm selling them. Usually new stuff, I'll start discounting if I can't move them. If I don't have any trouble selling them, then I'll start discounting stuff. But when it's flying off the shelf, I definitely keep them sticker price. All right, Rod Stewart's a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now. Rod Stewart absolutely live. And that's our next Japanese buy it now. I've got one more to run, and then I'm probably going to get into other random stuff I have over here. And we got Kiss stuff for the rest of the night. They're still battling out over Kiss. Phil Elliott, you're out. The last bid on that was Chad Sauls at $105. So Chad has that at $105. $105 with Chad Sauls. And we're waiting for one person, Phil Elliott, to see if he wants back in, okay? And we'll see what his move is on that. Let's put that right over there. And we're about to go over here. No, these are brand new products. They're actually up for, like, there's some new ones I think up for pre-order. No, these are brand new arrivals here. I also need to announce this pre-order because if you're not in our Facebook group, I am getting copies of Acid Bath in when the kite string pops. If you want in on this, let me know, because I've got to let this label know how many I need, and I'm going to let them know tomorrow, so hopefully we can have them by Friday, because I've promised everybody they'd be in this week. I've never ordered directly from them before like this, so hopefully they're quick, and we do get them in this week. We've got a ton of pre-orders already, as you can see. And for those that's on YouTube, if you want a copy, I'm getting these directly from the label. And if anybody wants one, they're $39.99. It's Acid Bath when the kite string pops. And if anybody wants those, yes, it's Rotten Records. I'm getting those direct. And when we had those OGs or those reissues that sold for hundreds of dollars, I was like, I need to figure out how to get these. These are not offered through my distribution. So I ordered from 3 really big companies, and none of them offer this. I had to reach out to the label, and they checked on us, and they said, yeah, we'll let you sell them. I sent them a link to one of our live streams, and I think they were impressed. They was like, wow, you move a lot of merchandise. We'll sell them to you. So we've got them, and we got them on the way. I haven't told them how many I want yet. So if anybody else wants any, let me know. And I've had questions about their other catalog already. I have no idea, but I'll find out. I will definitely find out. So if anybody wants one, let me know. They'll be in this week, hopefully. Hopefully. I've never ordered. They're waiting to know how many I need. I think my pre-order right now is, there's 41 comments. I'm going to need at least 60. So probably to have extra stock, because I can't let them know, like, a lot of these places I can say, hey, I need 2 more, I need 2 more, I need 2 more, I need 3 more. With them, I probably need to go ahead and order like a bunch, and hopefully we can sell them over the next week or 2. If you do want one on Facebook or Twitch and you don't have a Facebook, or YouTube or Twitch and you don't have a Facebook, let me know so I don't under order, because when I get them in, they might sell out, and then, you know, I'm not going to say, hey, can y'all ship me 2 more? I have a waiting list. Can you ship me 3 more? I'm going to go ahead and order at least 20 extras. So, and then if I sell out, I'll see how fast or more they can ship me, because they are charging me shipping. Another good thing is a lot of these distribution, I get pretty much free or really inexpensive shipping, so that helps. And it's really quick. Phil Elliott has Kiss for $108, and that's sold to him. Let's keep this show on the road. All right. We got more Kiss to run. Buy it now, best offer coming up. Brand new stuff too, never shown. Let's throw up another random Kiss. I think I got some more official stuff over here. Is this official or is it a bootleg? Kiss Symphony looks like a bootleg. It is. Now, we did sell an OG the last time we had a Kiss show, or one of the few others, and it sold for, I think, several $100s. So this is a bootleg. This is not in print currently. It's either on red or silver vinyl. It's a $55 start. Kiss Symphony, a live 4. That's now what for bid, a $55 start. That's a bootleg. All right, let's do some buy now, best offer. And the first thing I have is Duets by Jerry Lee Lewis and Friends. That's on yellow vinyl, $19.99. But when I email them about my order, I'll see if I can get other ones, okay? I'll see if I can get others, okay? We have Frigid Pink, Earth Omen. Frigid Pink is $49.99. Another Frigid Pink one we don't get as often, $49.99. The cover looks like it has some wear, and it looks like maybe somebody tried to even touch it up a little bit with a black Sharpie. But that one I don't see as often, $49.99. John Sale has Kiss for $55. Thank you, John Sale. And the last Japanese I have not officially put up is right here, and that is Stray Cats Gonna Ball. And I don't think I've had this one before, and we're going to try it for a $35 start. Stray Cats is Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Obi. There's the LP. There's the insert. It is a full album, and Stray Cats is a $35 start. Everything in here is buy now, best offer, including Muddy Mississippi Waters Live, $36.99. Jeff Brindley has Kiss for $60. We also have Son of Spirit, $14.99. Christina Curtis on Jerry Lee Lewis, sold. Britt Robley on Frigid Pink for $40, sold. Moving vinyl tonight, I love it. Utopia, Todd Rundgren, $14.99. Also another Robert Plant, this time Shaken and Stirred. Robert Plant is $19.99. And we have This Is Nat King Cole. That's $9.99. I got an interesting item over here. I told you I dug up some cool miscellaneous stuff. And earlier there was quite a bit of interest in some Planet of the Apes. So let me show you this right here. This is a Planet of the Apes Vintage Original Picture Activity album. It's probably 77, 6. When did that film come out? So it's got like cutout pieces here. It's a coloring book. Those pieces are unpunched, as you can see. It's got color graph, and yeah, this is unplayed with. No coloring or activity. Puzzle fun. Luckily, hadn't been cut out. But it's a Planet of the Apes book. Yep, it's basically new. And then there is a mask on the back, and there's more cutouts. And that is a $15 start. Planet of the Apes Picture Activity Album. MCMLXVI, so 1976. Yeah, Planet of the Apes, $15 start on that. Are you still getting product from Relapse? Yeah, we have an active account with Relapse. I have not ordered from them in a while. I'll reach out to Paul about that. He's out of town starting Wednesday on a buying trip. Paul's about to leave and go to Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, and he's going to be buying almost 15,000 albums over multiple stops. Let's go back to the top. And the first thing we have is Kiss at $60. Muddy Waters got an offer for $30 with George Scherer. Thank you. That's so to George Scherer for $30. Kiss is at $65. Gerald Whitworth on Utopia. Next is Kiss 65, Kiss 75, Kiss 70, Apes 15, Apes 15, Kiss 80. We got the Monty Python Matching Tie and Handkerchief, $14.99. Also, Billy Joe, the Nylon Curtain, $14.99. We have the Pretenders 2 for $24.99. And Bay City Rollers, It's a Game. Bay City Rollers is $9.99. ABC, Lexicon of Love, for a big 80s album. I rarely get that one in. For a big album like this of the 80s, I rarely get that one in. 1982 to be exact, $24.99. Monty Python is sold over here to Kelly Vlodarchek. Yep. Kiss is at $100. Planets at $17. And Stray Cats, I'm still looking for a $35 start. There's no bid yet. I'm about to make it a buy now. What did Danny say? I didn't see that. Danny said, I'd buy 7,500. You always sell those. Most of you battle buyers pick up. That's true. That's pretty true. I'll talk to them. I'll see how easy they can get them, though. My policy on new vinyls, I've never tried to overstock unless I really need to, because I have been burned on a few things. So I try to turn it over really quickly, especially if I know I can order more. That's why, even though we sell out of Metallica every time, I don't order 100 copies, because they're making them right now in Virginia. They're making them every day. So I can always get them. The demand's so high, they're still making them. But limited edition stuff, I'll go ahead and order 20 extra copies. And sometimes I can't even get it because everybody else in the country is doing the same thing. REO Speedwagon, Shrink and Hop, $19.99. Next is Journey. That's an early album there. Looking to the Future. Journey's $34.99. That's one I don't get very often. It's a top loader with the original inner sleeve. $34.99 on that. Kiss is at $100. The Planet of the Apes is at $20. So everything's still getting bids. This is a bootleg, by the way, but OGs are pricey. The Planet of the Apes activity book is basically brand new. It's at $20. Phil Elliott, you're out. Good Rats, Birth Comes to Us All. Good Rats is $19.99. Beyond the Blue Horizon, George Benson. CTI, that's interesting, $29.99. It's a George Benson I don't think I've seen before. $29.99. Kiss with Vinnie Vincent. We did have a couple, and I know I've sold a couple, so I don't know how many total I had. But yeah, I think a lot of them have gone or have been sold, yes. One second, please. Okay, Apes is at 22. Cactus, One Way or Another. This is actually a music on vinyl pressing. So 2017 MOV. Cactus is near mint for $34.99. We have Phil Alvin, and that's with Sun Ra and his orchestra, by the way, $19.99. And this is it Sand? Who is this? Yes, Sand. And it's a promo. Special disc jockey record, not for sale. 2LP, $49.99. Okay, so Kiss, Jeff has it for $100. He outbid John Sales. So, John, if you can let me know if you're back in. You've also been outbid on Planet of the Apes. And let me go ahead and make Stray Cats a buy it now for $35. Stray Cats is $35 buy it now on that. If anybody wants them, $35 buy it now on Stray Cats. All right, and now that's going to go right over here. We only have 3 no bids tonight. They're all Japanese pressings. Alarma, Daniel Amos. Alarma is $19.99, and Christine McVie is $26.99. Christine McVie. Basic Basie, Count Basie and his orchestra, and that's $14.99. John sells out on both, so Phil, you have that for $22. I'm about to sell it to you. And this over here is a high bid with Jeff, and Jeff, I'm about to get that to you as well. I got to send, give me 1 second, though. All right, Laura, send me that. Okay, so let's sell these and put up new stuff. So Kiss is sold to Jeff Brindley for $100. Planet of the Apes, I'm actually going to probably, I've got a board and bag for this. Let me take the tape off of it, the bag, so it don't accidentally stick to the cover. And let me see if it'll fit in the crate. If not, I'm going to go ahead and take it in here on the table. There we go. I think it'll fit. Yeah, I'm going to put that, whoever's watching, I'm putting that down in the crate, okay? So it's going to be down in the crate with the vinyl. Let me go ahead and introduce the next Kiss auction. And these look really cool. I think these are really well made. Very cool here. Check this out. Kiss Rock AM Ring, Nuremberg, Germany on May 18th, 1997, the reunion tour. It's like in a faux leather bound book. It's numbered on the back, 261 of 275, and I bet Laura's stickers in here. It is. It's live at Rock AM Festival, Nuremberg reunion tour. So this is MTV Europe live broadcast, and it comes with some inserts right in here, insert and poster. And this one's going to be a $95 start. $95 start. So it comes with poster over there on the left in the pocket. So it's almost like a nice file binder, if that makes sense. And then the disc is tucked right in there. Just a little bit of a bump right there. $95 start on that one. That's our next Kiss auction. And then the no bids are Stray Cats, Gonna Ball for $35, Rod Stewart $25, and the Sting $35. And Eddie, I am looking for offers, or you can go ahead and claim them. Okay. And then Brent Robley on Sand for $40. Nice pickup there. And let's find something else to run right quick. I have the Pointer Sisters. And this is $9.99. And the 77s. The 77s is $26.99. My next auction is going to be, let me step back over here to my vintage paperbacks. And did I have another stash of auction stuff over here? Books. What is all this? Oh, yeah, here we go. I've been looking for the CONAN. Gosh, we got so much stuff. Oh, my gosh. Hey, one day at a time. Johnny Cash said one piece at a time. There's John's 4 Pepsi cans. He drank 4 Pepsis today. Oh, my gosh. That's a lot of Pepsi, John. Let's go over here and see what happens. So, we have Clay Moore on the 77s for $20. Sold. Let's go ahead and run that. Kiss 95, and then Eddie, if you want a bundle deal on those or make an offer, don't hesitate. Let's go back over here to our vintage paperbacks. Oh boy, let's do these two here. We got Conan and Conan. We got Conan the Flame Knife and Conan the Avenger. Is it Conan or Conan? And these two are going to go up. Those are actually in pretty good condition. Vintage paperbacks there. Awesome. $15 start on those. Let's sell those together. Okay, next over here is the Beatles Early Years 1. That's $19.99. The Beatles Early Years. Michael reads in on Conan at $15. Next is Jethro Tull, a Passion Play. In the Passion Play, I'm Your Source of Self-Destruction. Mahalia Jackson, Greatest Hits, $9.99. Columbia 2i there, $9.99 on that. And we have Johnny Cash. Everybody loves a nut. Don't see that one too often. A Columbia 2i Mono for $19.99. Columbia 2i Mono. And we have Boz Scaggs, Other Roads. Boz Scaggs is $12.99. The Best of Eric Carmen, $14.99. All by Myself, Vloddercheck on Kelly Vloddercheck on Johnny Cash. And The Best of the Guess Who's, $14.99. That's actually a Camden Pickwick reissue for $14.99. Final call on the 2 vintage Conan paperbacks for $15. And Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery. Jethro Tull is $19.99. Also, the Blues Brothers is $24.99. The original soundtrack recording, that's on blue vinyl, or excuse me, that's on, I don't know why I said that. This is not on blue vinyl. This is Atlantic. It's on black vinyl. $24.99, just like it should be. And the Fabulous Thunderbirds Tough Enough, $19.99. All right, one of the few Kiss no bids tonight. This one here, Reunion Tour 1997, Germany, is a buy it now for $95 with insert poster and hardback book set. $95 on that. Let's go back over here to the Kiss. And this one here looks pretty cool. This one is Kiss Hotter Than Metal. And this is official. An 82 US reissue. This is essentially disc 1 of Kiss Alive. So this was actually put out in Europe officially in 1982. And it's essentially disc 1 of Kiss Alive. And they called it Hotter Than Metal. And it's a $35 star. So it's a lot. It's Kiss Alive 1, I think is the way it's been repackaged as kind of a Kiss release over there from 82. And that one's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. Next over here, yeah, this is best offer. Does Passion Play have the booklet? Should be a little tiny booklet stapled to the inside of the gatefold. And it's not in here. This might be a later pressing. Yeah, that's a later pressing. So it's probably either A, didn't come with one, or 2, it's missing. The OGs have them stapled inside of it over there. Okay, next over here, we got Kiss 80, Kiss 95, and Blues Brothers 18. All right, so let's sell Danny the Blues Brothers for 18. I'm going to sell Michael Reed these 2 Conan books for 15. And here's the deal on Kiss, Jeff. You got dibs, but you've been out-offered by Phil. He said he would do 95 on it. So that's going to be either sold to Jeff or Phil for 95. The Guess Who's Greatest Hits. Yeah, that's Volume 2. Volume 2. It's a Pickwick Camden reissue for $14.99. Fabulous Thunderbirds is sold to Travis for $15. And so unfortunately, this one's already sold to somebody. But over here, this one's now up for bid. This is an official release from Europe. 1982, it's a $35 start. That's now up for bid. It's called Kiss Hotter Than Metal. And what they've done essentially is take the disc 1 of Kiss Alive. It's not missing a disc or anything, but y'all get what I'm saying. They've took Kiss Alive and basically said, hotter than metal and put it in that jacket. I think that's what they've done there. Jordan T on the Guess Who for 10. And Jeff Brindley had dibs on Kiss, and he said he will take it for $95. Nice. I'm going to put that over here in my crate, and I'm actually going to make that the last thing over here in my crate. And let me put it over here. And we have successfully filled up another crate tonight. Let's keep this show on the road. I got more paperbacks coming. Paperback Rider. I will stop singing, and we will go ahead and try 2 more Conans. And these are going to go up for a $15 start. Conan of Cimmeria and Conan the Conqueror. Oh, that's some cool. Is that Frazetta artwork? It looks like it. Some of it's so similar to me, it's hard to tell. Oh, that's the cover of Dust, that album Dust, with Marky Ramone on drums. That's the cover for Dust. And then this... that might be the cover. It's not a Molly Hatchet album, but I've seen that on something, I think. I think that's Frazetta, and I know for sure that's Frazetta. I think those are both Frazetta covers. See if he gets credit. This one's got a little damp at some point, it looks like. Does he give credit to the cover art? Well, I know that one. I don't even have to look on that one, but... let's see. Cover painting by Frank Frazetta with grateful homage to Roy Kendall Advisor. So yeah, that's definitely Frazetta. I know for sure that is. That's the cover to that album Dust. So if y'all seen that album Dust, we sold one last week. It's a great album. Marky Ramone plays drums, and then that's definitely Frazetta. But some of these look like Frazetta and they're not. Like, I don't think that is the last one. That one's definitely not, but you can see they're all similar. It's part of that, all from that same era and theme there. So, but yeah, those are both Frank Frazetta covers. So very cool. There is a bid for $15 on those. Those are up for auction, and Kiss just got one bid with J.D. Conklin for $35, and that's going to be sold. We got to go ahead and put up another auction. No time to waste here on these. Nice, an official one I don't see too often for just one bid, $35. We'll take it, though. Let's go ahead and pull something out of the high-end bin, and let's do this one back here. It looks pretty cool. Oh, man. It's Return to Capitol Center. Limited edition blue vinyl, giant disco sticker, and tour book included. This is a limited edition blue vinyl with Obi book and giant sticker, recorded live at the Capitol Center in Largo, Largo, Maryland, July 8th, 1975, 1979, a $95 start. And we have the Return of Kiss book. Very nice. This is one of these like really well-made bootlegs. That has a very nice glossy multi-page book. And this is a sticker. Return to Kiss, kind of with a disco thing there on it. Wow, that refracts amazingly. So that's a really good one there, and that's up for bid, a $95 start, okay? And then Adam Jones uses that Conan. Adam Jones. From Tool? From Tool? Does he use it on a... Three Dog Night. I know I've seen it used somewhere in music related. Three Dog Night, Harmony from 1999. Finishing up this bin, we have a reissue of Uriah Heep Look at Yourself. They don't have the mirror like the OGs does. This looks like an early 80s pressing. 1999, Look at Yourself. 1999 on that. We have the Beatles, Let It Be, an OG Scranton press for $44.99. Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. Phil and Ronnie and the Dead Wax. We have Deep Purple in Rock for $26.99. Neil Young Zuma with Cortez the Killer. It's on there in shrink. Nice. $34.99. Kiss does have a bid for $95. The two Conan books are sold for $15. And Michael Reed picks up two more for $15. Kiss has another $95 bid. Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview, $34.99. Guess what, though? I've got a few more other things to toss up for auction. Earlier tonight, we did a Led Zeppelin 4, and I have another Led Zeppelin 4. And this time, we had a Japanese. This time, we have a 77 US Club. It's a Columbia Record Club pressing from Santa Maria. It's EX, VG++ EX with the original inner sleeve. There's a lady who's sure that all that glitters that gold. We know what that is. $30 start. So Zeppelin and Kiss up for bid. Now Kiss is at $95. And then Jordan said he would do $15 on In Rock. Jordan, I'll do $20 on this. It's marked $26.99. It's clean. It is the second label. It's still a vintage copy. $20 on that. No condition notes. Time and Child's on there. Country Classics. Today's Country Classics from 1985, including George Strait and Lee Greenwood. God Bless the USA's on here. It's a white label promo. Razzie Bailey. That's $12.99. That looks like a pretty fun country comp. Hang 'em High. That's Hugo Montenegro from the Clint Eastwood movie there. $19.99. Ooh, OG Pink Panther. It is a 70s press, but still a nice vintage copy. Pink Panther is $19.99. And Queen Jazz is $34.99. Queen Jazz is $34.99. That's a gatefold. Very nice. No nudie poster, but super clean copy. $34.99 on that. All righty, folks. That was a great crate. And I think I'm going to keep Deep Purple at $20. Usually my counter is probably my best price on that. It was marked $26.99, and it's the first time showing it. These are new arrivals, so I'll do $20 on it. I have 2 more Conans here to do before Michael Reed gets off the chat. I better make sure he's still watching. Here's Conan the Triumphant. This is a little bit bigger book here, Conan the Triumphant. And then this one here is a loose cover. The cover has become unglued on that one. So we'll do both of these here for, we'll do both of these for a $12 start. $12 start. That's a pretty cool one there, though. But this one has a loose cover. So 12 on those 2 Conans. Okay, and Brent says hang 'em high for $15. That was marked $19.99. I'll do that. He's passing on Deep Purple. If anybody wants this, let me know. I said I would do $20 on it. It's a gatefold, no condition notes, clean cover. It was marked $26.99. And these are new arrivals, so these have never been shown before. But what I do sometimes when it gets late with these new vintage bins like this, I'll go ahead and show them best offer. By the way, over here, Kiss is at 101 and Phil Elliott's are out. And no bid yet on Led Zeppelin. I'm looking for a $30 start on that. Also, we got Spirit, Son of Spirit. That's $14.99. Also, Robert Plant is $19.99, Shaken and Stirred. This is Nat King Cole. That's in shrink for $9.99. Billy Joe, the Nylon Curtain, $14.99. The Pretenders 2 is $24.99. We also have Bay City Rollers. It's a game for $9.99. ABC, the Lexicon of Love for $24. REO Speedwagon, $19. No cassettes tonight on deck. No. Unfortunately not. No cassettes tonight. Led Zeppelin's at $30 with Catherine Lutz. Kiss is at $105 with Phil Elliott. Journey's still available, $34.99. Good Rats is $19.99. George Benson, $29.99. And Cactus is $34.99. So, Aurora, you're out on Conan. There's already a bid for $12. He bid first. I'm about to sell them to him. But mixed in all those books, look what I found. A random CD, Pearl Jam Riot Act, $6.99. Nice. Pearl Jam is $6.99. We have Phil Alvin for $19.99. Alarma was $19.99. And we have Christy McVie, her solo album, also $26.99. Count Basie, $14.99. The Pointer Sisters is $9.99. The Beatles is $19.99. Noah, REO Speedwagon was right back here. OG Shrink and Hype, $19.99. Phil, you're back out on Kiss. It does have a bid for $112. Aurora, I'm assuming you're done bidding on Conan because I'm about to sell them. Led Zeppelin is sold to Catherine Lutz for $30. Thank you, Catherine. That's so to you. Over here, we got Mahalia Jackson's Greatest Hits. That is $9.99. Boss Skaggs' Other Roads. Boss Skaggs is $12.99. And the best of Eric Carmen, $34.99. All by myself, $34.99. Then we had Jethro Tull for $19.99. More Jethro Tull, same price. Three Dog Night Harmony. These are all best offer as long as we're able to come to agreement. $19.99. Now Kiss is at $114. Also, the Beatles, Let It Be, $44.99. Neil Young Zuma, this is in shrink wrap. Cortez the Killer, super nice copy. Also Van Morrison 34, Country Classic, Pink Panther, and Queen Jazz. All right, I didn't hear back from Aurora on these, so Michael Reed, those two are sold to you for $12. Thank you on that. I've got some more over here, and this time it is Star Trek. These are pretty cool here. Let's put these up for a $15 start. I've got 3 Star Trek vintage paperbacks, Log 6, also Log 7, and those are vintage paperbacks. And then over here we got Star Trek Voyager, The Farther Shore, The Farther, F-A-R-T-H-E-R. Those 3 for a $15 start. They're now up for bid. Kiss is at $115. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. Info on the Beatles. That was the early years. Those are, that's 1999. It's a UK pressing. 1999 on the Beatles' early years. It's on this Phoenix label. It's tracks. Better to explain this is like, well, it's the early years, but it also has some stuff that's like Buenos Mucho. That's like Decca sessions. There's like Decca auditions, but it also has stuff like I Saw Her Standing There and Twist and Shout. So there's that, okay? And those Star Trek paperbacks, 3 or $15 start. Got some in my eye. Not good. Ow. Danny said CC for 8. And Country Classic, sell that to Danny for $8. All righty. So, let me open this up. And we got Bob Wozniak on the Beatles for 15. Done. And we got quite a battle going on over here for Kiss. We're now at 117 with Phil Elliott. Okay. Let me put all these over here. I got a mini guitar to show you. Y'all didn't get to see them because I didn't show them and I had to tag them before invoices. But the clear Keith Richards did come back in. Carol Puckett was on a waiting list. And Jen Cast was on a waiting list. And when I was ordering that Keith Richards, I found another Keith Richards I've never had. I don't know if Carol's still watching or any of our other Stones fans. But this is another Keith Richards mini guitar. This is the only one that came in tonight. And I was going to show the Gene Simmons since it is Kiss night. I had a feeling we'd have some Kiss fans on and I could sell the Gene Simmons I had left. But this is another Keith Richards. It's billed as a signature guitar. It's $39.99. Just like all of them. Well, not all of them, but most of them are $39.99, unless you get into the licensed Gibson stuff. And this one is billed as Keith Richards 1981 Zemnatis Macabre. Z-A-M-A-I-T-I-S M-A-C-A-B-R-E. Zemnatis Macabre. And I have one, and that's really cool. And I once again had to Google some pictures because just like that clear one, I didn't know it existed. And then all of a sudden you start seeing all these really cool pictures of him holding it and playing it. Brent Robley wants one, and I have one more if anybody else wants a Keith Richards. These 3 Star Trek books for a $15 buy it now. I'll give Brent this one here I hadn't opened yet. Thank you, Brent, on that. And Noah, if you have a request, you can let me know right now. But if you want for sure for it to go through, I would go ahead and just message our Facebook page. But you can let me know right now, and I probably can tell you if it's something I can get. Kiss is at $125. Phil Elliott, you're out. That's at $125 with Oso. And anybody else, if not, we're about to start doing some like half-off crates. We're about to start doing some half-off crates. Now, my next question is, what have I done with Gene Simmons? I bet he's up here because I'm about to put the ones I have in stock. I've shown now 3 or 4 times, and I'm about ready to put them out in the store for sale. That's what I do with all this miscellaneous stuff. After I show miscellaneous stuff 2, 3, 4 times here in the store, toys, guitars, or here on the live stream, we put out in our store because we have walk-in traffic every day here in Lebanon. People that have no idea that we sell live here on Facebook every night. So when they walk in our store for the first time, they're seeing stuff for the first time. So here is the Gene Simmons bass I have. Same thing, it's a mini guitar. This one's got a little dusty because I've left it open for a while. There we go. And these are $39.99. And this is officially licensed to Gene Simmons Punisher bass. I have one left, and I can get more if anybody else wants one. I figured those would be good for Kiss night. Also, you've been outbid on Kiss. Let's give the other Keith Richards to Susie Q. Susie Breedlove gets that one. Thank you, Susie. If anybody else wants a Keith Richards, I probably need to send a picture of that to Carol Puckett. He might have already hit the hay tonight. And that's pretty cool, though. Wow, what a big night. We have sold 1 billion air fresheners, a bunch of paperback books, the Kiss MIGO dolls. We've already filled up 5 full crates of vinyl, and we're about to fill up even more when I hit these half-off crates. The next crates are about to be buy it now, best offer, no more, no less. Ron Mustaine on Cactus for $27. Sell that to Ron Mustaine for $27. And the only deal I didn't do was on Deep Purple with Jay Nutra. Are you sure you don't want that for $20? We're so close. That's the only thing to get asked about that I didn't sell. They're still bidding on Kiss. I got room over here for more auctions to put up. But first, let me do a little crate condensing. And we had 3 crates of new vinyl. Everything that's left over here is in about a crate and a half. If anybody else wants anything else in here, just let me know. Let me do a little tidying up so I can get to some of these crates easier. We're going to be showing for the rest of the night. Great night to be watching for vintage. I honestly have to tag some flip video stuff still. I haven't tagged, I have not finished tagging the new vinyl flip. So you might see some older new vinyl that's in stock that you might say, hey, leave that kid alone. Dun, 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 dun. Pink Floyd night. I wish. I can't get my hands on that many. I can always get my hands on large quantities of Kiss stuff, but I don't know too many people who have 800 Pink Floyd records. If they do, I really want to see them and I really want to buy them, but I rarely run across like 800 Pink Floyd records at once. We get a lot of requests like, Chad, can we have a Led Zeppelin night or a Kiss or a Pink Floyd night or a Tom Petty night or a Rolling Stones night? And I'm like, well, I rarely don't buy 800 of a certain artist from one person. Usually you got to have a pretty fanatical fan base, and that's where Kiss Army comes in. Some people have actually collected as many as 800 different Kiss albums, and hopefully when they get ready to sell them, we'll get the call. Because we can buy them, we can promote them, and we definitely can sell them. Because right now, out of that collection, there are 0 left behind. We have sold every one of them up here at auction. R&B night. Donna, it would just be a private session with you. It would just be a private session with you. All right, so Kiss is at 130. Phil Elliott, you're back out again. Oso's bidding over on YouTube. I don't know if you can see his bids, but you're outbid again. Oso has it for 130. Okay? And then Gene Simmons is still available for $39.99. And also the band also has to have enough available. So, you know, like, you probably could never have like a Steely Dan night. They've got like 9 albums, and I've never seen 1 billion bootlegs and stuff like that. So the next requirement would have to be they have a ton of releases and people have bootleg stuff like this. There's been fans and collectors or dealers or somebody just wanting to make money took time to do that. Yeah, you can do a Beatles night. I have done that before. You can do a Beatles night. They have plenty of stuff. Beatles and Kiss. I don't know if I've ever had enough. Grateful Dead, we did with Dale's Pittsburgh. We did nothing but Grateful Dead and Bruce Springsteen. Oh my gosh. Bruce Springsteen, we still got probably 100 bootlegs after selling 500 or 600. I think at one time I had 14 crates of Bruce Springsteen bootlegs. So, no, there's not enough AC/DC stuff out there. I've never met that much with one person. No. If so, we've never acquired it. If someone sits down and be like, I'm going to have let's say 500 different AC/DC records. That's a bunch. That's a bunch. AC/DC for them. You'd have to have a lot of bootlegs and different pressings, and then for somebody to let that collection go, yeah, that's a lot. Okay. Kiss. Let's go over it tooth and nail. Oso and Field may be battling on this for another half hour. This is Kiss, Return to Capitol Center, limited edition blue vinyl, live. It's a 2 LP on colored vinyl. It comes with a gigantic sticker and book. It is live in Largo, 1979. And the high bid over here on Kiss is $137 of Oso Adventure. Phil Elliott's out. Okay? The only no bids tonight that have actually hit the auction block are these 3 Star Trek paperbacks, $15, and then these 3 right here. Rod Stewart, $25, Stray Cats, $35, and the Sting, $35. Those are the only Japanese pressings. I'm looking for offers to get anything on the auction block sold. All the other bands have already been offers. I guess nobody wants Pearl Jam for $6.99. I see. I've tried to sell 1 CD. No luck. Are we doing CDs tonight? Probably. Yes. I've also been persuaded by a lot of people to do miscellaneous stuff throughout the night, throughout the week. And right now, I'm going to do all the CDs that's in my reach tonight. And then after that, I'm going to be like, I'm going to need another night to find more, because we never did make it to the back room last night to find more. Okay, so let's go over here and see what's going on. We got Kiss still getting bids, an offer on Star Trek, and what's the Stray Cats, okay? So let's sell these 3 Star Treks for $10 to Tim Graham. And then the Stray Cats is right here. It is called Gonna Ball. Gonna Ball. $35 buy it now on that. And Kiss is still getting bids. It's at $150. Let's go through a half-off bin. These here are no more, no less. Half-off price. I'm going to tell you the half-off price. I'm going to tell you the half-off price. No more, no less. What was the Rod Stewart? The Rod Stewart was absolutely live. 2 LP Japanese pressing, near mint, $25. Stray Cats Gonna Ball, near mint, Japanese pressing, $35. The Sting soundtrack, near mint, $35. Rick Hall gets the Stray Cats for $30. Everything in here in this crate is half off. The price I'm telling you is the final price. We're going to start with Delaney and Bonnie, Home. And it's a white label promo. It's $12.50 on Stacks. Delaney and Bonnie, $12.50. Next over here is the Dirt Band, Make a Little Magic. The Dirt Band is $7.50. We also have Who Came First, Pete Townsend. Pete Townsend, that's his first solo album from The Who. $10. And Dave Clark Band, Having a Wild Weekend. $5 on Dave Clark 5. And Focus, In and Out of Focus, just $7.50. Boy, Melissa Douglas wrote her name really big on the back. But the vinyl's clean. It's only $7.50. Would you really not take more? No. I've had people offer me more. They're like, Chad, no way I can give you $7.50 for this album. Please, please let me give you at least $30 or $40. And I'm like, no, it's only $7.50. I am not taking more. It is a firm price. 10 means 10. Even if you try to offer me 100, I'm going to say no. It is no more, no less. Ron Mustaine gets Focus for $7.50, and that was no more, no less for $7.50. That was the price. That was the final price. Even if he messages me tomorrow and Ron says, Chad, I've lost sleep. I can't give you $7.50. Let me pay you full price. I'm going to say, Ron, no. I can't do it. It's $7.50. Phil Elliott, you're outbid on Kiss. Oso has it for $160. They are at war over this one. One of y'all just go ahead and bid $250 and we'll wrap this thing up. The Who Hooligans is at $17.50. The Who Hooligans is $17.50. That's a 2 LP compilation. Jerry Lee Lewis sings country music. That's only $5. And we have Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, $7.50. Topographic, did I get Rod Stewart? Topographic got Rod Stewart for $20. Yes, you did. And then over here, We have Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. $7.50 on that. You got to be kidding me. Did I just show that one? Bill Haley Scrapbook, $5. Phil Elliott has bid $165 on Kiss. That means Oso, you're out. Oso, go ahead and bid $200 and we'll wrap this thing up. Next thing we have over here is Janie Freaky's Greatest Hits, $7.50 on that. And Minnie Ripperton is $15. Next is Adam Bernardi on Rod Stewart. A quick claim from Rod, sold. Next is Mike Freiberger on Jerry Lee Lewis, sold. And then Christina Curtis was next. Also over here, we got to try to do another Kiss record because it's already 1048 and Oso's now at 175. He's making bigger jumps. Thank you. Let's try to sell another one. If you want to bid on this one, put Elder, okay? If you want to bid on this one, put Elder. That way we can keep two going. Elder, Kiss, music from the Elder. This is a 2022 limited to 7,000 numbered copies on clear vinyl. It's a half-speed master and it includes the shopping bag. It includes the music from the Elder shopping bag. It is sealed, it's numbered, and it's on clear vinyl. If you want to bid on this one, put Elder. 55 on that Elder, okay? While they're still bidding on this one, it's at 175. Phil Elliott, you're out. Phil, go ahead and bid 200 and we'll wrap this thing up, okay? Phil, you go ahead and bid 200. We'll wrap this thing up. Phil said no, 180. Oso, it's at 180 now. You go ahead and bid 200. We'll wrap this thing up. Holden says he wants Bill Haley. Sold to Holden, 180, 190, 180 for 190. Sold to Holden, 190 for $5. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. We got two Kiss auctions. This is being billed as Kiss. This is being billed as Elder. Donna Summer, All Systems Go. Donna Summer is $7.50. Steven Steele's Live. One side's electric, one side's acoustic. I don't mean to blow your mind, but that's just the way it is. Chris Christopherson, $7.50. The Silver Tongue Devil and I, as featured in the movie Taxi with Robert De Niro. $7.50. Adam Bernardi on Steven Steele's. Over here, Oso has bid 200 on Kiss. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. Phil Elliott, he's at 200. It's all up to you now, man. It's all up to you, Phil Elliott. If you bump this, we're going to go to a different level. Over here, we got Jackie Reynolds on DS, Donna Summer. Donna Summer, that's sold. This is half off, no more, no less. Jose Jimenez, as featured in Seinfeld. That's when George was trying to apply for more unemployment. And he was stalling to try to think of a name of a company. So he started talking like Jose Jimenez. $5 on that. Y'all remember that episode? Also, we have Eric Carmen in Shrink with Hop Sticker, All By Myself. $7.50. I knew 200 would wrap it up. Phil Elliott says he's done. Sold to Oso Adventure. We are wrapping it up. A bow tie's on it, literally. And now we have Oso getting the Kiss for 200. I got it there. I had to put on full selling mode to get that thing to 200 faster. I knew we was going to get there. Otherwise, we'd still be at 180 right now. Kiss, that is with Mike Torres for $55. Holden wants Jose Jimenez. That is sold. And then what do we have over here? Waylon Jennings for $12.50. Waylon Jennings, Dirt Band, $7.50. I've been watching those fancy auctioneers at like Sotheby's when they're selling that art, and they'll be like 200,000, 250. 250? They're asking for $50,000 jumps. I was like, man, I need to try that out more often. Okay, our next auction is going to go up over here. We'll have this right here. What do we have here? I don't know. Let me try something. Which one looks the most coolest in here? What looks cool in here? This looks cool. Here we go. Kiss, Thunder Rock, green vinyl from Cobo Hall, Michigan. Ooh, this is January 27th, 1976. Thunder Rock, green vinyl, numbered 33 of 200. This is a limited edition on green vinyl, Cobo Hall, Michigan. January 26th, 1976, a $65 start. Mike has Elder at $65, $55. I'm about to sell it. This is a $65 start. Put Kiss on this, put Elder, but Elder's about done. Christina Curtis on Waylon. And then Danny, you were second. It's sold. Also, Jerry Lee Lewis, there must be more to love than this. Jerry Lee, just $5. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, Breakaway, $7.50. Dave Clark 5's Greatest Hits. And Glad All Over. It's a yellow epic label. Little bit of pen scribble right there. $5. That's what I'm trying to say. Focus, Hamburger Concerto. Hamburgers. Focus is $7.50. I love some hamburgers, believe me. Mike Oldfield Islands. Mike Oldfield is $7.50. A gold stamp promo. Gene Vincent's Greatest. Gene Vincent's is $5, $10. Gene Vincent's half off of $19.99. Bebopalua. Christina Curtis on Jerry Lee Lewis. That is sold to Christina, not Jerry Lewis. Jerry Lee Lewis. Holden was next. Oso's in on Elder at 60. We have a new bidder on Elder. I was taking a deep breath to sell it. And now I'm going to announce that it has a new bid for 60. And Ryan Mustaine says, give me some focus. Hamburger Concerto. This Kiss right here, Cobo Hall, Michigan, 1976, does not have a bid. It's a final call to get a bid. We're looking for a $65 start bid on that. This is not 5 in a row, or not 4. 5? Not number 4. The last 4 Monday nights, we've had Kiss night. Approximately now 200, let's see, 50. We've sold close to 300 Kiss records in 4 weeks at auction, and we probably still got 500 more to go. No joke. That's the numbers I'm being told we still have. That's estimations. Now, some of those may be less because they're box sets. We're doing it by space. Some of these box sets take up a lot. We still got hundreds of Kiss records left to auction. Elder is up for bid. It is a 2022 Euro limited edition numbered 680 of 7,000 half-speed master on clear vinyl sealed with the Elder bag. And Mike Torres has that for $65. Mike Torres has that for $65. Oso has gotten outbid. If you want to bid on this one, put Kiss, okay? And this non-Elder Kiss, if you want to bet on Elder, put Elder. If you want to bet on this Kiss, put Kiss. Otherwise, it's going to get confusing. Thunder Rock, Cobo Hall, green vinyl, Michigan, 1976, Cobo. Next is Ozark Mountain Daredevils. This one's $7.50. Also in the half-off bin, these are no more, no less. The Outsiders, album number 2. The Outsiders is $5. And we have Spyro Gyra. That is $5. What inserts is in the Kiss on the live on the right? This one has no inserts. It's this vinyl. Vinyl and a nice gatefold jacket. Vinyl and a nice gatefold jacket. Oso, you're out on this, and it's at 65. This one's also at 65. Just one bid. I'm going to go ahead and start slowly moving that to a final call. Over here, we got Glenn Campbell, Oh Happy Day. Glenn Campbell's now just $5. And Jonathan Winters wings it. $7.50 start on non-Elder. This already has a bid. J.D. Conklin's in at 65. And now Oso's back in on Elder. Be sure to put Elder on this one and Kiss on this one. Over here, we got Stephen Stills. $10 on Stephen Stills. And that's a 2-tone Atlantic. That's an OG pressing. Clapton plays on this album. Hendrix plays on this album. A little bit of staining down here, but that's clean. Stills, I like that one. That one has Love the One You're With on it. Love the One You're With. $10 on that. And then this is to Bonnie from Delaney, another Delaney and Bonnie. This one's pretty dang popular here. Nice Atco yellow label gatefold, beautiful vinyl. $10 on that. Holden on Camp for Campbell. That's sold to Holden. Elder's now at 70. And then over here we have the Cars Greatest Hits and Shrink Wrap. This is just what you needed for $17.50. Adam Bernardi on Stephen Stills. That's sold to Adam for $10. Love the One You're With. Also over here we have Nielsen. That's the way it is. I've been saying that all night. He did it before Bruce Hornsby did. That's just the way it is. Nielsen is $10. Completely different songs, by the way. And then Aldo Nova. This is in shrink. That has his big hit song Fantasy on it. Aldo Nova is $12.50. Adam Bernardi picking up Nielsen. Elder's now at 70. And I'm definitely about to sell this Kiss. I'm going to have to. It was up for a while. It finally did get a bid. No one else's bid. I'm going to have to sell it pretty quick. Think long, you'll think wrong. Holding on the Cars. Thank you. Aldo Nova sold to William Meadows. Thank you, William Meadows, on that. Shannon Lee was next, and then Jackie Reynolds. Don't see that album too often. I'm surprised it didn't sell the first time around at Sticker. Three Dog Night Harmony. This is available for $10. Three Dog Night Harmony, $10 on that clean copy. The Brothers Johnson, right on time. Now just $7.50. And we have Ike Turner, Bad Dreams. Ike Turner, $15. All right, Kiss is done. Sold for $65 to J.D. Conklin. Elder's at $70. It's up to Oso Adventure. Oso, you have you're outbid on Elder. It's at $70. Several people on Aldo. Oso's out on Elder. This is sold to Mike Torres for $70. We had a request for the Kiss Cruise. Let's do that one. This was in the high-end crate. It's because it's a $95 start. Let's take a close look at it, though. This is Kiss Alive. No, wait a minute. This isn't the cruise. I've already sold one cruise tonight. You may have missed it. Sorry, I thought you was talking about this. Let me go ahead and run this then. This is Kiss Alive 9. Alive 9. Limited edition green wax. It's a 2023 German press. Unofficial from Germany. Limited 500 on green vinyl. And this is Kiss live at Credit Union Center in Canada, in Saskatoon, Canada, 2009. It does have 2 inner sleeves with it. There's the back cover numbered, and that is now up for bid. And that high bid or starting bid is $95. $95 on that. Also, we have Straight Lines Run for Cover, an 81 Canadian for $7.50. Over here is Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, $15. And Chip Taylor is $10. Chip Taylor's called Last Chance. It's a white label promo. Okay, because it is top of the hour almost, it's basically 11 o'clock. Let me show y'all what I have left to auction in Kiss. I'm actually going to show them to you. And that way, if you're getting sleepy-eyed, I'm going to try to run all these tonight. We usually run every one of them by the time I say goodnight. Last week, we went to midnight, so we have a good hour. There's no way we can do the rest of what we have here in an hour. So let's try to prioritize what y'all want to see next, okay? Right now, this one's up for bid for a $95 start. I'm about to show you everything that's left. I'm going to put it back in my bin, and then you let me know what you want to see as soon as possible, okay? This is Kiss, Infection, and Famine. And that is Ohio, 1992. This is the Kiss of Death. The Kiss of Death is an 88 bootleg, a vintage one, and that's from St. Paul, Minnesota, 1987. Kiss, Atlanta, 1979, and Palm Beach, or excuse me, it's Long Beach, second night in Long Beach, Hempstead, New York. I've got those. Man, all those were good. We could put up any of those next. Those are all good ones there. And then we got Memphis, 1974. This one's a picture disc. This one is Irvine Meadows, California, 96. New Orleans, Rock City. That's one of those hardbound book editions. That's pretty dang cool. And there's still about 5 or 6 more over here. I have the Complete Tour Rehearsals, Reading, Massachusetts, 76. Return of Kiss. And that is July 25th, 79. Low Major de Kiss, and that was an unofficial, a best of compilation. That's a compilation of studio hits, I'm assuming, or studio recordings. I guess they're hits, though. And then we have the Eric Carr picture disc. That's official from Record Store Day, I think, or maybe the vinyl was. And then these last 2 are, this one here is a compilation of acoustic performances. That's actually pressed in 1995. That looks pretty cool. And then Rockin' at the Ritz. I've seen those before. Blue vinyl FM broadcast from 1988. All right, so that's what I have. I got a lot of cool Kiss stuff there still to be ran. This does have a bid for $95. They will all sell tonight, meaning 1 or 2 things. I am definitely going to try to put them all up before I say goodnight. And I have not had any of these left over before, so they will sell. If they don't get a minimum bid, then they'll get a buy it now, or we'll make an offer on them. But right now, they're probably going to sell. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. And we're in a half-off bin right now. I'm going to try to take us to at least 1 a.m. tonight. I don't think the feed's going to expire till 2, but I can't go to 2. I've got way too much to do. So I'm going to try to do another solid hour and get all these Kiss records sold, and maybe that last hour we can do CDs because I know y'all are here and wanting to buy them. All right, let me show a few more half-off, and then we got requests for St. Paul, Argentina, Ohio, Atlanta, Los Major, Atlanta. Okay, well, how about we do Atlanta next then? And then Brian asked for Argentina. Okay, Julius Wechter and the Baja Marima Band 4-sider. That's $8.50. Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. $15. We'll start prioritizing these, or maybe we can put them up and y'all can be a different city. So we can say Atlanta or St. Paul, maybe like that. That way we can do two at a time. And the Eye of the Storm, the Outlaws, $10 on that. Nice Chicago here, shrink wrap and greatest hits. And I just posted a pre-order. They're about to reissue this in expanded form. But how about a nice OG with shrink hype and price tag? $12.50 on that. Fog Hat is $7.50. Also, Journey Escape, nice. Don't Stop Believing. OG and Boss Cover, $15. And George Thorogood Maverick, I Drink Alone, $7.50. All right, let's go ahead and sell this one to Mike Torres for $95. Thank you, Mike Torres. That's so due for $95.95. Thank you, Mike Torres. Let's put that away. And then, so what we're going to do now is let's do Atlanta. And if you want to bid on this one, put ATA or Atlanta, some kind of form. This is limited to $350 on green vinyl. It's a soundboard recording from the Omni in Atlanta, Georgia, June 30th, 1979. Green vinyl, $65 start. Looks like a pretty cool, solid set list there. And if you want to bid on that, put Atlanta, okay, or ATA, something to let me know you're bidding on Atlanta. That's a vintage, or that's a Kiss bootleg vintage concert. It's a modern pressing. Okay, and then we have a couple claims in here right quick. Journey sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, Aurora Shelton on Chicago, and then Wayne Davis on George Thorogood. Okay, now, the next requested was... Brian Connor says the last one, and then Kiss of Death hits Argentina. Okay, so let's try to figure out what that was. This is actually here, we'll do this one as Kiss, okay? We'll do this one as Kiss. That one, because it's actually called the Kiss of Death. So this one's Atlanta and this one's Kiss. This is limited edition clear vinyl. It's actually a vintage one. 1988 is when this was made in Germany. St. Paul, Minnesota, December 1st, 1987. Okay? I'll keep that one easy. Kiss of Death is going to be billed as Kiss. That's a $65 star. And Atlanta, of course, is now at Atlanta. 65, 65, 65. Adam. Oh, I thought earlier that wasn't a claim. You did want Three Dog Night from earlier then, right? You did want Three Dog Night earlier, Harmony, right? I must have missed you on that one. And Brian, Lost Major is on deck. I'll get that one on deck, okay? Moving right along, half off. This is Margot Price, Strays on purple vinyl. Something a little bit more modern there. Margot Price is $10. Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. Slade is $10. John Hyatt, Warming Up to the Ice Age. John Hyatt is $7.50. And this Kiss over here, by the way, was a $65 start. So Kiss, if you want to bid on Kiss, and Atlanta, if you want to bid on Atlanta. Adam and Artie on Hot. Let's tag that for him. What did I do with it? It's right here. Preston Rose on Margot. And J.D. Conklin is in on Kiss. So Preston got the Margot Price. Next is Berlin, Count 3 and Pray. Count 3 and Pray. And that has Take My Breath Away, the big hit from Top Gun from Berlin. Big hit of the 80s, but it was really big after it was in Top Gun. $10 on that. Jerry Rock on Slade. Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. That's sold to Jerry Rock. Thank you, Jerry. And then over here we got Billy Squire, Signs of Life. Billy Squire is now just $6.50. It's in EX condition. Stephen Parton on Berlin. Some great pickups in here in the half off, no more, no less bin. Atlanta's at 95, and Kiss of Death just has one bid for 65. So looks like we might be selling that one pretty fast so we can get to some of the other one. The Who Odds and Sods. This is the original die-cut cover. EX condition, $10. The Who Odds and Sods. $10 on that. Bill and Brent are battling it out right now over Kiss. Atlanta, we have claims or bids as high as now as 95 and 105. Stephen Parton got Berlin. Michael Ruttman second. Shannon Lee third. Atlanta's now at 105. And then Greg Beddinger on BS for Billy Squire. Shannon Lee was second. Atlanta's at 105. And then another claim for BS. Asia, there's your nightly dose, everybody. Take a deep breath and breathe it in. There's your nightly dose of Asia. VG condition, $5. Now we got a tie on Atlanta. Brent's out, but now Phil Elliott's in at 105. Uriah Heep, that looks like a pretty nice copy of Magician's Birthday. The vinyl, though, is VG Plus. It does have a nice inner sleeve. $6.50 on that. Kiss of Death, wow, I thought that one would do more. It just has one bid with J.D. Conklin, and that is sold for $65. Thank you, J.D. That is so to you. That was Kiss of Death. Now Atlanta's at 115. That's a battle between Phil Elliott and Bill Samus. Now, we had a request. The next in line on the request was Low Major, and that's right here, Low Major de Kiss. Okay, and if you want to bet on this one, we'll put LO for low, or you could put Kiss, but let's do LO, low. That's a definite indicator of what this is. Okay, and this was pressed in Argentina, 2024. It's a best of compilation. They only did 100 copies. It's EX, a $45 start. The top looks like it has a little bit of a seam split right there. Does have a seam split at the top, and yeah, it's a compilation. And Kiss is a $45 start. Unofficial, now up for bid. Shannon Lee picking up the Uriah Heep, then Levi, then Jerry, then Jordan. A lot of people on that one. Atlanta's now at 125 and now 135. We have Scandal. Love's got a line on you. Scandal's only $5, VG condition. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. James Taylor, JT. That's EX for $9. It's in shrink with the hype. EX $9 for James Taylor. Also, Blondie, Auto American. Blondie's VG for $6. And the Eagles, nice, greatest hits. If you are just want a copy to listen to and you don't mind VG, that's only $6.50 for all of those great tracks on there. Uh-oh, Chad's going down. Oh, time to stretch. Holy moly. Oh, no. Oh. My body's saying, Chad, this is what you get. You're supposed to go home and get a full night's rest. Come on, you can do this, Williams. Get back up on your feet, soldier. You can do this. You can do this, soldier. Get back up there. Okay, first thing we have is we sold Uriah Heep, Atlanta 125, Atlanta 135, Kiss 45. Low has a bid for 45. J is H in Spanish. Low Mejor de Kiss. And then Jerry Rock on Blondie. And then Noah Colwell on the Eagles. And then Leslie next on Blondie. It's pronounced Low Mejor. Thank you. And then Low is at 50. There's another Kiss bootleg from 79. I will find that one. Let's go ahead and say this is the final call to Brian for 45. They're still bidding on Atlanta. Atlanta's at 137. Bill Samus, it goes back to you. We have Oreo Speedwagon. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. $7.50. Original on her sleeve. And I can't fight this feeling anymore. That's actually not on here. This one has Roll with the Changes and Time for Me to Fly. Great one. So does Stephen Parton. Also, Bob Seger, Against the Wind. Boy, it has her strut too. That's a good one. VG plus $9 for Seeger. Original on her sleeve. She's totally committed to major independence. She's a lady through and through. Seeger. The Doors, Alive She Cried. Wow, just $7.50. That sounds weird. Pricing a Jim Morrison Doors record for $7.50. And King Crimson is an 81 German. Wow, this feels weird. Pricing a King Crimson for $7.50. It is a German import, VG condition. The spine is split, though. VG minus on the cover. Split spine. Split spline. Spit spline. And then Topographic got the Door. Stephen Parton on King Crimson. And Low, just one bid to Brian Connors for $45. Sold! The Hammer of Justice has been dropped on this one. And then over here, we have Atlanta. The last bid was Bill Samus at $145. It's up to Philip Holt. Stephen got Oreo Speedwagon. Topographic got Doors. Stephen Parton on King Crimson. Levi second on Doors. Holden third on Doors. Jordan fourth on Doors. Wayne fifth on Doors. Levi second on King Crimson. Jerry third on King Crimson. You got to be faster than that. It's like that commercial where that guy's got the dollar bill on the fishing hook. You got to be faster than that. And Brent, the other show from 79, another 79 show, Ritz? No, Ritz was later, definitely. 88, yeah. I've got 75, 92, 74, 96. I got 76, and I have, yeah, that's it, as far as specific years. Let's go ahead and do this one. We have the complete tour rehearsals. If you want to bid on this one, put KISS because we still have Atlanta up. Atlanta's at 165. So this is the complete tour rehearsals, orange vinyl. Camp Curtis Guild, Reading, Massachusetts. Camp Curtis Guild, Reading, Massachusetts, November 15th through the 21st, 1976. And this is the complete tour rehearsals, orange vinyl, limited to 300 orange vinyl, recorded live over the course of several days at Camp Curtis Guild in Reading, Massachusetts, November 15, 21st, $75 start. Chad, red flag on low. Red flag on low. What happened? Was there a new bid? Oh, there was a new bid. Oh my gosh. Brian, I have a major problem. I have a major problem. Okay, here's the major problem I have. There was a bid that I totally ignored that was definitely on the board. No sooner than you bid 45, 78 Trans Am bid 50. And I greatly apologize. He bid, yeah, just about 30 seconds after you bid, and I never did acknowledge that ever. And then he said, I bid 20 minutes ago, or 2 minutes ago, and I missed that. So we got to put this back up. That's completely on me. I completely ignored that. It's on the board and everything. 78 Trans Am has this for $50. And this, one more time, is an unofficial 2024 Argentina Best of compilation. Okay, and 78 Trans Am has that for $50. I totally and utterly missed his bid. Okay, so Brian, got to make sure Brian's still watching and he knows he was outbid. And now the one in the middle's up for bid and Phil's out on Atlanta. So this is sold to Bill Samus for $165. Bill, that's sold to you for $165. And now let's move over this. Everybody brought that to my attention. Bill, I have no idea why I didn't see that. It's actually pretty much right after that. And the complete tour rehearsal. So this is our next KISS auction. Orange vinyl, $75 start. And then low Major Deer. He says he can have it. All right, let's not waste any time on it. This is sold to 78 Trans Am for $50. Boom. That was easy. Next thing is, what was the next one that was requested? Here, let's do this one and call it Memphis. If you want to bid on this one, put KISS. If you want to bid on this one, put Memphis, okay? Memphis is Lafayette's Music Room, 1974. Wow, early. April 18th. Limited edition clear vinyl. Memphis, Tennessee, April 18th, 1974. Memphis. Put Memphis if you want to bid on that one, $55 start. Let's finish up this half-off bin. First thing I have a Stevie Wonder talking book. Stevie Wonder's VG for $650. Ohio's on deck. Ohio's on deck. Let's see what happens on these two first. And then we got Waylon and Willie, EX, $9. This has, the vinyl on this is EX. Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys, $9. AC/DC Flick of the Switch. Wow, AC/DC in the half-off bin. $11.50. That's crazy. A 2003 press. $11.50 on that. Cheap Trick one-on-one. Cheap Trick is EX, $9. And Leonard Skinner Legends. That's now $14. Noah says he'll take Waylon. That's sold to Noah Colwell. Berlin, another one. Pleasure Victim. Berlin is VG, $5. VG, $5. Shannon Lee first on AC. Greg was next. Memphis has a bid for $55. Levi third on AC. Jim next on Waylon Willie. What is Memphis? And Stephen Parton got Berlin. And Jerry Rock on CT for Cheap Trick. Michael Reed next on Berlin. And then Stevie Wonder condition. Stevie Wonder's in VG condition, $650. Danny Thomason got Leonard Skinner for $14. Any other official KISS? I think we've already sold those. If you check the hot picture that I originally posted today, everything is sold except for what I just showed. Everything else over here except for Eric Carr is an unofficial. We've already sold all the website exclusives. We had website Picture Disc, KISS Greatest. We had website Dynasty. We had website Hotter Than the Shade. We had all those. We had all those. They're all gone. All right, next thing over here is Williams second on Cheap Trick. Next is Ariel Speedwagon High Infidelity VG5 and Tom Petty. Nice Southern accents for just $10. It is in VG Plus condition. All right, so Kiss is live in Lafayette's Music Room 1974. 1974. This has one bid for $55 with J.D. Conklin live. This one did not get a bid. Let's make it a buy now. Tour Rehearsals from Reading, Massachusetts. Just $75 on that. $75 on Tour Rehearsals. And now Memphis is a final call. It does have a bid. Tour Rehearsals can be bought for buy now. Stephen Parton got Tom Petty. Noah Colwell was second, then Greg Beddinger. That was a great half-off crate, and I honestly think it's worthy of another read-through. If y'all want to bid on this one, please put Ohio, and Ohio is right here. And if you want to bid on this one, put Ohio. And then if you want to bid on Memphis, it's Memphis, but it's about to be sold. If you were wanting to bid, you should already have, because I'm about to sell it as soon as I introduce this one. Kiss, Infection and Famine. And this is with poster. It's a soundboard. It's Dayton, Ohio, 1992. Dayton, Ohio, 1992. And let's put Ohio for this one, okay? $65 start. It does have the poster with it. Very nice. That's now up for bid. All right, and Donna said she will take Stevie Wonder Talking Book, $650. This is a great half-off bin. We've sold like half the crate. Let's try to sell the other half as a second read-through. And I'm going to really focus on them. Let's go ahead and sell Kiss over here, Memphis. That just got one bid, sold to JD for $55. Thank you on that. Infection and Famine is Ohio. If you want to bid, put Ohio, $65 start. And we already have a couple bids. All right, there's that. And give me 1 second. Okay, so let's start reading through these one more time quickly. Delaney and Bonnie Home, a white label promo from Stax, $12.50. Quick read through in case you missed the whole crate. You're about to see it uninterrupted here, maybe for a couple bid updates. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, or excuse me, The Dirt Band, Make a Little Magic, $7.50. Pete Townsend's 10. Oh, So You're Out on Ohio. Dave Clark 5 is $5. Having a Wild Weekend. The Who, If It Don't Stay in My Hands, is a great compilation, essentially. It's called Hooligans. It's a 2 LP, and that is $17.50. Over here, Ohio's at $75, and that means, Chad, you've been outbid. Also has it. Janie Freaky's Greatest Hits is Shrink for $7.50. Minnie Riperton, Stay in Love. Minnie Riperton is $15. 1977. 1977. Over here, we got Chris Christopherson. That is $7.50. Eric Carmen is in Shrinking Hot for $7.50. And Dirt Band is $7.50. Ohio's already at $85, making big jumps. Chris Christopherson, $7.50. Dave Clark 5 Greatest Hits, that's just $5. Also over here, we have Mike Oldfield Islands. Mike Oldfield, $7.50. And Gene Vincent's $10. Mike Oldfield was $7.50. Yeah, Adam Bernardi, I'll do 20 on the Sting. He's asking about right over here, what's in the no bids? Just a couple things. One, Sting is already sold for $20 to Adam Bernardi, if he says yes. This is Kiss. That's the only thing. That right there. That's the only thing that hadn't sold tonight is Kiss, the complete tour rehearsals from 1976. The complete tour rehearsals. And it's numbered on orange vinyl, and it's available for $75. Adam Bernardi got the Sting for $20. Ohio's at $85. Oso's out. Jim Ciascio, I'm going to give you Dave Clark 5's Greatest Hits. I'm assuming you want that one. Wild Weekend still on the bin. And then over here, we got Janie Freaky, also sold to Jim Ciascio. Okay, now they're bidding on this one as Ohio. David V wants both Dave Clarks. Jim Ciascio came in first. We'll make sure he doesn't want Having a Wild Weekend. If he did want that one too, then see us. So let's do this one, bid as New York, okay? And this is Second Kiss in Long Beach. Peach Marble Vinyl. Really cool here, 1977. Calderon Concert Hall, Hempstead, New York, $55 start. I guess put NY for New York on this one. We're bidding by states now because so we can keep two going. I was going to try to have all these done by midnight, and we're definitely going to have them at midnight by this pace. And Kiss is 60. What was I at? 75? Jeff, you've bought a lot tonight, but I'll need 65 for it. Let's do a $5 bump. And when you say sold, you can say, thank you, Chad. You're the best at doing this, and you're the greatest, and you're my favorite person. Okay, Ohio's got a new bidder now at 90. Uh-oh, we got new bidders. Next is 750. 750 on that. Phil Elliott has Ohio for 90. The Outsiders is at $5. New York is up for bid. And we have Spyro Gyra for $5. Jeff Brindley gets the kiss. Now there's no leftovers. And this is sold for $65 to Jeff Brindley. And then David V, you get this Dave Clark for $5. And then over here we got Jonathan Winters. A little comedy there for you for $7.50. So Chad's also asked Chad if he's from Ohio. He said yes. And then Oso went out. Phil Elliott's bid. Phil Elliott's at 90. Now Chad's at 95. To Delaney from Bonnie. $10. Gatefold jacket, Delaney and Bonnie. Nice Atco pressing. $10 on that. Brothers Johnson right on time was $7.50. Ike Turner, Bad Dreams. Interesting here from 1973. $15 on Ike Turner. Thank you, Chad. You're the best and my favorite person. Boom. See, if you butter up enough to me, I'll give you better deals. We have Straight Lines, Run for Cover, 81 Canadian for $7.50. Phil, Ohio goes back to you. Jimmy James and the Vagabonds, The New Religion, $15 on that. Chip Taylor's Last Chance. Chip Taylor is a white label promo, 1973, $10 on that. Ohio has a new bid for $100. Julius Rector is $8.50. And Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band. That is a gatefold 15 on Deep Purple. Last couple in here was Outlaws for $10. Eye of the Storm. Foghat Rock and Roll $7.50. The Who Odds and Sods is 10. Asia's VG Condition for 5. Scandal VG Condition for 5. James Taylor EX for 9. Bob Seger is VG Plus for 9. And REO VG for 5. New York, how much? You got lucky because I was about to make it a bite now. New York is a $55 start. Hempstead, New York, August 23rd, 1975. And Ohio's at 100, and Ohio is at 110. They're battling out over that one. And the Brothers Johnson that was in here, was, where was that? Right here, and Becky Lerner, that's $7.50. It's called Right on Time, produced by Quincy Jones, $7.50, and Jim Ciascio on the Outlaws. Okay, so that's done. Now, I don't think we've run Irvine yet. I don't think I've said Irvine. And Phil's in on New York. So, Phil, you're out on Ohio, but he is in on New York for $55, okay? So, those are all still getting new bids. But it's up to him on Ohio. Here's how this crate works. That was a final call on those. They're not going to be further discounted until I put them in perhaps our vintage discount crate. And if they end up in the vintage discount crate, they might be something that was half off for $7.50. I might make $9.99. Or it could be something right now that's $7.50 half off, and then I put it in the vintage crate for $6.99. And the hundreds of people that might not be watching right now that watches in the morning might grab it up for $6.99. So if you do want something in here, these are half off, no more, no less. And now would be the time to claim them. Otherwise, somebody else is going to snatch them up, and then you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I grab that when I had the chance? It was right there in front of me. I just stepped away for a second, but I seen some other stuff pop up. First question was Spyro information, Asia, and then we have a claim for Bob Seger. Okay, let me find some of those right quick. And he's out on Ohio, so let's go ahead and wrap that up then to Chad Sauls. Thank you, Chad, and congratulations. That's so to Chad for 110. So New York now has bids for 55 and 55. J.D. Conklin, you're out. Phil Elliott's 55 came in first. And then let's go ahead and tag first Seger to Stephen Parton, $9. And then the Asia was Astra. It was VG, $5. And then there was one more question, Spyro Gyra. And is there an unclaimed Spyro Gyra? Spyro Gyra is one of those bands, we always sell them. Ooh, it's the good one too, Catching the Sun or Morning Dance. Which one I like? Maybe this one. They're all great. Yeah, $5, no condition notes. And we have another bidder on Kiss. So now there's 3 bids on Kiss, okay? So there was a quest for Irvine maybe next. Irvine Meadows, yeah. All right, so if you want to bid on this one, you can put Kiss for this one because we're bidding New York for this one. New York for this one. Over here, let's do Kiss. And this is billed as a 2022 limited 100 picture disc with poster, recorded live at Irvine Meadows Amphitheater, Irvine, California, June 15th, 1996. This is a picture disc, and it's a $65 start. $65 start. Irvine Meadows. It's up for bid. It has a poster with it, and that's a $65 start. You can place your bid by putting KISS. Topographic said sold, and that was on Spiral Gyra. And Greg Beddinger does want Asia as well. All right. So those are sold. And New York and Kiss all have new bids. All right. Anybody else? I'm going to step up front right quick and see what's going on up here and maybe find a quick snack. That would really help me out right now. I need one. I want one. I need an energy drink too. And before I move into part 2 of the show and sell off the rest of this Kiss, sell these off to the rest of Kiss Army tonight, I'm probably going to need a snack of some sort. So I'm thinking peanut butter and bread. I'm going to let y'all know who has the high bids in 1 second. Chad's got to fix a snack. I'm like, listen, if I'm going to be doing this all night, every night, I got to have some food up here. I actually went grocery shopping, and I was like, I got to stock up. I can't be willy-nilly and trying to be a record salesman and be up here every night starving to death. I mean, how could you focus with all that going on? Did Laura make a Kiss sticker? If so, we got to put it with the next auction, maybe. I'm not sure she put a Kiss sticker or not. Let me see what's going on over here in the monster department. I guess that's white bread. Looks white to me. Nut loaf. All right, we got Irvine is at 105, and New York is at 60. New York is at 60 with Brian. Irvine's at 110 with Oso. All right. I don't want to I was going to ask everybody some questions, but I don't want to, since I'm walking back and forth, I don't want to lose the chat. So I'll hold on that till at least this. I'm about to do another probably half off crate. Try to move some more vinyl tonight for sure. Bear with me. I got to get some calories in though. This is always been a tough, Kiss auction's always a brain drain, just like Metal Night. There's usually so much bidding going on. And trust me, there's been a bunch tonight. Not some of the battles I've seen on previous, but there have been some battles. Some of these, though, we have battles for. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Sorry, I'll probably have to mute my mic one more time, but so this is New York. New York is limited edition. I don't think it's numbered. It's on peachy orange vinyl. Let's see. Inner sleeve. It's not numbered. Discogs does build it as limited edition, but it's not numbered. Irvine is the picture disc, and it's limited edition of 100. That was a very refreshing snack. I had 2 single pieces of bread and peanut butter. That was very good. And it's like, boom, a shot of energy. Plus it's V8. I was getting pretty down there for a second, so I feel great now. So New York is at 65. Irvine's at 130. Sorry for the dramatic breaks in between my bites, but I'm good to go now. Irvine, or AKA Kiss, that's what we're bidding it at, 130. And New York's at 65. Let's go through another, pretty much what I have to do now is half off. And we're going to keep showing discount records and keep auctioning Kiss. I might slip in another type of auction in just a second. So I'm looking forward to my after show dinner. My mom we went out to eat Sunday, but she also brought me her Sunday dinner. So she fixed me a plate with meatloaf and mashed potatoes and macaroni and cheese. And I got all that waiting to be consumed tonight when I get home. And I'm very excited and very much looking forward to it. All right, let's try to find some more good vintage stuff to go through. I love discounting these vintage crates and getting stuff sold and gone to new homes. So, New York's now at 70, and that's at 150. I don't know what we're about to get into here, but man, it looked like some cool stuff. So, I don't know. I grabbed crates. Who knows what's in these? And Holden's on Facebook now. Okay, Holden, welcome to Facebook. Whew. Sorry, I'm a big food guy. Probably why I weigh 300 pounds. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I think I'm going to immediately go there and eat that and probably go to sleep because I am, yeah. All right, here we go. Holden, thank you. Welcome. I'll be able to tag you accurately now. Welcome. Nut loaf and meatloaf. Yep, a lot of loaf tonight. All right, we got Slow Thrust, the packed, on orange or yellow vinyl, $15. All right, $15 on that. Orange vinyl, Slow Thrust, the pack, $15. Bruce Sword with Johannes Rinsky, Wisdom of Cowards. A prog album from 2013 on red vinyl. That's just $12.50. Feargal Sharky, $5 on Feargal Sharky. And we have Spock's Beard, Snow Live, a 2017 3LP prog album, now just for $15. These are great deals in the half-off bin. So New York is with Phil Elliott at $70. Irvine, California is with Oso at $165. That's the high bids. And I think JD was bidding on New York, and I think he's done. So that is a final call to Phil Elliott for $70, New York. Okay, moving right along. Space Negroes, Pink Noise. This is an 85 UK New Wave synth pop album. $17.50 on this. $17.50, Pink Noise. John Cale, British Passport. $10 on John Cale. And Lou Donaldson from Blue Note, Blues Walk. It's a 2022, $11.50 on that. Jeff Brindley on Spock's Beard. That's sold to Jeff Brindley. And Wisdom of Cowards back here sold to Jeremy Bryant. Didn't expect to see some stuff like that in this bin. I thought I grabbed like just a random vintage bin. Some interesting stuff so far. Donna on Lou Donaldson. We have Brian Bennett, Voyage, A Journey to Discoid Funk. And I think this is a reissue of a pretty rare album. I could be wrong, but this is a 2022 Record Store Day. Now just $11. Wow, New York is still getting bids, and Irvine. We are still getting bids. Still getting bids. So New York, Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. And they're still bidding on Irvine over here, which is Kiss. Nat King Cole from the very beginning. That is sealed, a 2 LP for just $10. The Memories of Willie the Lion Smith. He's a jazz pianist. Early stuff there, $7.50. RCA Victor. This looks interesting. It's another Bruce Soord, S-O-O-R-D, which is Prague. Just $10 on that. $10 on that. And Kiss is at 180. That's over here. And New York's at 75. But what was Phil Elliott's last bid? 70. Okay. So, yeah, Phil, you have been outbid. And now it's at 75. You was at 70. He bid 75. So it's at 75. Higher than 75 on that one. And Kiss is back to Glenn Butch Rhodes. Also has it for 180. Give me 1 second. All righty. Earth, Wind, and Fire Spirit. That is now $7.50. VG Plus condition. Love for sale. Love is EX, $14. A 69 Monarch press. There is some tape on the back cover. Tape on cover is what Paul said. Where? Oh, right here. Wow, that's pretty camouflage. It's transparent. Love is $14. Richard Group gets Seward. I don't know. How do you say that? Seward. That is sold to Rich Group. Thank you. Adam Bernardi on Sharkey. Feargal Sharkey. I used to have a guy that bought records from me. His name was Sharkey. Something Sharkey. Kiss 190. New York 77. Jeremy Bryant second on the Bruce Seward. Becky Lerner gets Love. Earth, Wind, and Fire was VG Plus. Looks like a VG Plus cover. Wow, we've almost filled up another crate all of a sudden. This is a great half-off bin. Jack DeJohnette Special Album. Wait a minute. Jack DeJohnette Special Edition Album. 84 US, $6.50. And Ornette Coleman Virgin Beauty. That's EX 1150. So now Irvine's hit 200. Phil Elliott, it looks like that's a final call to you again for 77. And let me go ahead and swap out crates because this thing is full. And let me try to sell this tour book right quick. I'll do it in just a second. I got a Kiss tour book. It's the last one left from the whole collection we had. And I don't know why it's still been laying over here forever. Let me grab a new empty crate, though. Here, I'll do this one right here. Did Laura make a Kiss sticker? No. I thought she'd made a Kiss sticker. I was going to put it with the next auction, but no Kiss sticker. Wow, no Laura sticker at all tonight. Sad. Sad for everybody. Natasha on BS, and that was for whatever that was, Natasha. I think it might be gone. And then Donna on Ornette Coleman. And then Adam Bernardi got DeJohnette. Okay, and then Phil Elliott, I am going to see New York. And that's sold to you $77. Second Kiss in Long Beach. All right, there's that. And, okay, now that's going in here. So, those were some battles there because they were very requested. So, more than a couple people request them. So, that means they definitely wanted to bid on them. So, now that's called Kiss, right? It is. So, let's call this Eric Carr. Or EC, okay? Unfinished Business. The former drummer of Kiss, picture disc, one pressing worldwide, limited edition sealed, a $35 start. Dale Sanders on Brian Bennett, Voyage, thank you. That's sold to Dale Sanders. We are in a half-off bin, no more, no less. The Crusaders, that's an earlier one, yeah, 1970 Motown. The Crusaders, VG Plus 750. Chelsea, but I think that might be subsidiary of Motown. Yeah, exclusively distributed by Motown. VG Plus 750. 3 to the power of 3. That is now 750. No condition notes. And nice. George Coleman Quintet in Baltimore. That's a 2020 record store day. Numbered. Remaster for $12.50. Blues in Trouble from Arhoolie. $15 on that. Glenn Butch Rhodes, you're out bid. Oso has the Irvine, California for $2.25. Blues and Troubles, 15. Voyage, we sold that. Donna on GC for George Coleman. Oso on 3 to the power of 3. David Hoy next on George Coleman. Final call to bid on Eric Carr. Quickly, $35. If not, I'm going to try another kiss over here. We got a few more to wrap up for tonight. Over here is Live. Eddie and Joe, second edition. Looks like some sort of comedy record. $5. And this looks pretty cool. It's definitely Prague. Transatlantic, the Absolute Universe, Forevermore Expanded on blue vinyl. A 3 LP blue vinyl for just $20. Wow. They're still bidding on Irvine. Now it's at $230. And now it's at $230. We have The Babies Head First from that dreaded Connery collection. So there's a name tag on the cover, but only $5 on that. Generator is plugged up and ready to go. Thank you. Good call, because I think the last time it died was when Paul did a Sunday show. Eric Carr has bids for $35 and $35. So Buddy Cordova, you're out. Edward Rock's bid came in first. We got the Hollies, Clark, Hicks, Sylvester, Calver, Elliott. That's a white label promo, VG $6, VG plus $6. Hydra, Land of Money. Hydra $6.50. Rich Group gets Trans. That's sold to Rich Group. Over here is the Voice of the Turtle. John Fahey, a 72 repress. VG plus $7.50. And Tracy Songer, that is right over here. It is an 85 UK New Wave Synth Pop. It is $17.50. Just a generic inner sleeve. $17.50 on that one. $17.50. It's a New Wave UK Synth Pop. UK pressing. New Wave Synth Pop. $17.50. No condition notes. It looks like it's near mint. Buddy, it's up to you. You can bid again on Eric Carr. If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Edward Rock. Finish up this half. What I was going to say, looks like what was left of a Paul crate one night. Probably something I went through. Possibly even went through them already, best offer. Maybe I just went through them once. But here's what's left, and now they're half off. And then over here, we have Lonnie Brooks, live from Chicago. That's in shrink for $10. And we have Richard and Linda Thompson, VG plus $10. Richard and Linda Thompson. No condition notes on that. Eddie Hallman was VG plus $10, or was there condition notes on that? Yeah, that's VG plus, and that was a 75 US. That is $10. And Eddie Hallman, I Love You, 69 US. That is VG plus $10. Eric Carr, did he bid again? Never to hear back from Buddy Cordova. So this is sold to Edward Rock for $35. Glenn Butch Rhodes also has this for $235. Rich Group got Trans. Tracy Songer sold on this. Pink Noise. That's sold to Tracy Songer. Thank you on that. And then Holden, you were second. Details on the first record. That was Slow Thrust, the Pact. I'm pretty sure it's I remember I tagged this one actually. It's a 2018 orange vinyl, which I think makes it OG. It might be Prague. I kind of forgot the genre, though. $15 on that. $15 on that. Okay. Next is W. Gray, Hey Dixie, VG plus $5. The Pointer Sisters is VG plus $6. And the last couple in here was Buddy Starcher and his mountain guitar. That looks pretty cool. Starday Country guitar, 62 mono, $17.50. Wow. And we have the Clark Duke Project EX650. Hi, Chad. If I give someone a record, does their name get mentioned on my invoice? I want to make sure they get gifted their record instead of me. I was gifted one before, and I think there was a note gifted record, so double checking. I think the way it works, if you buy something, say I want to send it to somebody, it will be on your invoice, and then they put it in a crate over here. They have a gift crate, because what we got to do is we got to make sure before we send it to somebody that they pay for it, and then if they have an order out, if they have an order going out, Ed kind of keeps a log of gifts, and he matches them so we don't have to ship a gift and pay for the box and postage. So you probably didn't know any of that, but to answer your question, it shouldn't show up on who you're gifting it to on your invoice. It will just be like you're buying it. And then they tag it on the sticky note, and we have a whole box now, just gift records where people buy stuff for people, and they have to try to make sure it goes to the right person in with their box. Also, some people have been gifted records, and some people pay like a couple invoices at a time, and they're like, hey, where's my record at so-and-so bought me? And we're like, well, they hadn't paid for it yet. So there's been some holdup on gifts, and then plus we're like, well, they've paid for their invoice, and now we're waiting for you to pay yours so we can put their gift they paid for in with your order. But they figure all that out in shipping. I have no idea how they keep up with all that. I can barely keep up with what's going on here. That's why we have about 7 people on staff that just keep up with shipping, because I would be lost. I don't even know how to go back there and log into the system they use. I don't even know the password. Leslie Holt on Dobie Gray. Jeremy Bryant asked first about slow thrust, and Jeremy Bryant gets it. And then Clark Duke condition. Clark Duke is EX $6.50. It's in shrink with hype. EX, nice. Glenn, you're out on Kiss. Oso has it for $255. That's at $255. Let me try to put up another one. So they're bidding on that one as Kiss, right? So let's try this one as... That's going to be... Here we go. New Orleans Rock City. I think this one's pretty good. New Orleans Rock City. Live at the Grinta Heritage Festival in New Orleans, September 30th, 2017. An unofficial test pressing. A very rare casino release on yellow and orange vinyl. So I think the actual release of this is pretty tough to find. It's from Casino, which bootlegs a lot of this stuff. This is a test pressing on black vinyl. $95 start. New Orleans Rock City. $95 start on that. And then Clark Duke is sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. And it's up to Glenn Butch if he wants to continue bidding on this. If not, it's sold to Oso. If you want to bid on this one, put New Orleans, okay? N-O for New Orleans. NOLA, N-O-L-A, whichever. 95. This is a test pressing. That's a test pressing. Okay? And we pulled that. And this was a great half-off crate. Let's read through those again one more time, okay? And then Oso also asked, Oso said, how many more Mondays of Kiss do you think you have? 4. I bet we could do 4 more. I bet we can do another month of Mondays. Laura don't do a lot of the... We're going to have to do a box set night, and those take a long time because we go through them and make sure they're all complete. And, you know, it may take her 10 minutes to get one opened, go through it, check it, inspect everything, all the disc, all the sides, you know, make sure every side is near mint or grade them, check for all the little contents. She's got to find an entry where somebody has all the contents listed. So it could take her 10 minutes to get one box set ready for prep for auction. So we re-sleeve them, we clean them all, we clean all the disc and everything. So, I think we got a ton of box sets back there, which are stuff that we usually sell for $200-300. I bet there's still 100 like really deluxe killer sets like that. So there's a lot back there. Okay, they're still bidding on this. Let's read through these one more time. Mr. John Cale, British Passport. John Cale has the original inner sleeve. It is called Honey Soit. Honisoit. That's now just $10. Right behind that is Nat King Cole, which was a sealed 2LP compilation from the beginning. That's $10. The Memories of Willie the Lion Smith, 1968 2LP, no condition note, $750. Nat King Cole was sealed. Earth, Wind, and Fire is VG Plus, original inner sleeve, $750 on that. Final call to get a bid on NOLA for $95, and also Glenn Butch has this Kiss over here for $260. Paul's about to go on about a 7 to 10 day buying trip. It's going to be a lot coming back. That's why I've been trying to clean this place up. I'm also trying to move as much stuff as I can. I've been selling off miscellaneous all night. The Crusaders, $7.50. I do have a question, though. Is Regina Tabor watching? And hopefully she says yes. Blues and Trouble is $15. Blues and Trouble is $15. That's on our Hooli. That's clean. I can't believe no one got that. Big Joe Williams, Lau Fuelson's on here, Sam Chapman, Black Ace, Mercy D. Got some deeper cut stuff, but that's a great looking blues comp on a vintage label for just $15. This is $5. Eddie and Joe, live, question mark. $5 on that. The Baby's Head First was only $5, unfortunately, from that Connery collection. The Hollies was VG Plus $6. Hydra was EX 650. And the Voice of the Turtle, that's actually John Fahey, a 1972 repress. John Fahey, $17.50. All right, so Glenn Butch Rhodes, you do get this for $260. NOLA Test Pressing, New Orleans, Rock City, a $95 buy it now. And I still got a few more tagged over here to auction. All right, good. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer this to Regina because I know she picks up locally, okay? And otherwise, I would have put it up for auction where everybody can grab it. But I know she picks up locally, and it's nicely framed, and it would cost more than, because it's in a frame to ship, than I would like to spend. So I'm going to show this to Regina. It's an Elvis Presley framed stamp set. It also includes a facsimile copy, a fantasy driver's license, and a picture of Elvis. Now, if I put this up for auction and the right KISS people are watching, who knows what it might bring. It might bring 10, it might bring 110. But I'm going to see if Regina wants it because she's picking up locally for 20 bucks. You get an Elvis stamp sheet there. Those are unused stamps. Those are worth at least 29 cents a piece. Come on. Driver's license and photo. Regina, if you want that for $20, she's one of the biggest KISS fans I know. If not, I will put it up for auction and include extra shipping, but I really didn't want to have to ship that. She picks up locally, so that will save us a ton of trouble. The test press has already been claimed. That's sold to Buddy Cordova for $95. Okay, and then over here, we got Lonnie Brooks live from Chicago for $10. We have Richard and Linda Thompson, VG Plus for $10. And Eddie Hallman is VG Plus $10. The Pointer Sisters is $6. And Buddy Starcher, that's a pretty cool country record. 1962 mono, VG Plus $17.50. She said she'd take it. I knew she would. That's sold to Regina for $20 local pickup. That will be so much better. If we had to wrap that up and all the package supply and labor and time plus postage, it might cost that to ship it. So she's going to go ahead and pick that up locally, 20 bucks. A couple perks of local pickup. I got some Big KISS stuff over here too I've been trying to show tonight. I forget about stuff. I try to have it over here next to me. I'll try to show some of it before we sign off tonight. But first, here is our next auction. This one looks pretty dang cool. This might be one of the best ones we have left. NOLA. I had those back ordered. NOLA has been out of stock, down. You talking about Phil Anselmo, that NOLA, down? Those have been out of stock for a while. I used to get them. They're out of stock, but they're still in print. So they're essentially awaiting a repress. This might be one of the best ones we have left tonight. This is a 2016 unofficial on purple vinyl. At first I thought it was black, but it's a really cool dark purple vinyl. And this is KISS. Madison Square Garden, 1979. July 25th, 1979. $80 start. It comes with a book. Very well made. It's amazing the time and effort that goes into this. And Madison Square Garden, purple vinyl, $80 start. Return of KISS. Has an Obi with it. That's now up for bid. Okay? Pointer Sisters condition. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, vinyls, VG Plus. Price is $6. We'll decide if he wants that, and then I'll try to make a bundle on everything that's left. We're here at a bundle. Oso's in on KISS at $80. And we'll do another one, and we'll call it Ritz. If you want to bid this one, we'll call it Ritz. I think this is a well-known bootleg. Rocking at the Ritz, R-I-T-Z, Ritz. So if you want to bid on this one, please put Ritz. It is on blue vinyl. It does have a small seam split up here at the top. It's blue vinyl, and it's live in New York City. Another New York concert, this time the Ritz, a $45 start. So Ritz $45, and this over here, we'll call this one Kiss, or if y'all want to put MSG, I don't know what that means too. This is MSG, Madison Square Garden, and Ritz is over here. 2 New York concerts there. Put down Michael Jacob for a down bola. You got it. All right, and he passes. Let's bundle the rest of these records. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 records in here. And I'm going to offer them to a bundle and hopefully clean this crate out. And that price is $65. $65 on everything that's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 at 65 is $4.06 a piece. Anybody want a bundle deal? Wide variety of music there. There's some rock. There's blues. There's soul and R&B. There's jazz. There's male vocalist, adult contemporary. There's country, early country. There's soul there. That's a wide variety of listening. $65 for 16 records. We'll tag them. You'll make my night. We did already done 1 or 2 bundles tonight. We did 1 small one maybe. Come on. Where are the bundlers? Where are the bundlers? Wait till y'all see all the Kiss posters I've been stashing away. I probably have 100 vintage Kiss posters. Probably 150 total. I bet I have 150 that are I consider vintage maybe 95, pre-95. Y'all may not. Some of y'all hardcore may not. Be like, Chad, that's modern. Probably 70s and 80s posters. I bet I have at least 75. Oh my gosh, you should see them. They're over here in tubes and where we've just accumulated them. I tried one night to sell some without having them photographed, and it was just impossible to spread them out and show them. Plus, people was asking me about condition. I didn't have them researched. So, we'll do them one night. I'm building it up. What I plan on doing is when we sell out of these, I've got enough posters and maybe other collectibles. We'll do a final big Kiss run at the end of the collection where I do posters and stuff, and we'll have those like up on the screen. I'll be able to like jump over here to my laptop where y'all can see. Instead of a blank screen, it'll actually be on the screen. We'll be right back. If I do them, I want to do them all in one night. That way they can ship them. See, we got to plan this stuff accordingly because of our shipping department. If we sell 1 poster on one Monday, we better show them for the rest of the week. Otherwise, y'all get better deals on shipping, and they can ship them a lot easier instead of doing one night of posters. And that way, if we start at one night, maybe that next night we can get into more and more and more, if that makes sense. It's kind of like a logistical thing. If I just sold 3 posters tonight, it'd probably be a little bit harder for them to store and label and etc. It's better to do it. That's why auction houses, they do one big theme. They do one big, like, tonight is going to be our poster night. And we do the same thing here because most of it's a logistics thing. All right, so we got Ritz and we got Madison Square Garden. And Madison Square Garden's at 90, and Ritz does not have a bid yet. It's a final call. Ritz is a final call, and that's $45. CDs tonight. We are going to do one more half-off bin. I'm trying my best to fill up one more crate to get to where I want to be, and we will do CDs. Yes, I'm going to clear off this rack. I have moved enough stuff. I see some stacks I've never gone through, and then I'm going to have to stop earlier than normal, though, so we can start figuring out where the next ones are. CD people are saying, Chad, get these things ready. We're ready for a blitz. And I know where 2 stashes are tonight. Let's do one more half-off crate. Can I get an offer on this bundle? 16 records. I was at $65. I got to sell these. If not, they're going to go into the, we'll put them into the flip crate in the morning. I would love to go ahead and sell them now because I got plenty of other stuff I can put in the flip crate. But if y'all want to pass, that's okay. How many people we still got watching? Wow, 190 people still on all platforms. That's amazing. All platforms combined, there's still 190 people watching right now. Okay. These are going off the table. Please consider it, though. Please consider it. All right? Because we still had that other half-off crate, too. But it had a lot of great titles. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made tonight. I like this song right here. It goes da 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 ra da 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 ra da 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 dun dun dun. Come on. That's one of my favorites. Hotter than hell. All right, let's do a half-off crate. And we got plenty of time. The feed don't expire till 8 hours. We got 2.5 hours, technically. We got 2.5 hours, technically, but the thing about it is I can't go that late. I have way too much to do. I'm supposed to sit down and pay bills at the first of the month. I have not even paid myself. I write checks and everything on the first of the month. I hadn't even done that. That's how busy I am. I hadn't paid myself in a month and a half. I don't even think about it. There was about 3 months ago, I forgot to even pay myself. I'm so focused here working every day and every month, and it just blends in. So I got to do all that tonight, though. I got to send out bills, and I hate doing all that. Something else I'm about to hire somebody else to do for me. This is at 100 with J.D. Conklin. Phil Elliott, you're back out. Phil Elliott, you're back out, and that is at $100. The Ritz has 2 bids for $45 and $45. The first bid was Buddy, and the second bid was J.D. And this is Madison Square Garden, first or second night. July 25th. July 25th. I don't know if that was the first or second, but it's July 25th. July 25th. And then we got 2 offers on the bundle, 50 and 55. Oso, you're first. I'm going to sell them to you for 55, or I'm going to sell them to Lonesome Loser for 55. So it's either Oso or Lonesome on the bundle. And then we got to bring out the air horn because we've sold a whole crate. So Oso, it's up to you on the bundle. If not, I'll pass them over to Lonesome Loser. You can have them for $5 extra if you want them. And then let me grab this. I don't have any Kiss cassettes. We sold the MIGO figures, which I thought was a steal. I mean, seriously, I thought they were going to sell for $1,000, and we sold them for $395. That was really surprising. We sold the Viewmaster tonight. We've sold some cool stuff. All right, and so Ritz and MSG still getting bid. Let's do a half-off crate before everybody falls asleep. Somebody's going to be getting this bundle. It's either going to be Oso or Lonesome Loser. I'm okay with $55. It just depends on who wants them. I'm going to go ahead and put them in the sold crate because they're going to be sold to somebody. So they're already going in the crate. Sticky notes are already wrapped around them. Thank y'all. We'll officially blow the air horn here in just a second. And I yield to Lonesome. They're sold to Lonesome Loser for $55. That whole crate is gone that we just had up here earlier. We sold everything officially. Sold to Lonesome Loser. Thank you. $55. Done. Moses, Smell the Roses. We have Madison Square Garden at 105. That means J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid. Buddy Cordova, you've been outbid on the Ritz. We're waiting for 2 people. Let's get started with the half-off stuff. We have Kiss Tour Book. Yeah, it's a newer one. What happened to it? Book, right here, book. Just put book if you want to bid on this. Book, Alive Worldwide, $96.97, $20 start. $20 start. Put book if you want to bid on that. Book, B-O-O-K. Book. We'll put that right there in the middle. Air horn, yes, we got to. It's time to wake everybody up. Let's see who wakes up. Go ahead and turn down your volume, or if you like pain, go ahead and turn up your volume and say, yes, Pain. We want it. Give it to us. As loud as that thing will churn out. Holy moly. Moses, smell the roses. All right. Book, $20 start. Ritz is still getting bids. What about Madison Square Garden? It's up to one person, J.D. Conklin. JD, it's up to you. Let's get started here. I've been saying that for 10 minutes. Gungor, I Am Mountain, a 2013 press. Don't know what that is, but it's $20. We are doing half off, no more, no less. Peter Cetera, Solitude Solitaire. Peter Cetera from $750. You may know him from a band called Chicago. The Association, New Memories. The Association is now $5, New Memories. We have Brenda Patterson, Keep On Keeping On. 1970 Blues Rock, Yellow Epic label, $17.50. He is out on Madison Square Garden, so this is sold to Phil Elliott for $105. Sold to Phil Elliott for $105. The Ritz is at $50, and Oso's also bid $50, so they're still bidding on the Ritz. That's put away. Thank you for Lonesome Rooster. Final call on that. 78 Trans Am Zim at $20. We have Barefoot in the Park. That's by Neil Hefty, $10. That's a old Robert Redford film, soundtrack by Neil Hefty, $10 on that. And we have Patty Duke as Billy, $750 on Patty Duke. Ritz has a bid of $50 and $50, and that's with Buddy Cordova. So Oso's out and J.D. Conklin. Let's put this one up, and you can bid on this one as Kiss. I've never seen this one before. A lot of these I've never seen before. Kiss is called, what is it called? Unplugged Live. A 1995 Italian. It's a compilation of acoustic performances they've done from 1990 to 1994. It's EX, Unplugged Live. If you want to bid, call it Kiss. Just put Kiss, and that's a $50 start. Final call on the book for $20. We got Bunny Lake is Missing. That is a 1965 press for $15. Another soundtrack, another bizarre soundtrack that is. $15 on that. Over here, we got The Graces. The Graces is $750. I don't mind showing you more Kiss stuff I have that's actually tagged and ready to sell. I've always obviously got, like I said, posters and maybe other stuff that's not ready. But I know up front I've got some toys, all modern. I don't have hardly anything vintage left in this store. Y'all have obliterated the vintage stuff. I have a few cards maybe, but not much. Honk, H-O-N-K, that's a 73 promo for $10. Got some unusual stuff in here. Was this a Paul crate maybe? We have Near Jones, Ballads and Songs, a 72 UK. Wow, half off of $75. That's now $37.50. Big discount on that. Jackie Reynolds on the Graces. This is what we call a nonsense half off bin. It's probably stuff that's only been shown one time. I probably haven't tried to show it any other time. And now what's happening? They're all available half off. And some people might be saying, Chad, why are you doing this? And my answer is, honestly, don't know. The Ritz is now at $60. Oso, you're out. Buddy Cordova, you're out. Barefoot in the Park is sold to Tracy Songer. Now, Matthew Sherrick, there was already a bid on this for $20 with 78 Trans Am. So technically, you're out bid on that. Man, it's going to cost $15 to ship that if we put it in a box. That's an oversized item for our normal packaging. The Association is just $7.50. The Association green Warner Brothers label, $7.50. No one's bid on this Kiss bootleg. Final call for $50. And then over here we got Marshall Tucker Band for $13.50. That's a clean copy. It's a gatefold. It's a 2 LP, exceptionally nice vinyl. $13.50 on that one. So the Ritz is between Oso and JD. And JD, you're out. Oso has it for $65. Cats Go Wild, that's a drum record. Yeah, America's Greatest Drummers in a Percussion Festival. That's now $10, the percussion record. Bachman Turner Overdrive Freeways, that's $7.50. Michael Ruttman in on this one at $50. And Surfer Girl, The Beach Boys. $10 on Surfer Girl, The Beach Boys. Michael Jacob says he'll take the Peter Cetera. Awesome. That's so to Michael Jacob. Thank you. Thank you. Also over here, we got To Be With You. That's Tony Orlando and Don. $5 on that. Now this Kiss has a new bid for $55. And I got to make sure Matthew Sherrick. No, actually, there's a new bid on the book. Buddy Cordova, $25. Now Matthew's out. And now 78 Trans Am's out. What is this Kiss thing right here? Honestly, don't know where they dug this up at, but we've had it for a while. Oh, somebody didn't pay for it. Oh, it was a no payment. Ah, we sold this a long time ago. It's been buried on, this is what we call a warehouse find. So yeah, this is $149.99. It didn't get paid for. Didn't get paid for. It's a set of 4 complete Cycle Circus figures in the original box. It is in the original box. It is Cycle Circus. They're all brand new in the box, all 4 of them. If you know what those look like, that's what they look like. Let me take it up here to the overhead camera. $149.99. And that is the Cycle Circus set of complete 4 in the shipping box. $149.99 on those Cycle Circus figures. I think those have been laying on a back shelf for like a year. It just got buried and put away. So that's available, by the way. Kiss is at 60. The Ritz is at 70. And now the tour book's at 30. Moving right along. Traces, the Classic 4, $5 on those. The New Colony 6 Revelations. New Colony 6 is $10. Thunderclap Newman Hollywood Dream. Thunderclap Newman is $12.50. Cher and Greg Allman. Allman and Woman. Greg Allman and Cher. It even has the Cher and Greg Hop sticker. And that's $15. And the Kinks, everybody's in showbiz. The Kinks is $15. J. Giles Band Live Full House, $7.50 on that. And Action Freddie Cannon. Freddie Cannon's $10. So the book's at 30. That means Cordova and Sherrick is out. This is at 60. Matthew's out. So this is sold to Michael Ruttman for 60. And now the Ritz is at 75 with Oso. That's where we're at on all those auctions across the board. And he said, take out one of the figures. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me get some room here on the table first. And here is Scott Egan or Fagan. Scott Fagan, a 68 CT press. It's in partial shrink wrap. It does have still some damage to it though. $25 on that. Ritz is at 70. JD, you're out. Happy is Sunshine Company. That is now $10. Now the Ritz is at 80. The book is at 30. And I guess that means we're waiting on Cordova. And we have R.D. Taylor, Indiana Wants Me. $8.50 on that. Let me show one more and I'll pause. The Seekers is $5. A World of Our Own. All right, let me pull out one of these figures so he can see what they look like. And we'll do, who did I select? This is kind of what the series looks like. These right here. Let me go to the top cam. We might can see them better. Yeah, that's what they look like. They're all brand new. And they sold as a set of 4 in that box. That was obviously Paul. And then let me try to get this thing. Now, how in the world was that in there without me messing anything up? How did they have that thing crisscrossed? Wow. Okay, maybe it was like this. There we go. All right, give me 1 second. Okay, Holden on Taylor, and that was R.D. Taylor. Thank you, Holden 190. Holden 190 got that book out. So this is sold. We got back-to-back sales here on Kiss. This is sold to 78 Trans Am for 30, and Oso said he'll take the figures. Awesome. I know Oso's going to pay for them. Those are sold to Oso for $149.99. Nice warehouse find is what I call there. That's been laying on a shelf unpaid for probably since we did a Kiss show on May 20th, 2024. Golly, that's been a long time. Thank you on that. So that's sold. I'm putting all this in here on the operations table. Don't forget tonight, we've sold like 100 air fresheners too. I got to show those again. That's pretty remarkable. All right, let's keep going here. Now, R's at 85. Cats Go Wild. That was the percussion record. And that's sold to Tracy Songer. Thank you, Tracy. For anybody just hopping on, we're in a half off bin, no more, no less. As always, thank you, Mr. Oso Adventure. I'm going to go ahead and take these paperbacks in here too because I've got all these out of order now. Whoever's tagging these 3 paperbacks to 10 gram, I had out of order, but y'all should be able to find them pretty quickly. I know y'all will because Jake and G and Tanner, they're all geniuses, okay? I like hiring geniuses here. Makes my job a lot easier. Here we go, finishing up this half off, middle of the bridge, or excuse me, middle of the road. Is that a Warner Brothers comp? Yeah, that's one of those Warner Brothers comps. So this side has songs by Jennifer, Dion, Rob McEwen, Jesse Collin, Gordon Lightfoot, James Taylor, Randy Newman. Give you an idea, they're all Warner Brothers artists. There is some writing on the jacket. No condition owes $10. I think we might be done on Ritz. Also to Oso Adventure for $85. Also to Oso Adventure for $85. Let's keep it moving, though, here with Ian Whitcomb. You turn me on. Ian Whitcomb is $5. Mason Williams Share Pickers is $5. We got Jim Stafford for $5. We got Rex Smith, Everlasting Love, for $5. And Prodigal, Prodigal, $7.50, just like real life. And Gil Evans Orchestra plays Jimi Hendrix. So that's going to be like string arrangements done to Jimi Hendrix music. That might be pretty interesting to listen to. It is now $13.50 in shrink wrap. Don't see it too often. Tea Garden and Van Winkle. Excuse me. That is now $10. And that's on the Westbound label. Y'all know how much like funky stuff is on the Westbound label in a good way. Grog on Gil Evans. Thank you, Grog. That's so to you. That is done. Over here, we got Sean Cassidy, Born Late. Sean Cassidy is $5. David Cassidy, Dreams Are Nothing More Than Wishes, $10. And Oso, you get the Ritz for $85. All right, well, guys and gals, I have a major announcement. We have officially sold every Kiss auction tonight. It is all gone, nothing left behind. And we sold an entire shipment of Japanese pressings, nothing left behind. I repeat, there are no records left in the auction bins. That's it. We sold everything. Could I possibly go grab a few more Kiss toys and try to show them and sell them tonight? If you give me a few minutes, I'll run up front and I'll grab a few things and maybe we can sell a few more miscellaneous Kiss. David Cassidy is sold to Tracy Songer. Any more books? I had a few more over here. Let's see here. I had 3 more paperbacks I never did get to. And what do we have here? The Science Fiction Hall of Fame, Volume 1, The Greatest Science Fiction Stories of All Time. Looks like a compilation. Star Trek V, and then The Keep, a novel of deep horror by F. Paul Wilson. 3 vintage paperbacks, $15 start. $15 start on that. Those are now up for bid. And then we got Topaz, and Topaz is $7.50. Bernie Torme, Turn Out the Lights. That's on white vinyl, and that's actually billed as a heavy metal album. I just don't know how heavy it is. I don't think it's like, you know. Over here, we got 3D Picnic, $7.50. We have the box tops nonstop. The box tops is $10. 3 paperbacks there for a $15 start. The World of Country Music is $12.50. And let me play you my Green Tambourine. Wow, somebody's got to pick that up for $10. The Lemon Poppers, so cool. Jackie Reynolds on Topaz, sold to Jackie Reynolds. Thank you on that. We have Humble Pie Eat It. What a nice looking copy. Very little signs of wear. Gatefold heavy. Does it have a book with it? 2 LP, yeah, with the book, $15 on that. Holden got the box tops. Susie, you were next on that. Peter Frampton's just $5, Wind of Change. Bill Haley's $5. We have the best of Billy J. Kramer for $7.50. Vicki Lawrence, The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia, $7.50. Over here, we got Michael Ruttman on LP, and that was Lemon Poppers. Michael Jacob on Humble Pie. Those are sold and sold. Chester and Lester, $5 on Chester and Lester. Kim Asabi, $6.50 on that. Kayak is $10. Also, Dawn's New Ragtime Foldies featuring Tony Orlando, $5. What else do we have? Chet Atkins and Shrink for $7.50. The Guitar Genius. Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. Usually picked up out of new arrivals. How did this get overlooked? Just a little bit of cover wear, $12.50 on that. And Genesis. Genesis is $7.50, selling Gleam by the pound. That has some cover damage. Does have some noticeable cover damage. Let's see over here. We have Humble High, Humble Pie, Natasha. All right. I can find more Star Treks later. So let me take that one out. And what if we say bundle $10 then? I'll take that one out and I'll say paperbacks $10. And then William Meadows on black. And William Meadows on black was for black? Typo, VL. Okay, VL, and VL was for Vicki Lawrence. All right, and then so he played with Ozzy after Randy passed. Really? Bernie Tormé, really? I didn't realize that. So this guy played with Ozzy, so he must be a shredder. $10 on that. That's available. And then Michael Jacobs gets Genesis. And then Jordan T on Robin Trower. Natasha's in on the bundle for 10, going once, going twice. Okay, so she has those for 10. I think that crate's definitely worthy of maybe like a title read again. I don't know if I'll go through every one of them, but might be one of the last crates of vinyl we do tonight because my crate goal is almost done over here. With that being said, let me walk through the store. There's some Kiss stuff right up here. I wish I could take my camera with me. I've got some really cool figures here that I've had for a while. Let me show these. These are pretty cool. And I had these individually at one point at $50 or $45. And, you know, tonight we sold the 12-inch MIGOs, the original 12-inch MIGOs. And the original 12-inch MIGOs are big money. These are like reproductions. They're really cool. They're coming oversized package. And these are over here. These are sold over here. I'll do $45 a piece. There's Paul Stanley. And these are technically Love Gun, MIGO, kind of replicas. That's $45. I got Ace for $45 and Gene. You'll just have to get Peter Criss. And I think that's the only reason I've had them is because I'm missing one. But this one's marked 50, or I'll do $45 a piece on those, okay? And I think everybody wants everybody that's interested in these books have wanted them individually tonight. So, okay, so over here we got these two books at 10 and now 11. So, Natasha, you've been outbid. Michael just wants to keep. I think that's the one probably Natasha wants to. I guess I'm going to start selling these books one at a time. But I really can't start doing them for $5 and $7 starts because just the time and labor. So we'll have to I don't know. Some of these I think are worth more than that. I don't really know. I'm just kind of throwing them over. That's why I like selling them in lots. That's why I put them up in lots. But I will sell Star Trek for $5. And now Michael Reed has bid 11 on these. I came back to sell them and there's a new bid. $11. Okay, so now those are at 11. And I just sold Star Trek for $5 to who? Michael Ruttman. Those Kiss figures are $45 a piece. I would love to sell them to somebody. I have had those since October of 2023 at minimum. Probably before then. So this October will make 2 years I've had those. I never hold on to anything that long. Like, that is a really, really long time for those. Bernie Tormé, Turn Out the Lights, is $10. $10 on that, white vinyl. Natasha, let me know if you want to bid more than 11. If not, I'll go ahead and sell those to Michael Reed. Oh, believe me, I know books take up space. I've got 20,000 over here in tubs I got to do something with. Before long, if I calculated the space, storage cost space I've been storing all these books for, I've already paid several $1,000s over for them again. So, those are $45. I've got some other ones over here. Natasha passes. So Michael Reed, both of those sold to you for $11. I end up getting $16 for all three of them. That's okay. And then we have Bernie Tormé, and this is sold to Levi Hilton for $10. Next thing I have over here is we have Gungor, I Am Mountain. That was $20. We have The Association for $5. Brenda Patterson, Blues Rock for $13.50. Patty Duke is $7.50 as Billy. Bunny Lake is missing, 1965. That was $15. One more read through here. Honk is $10. Also, we had Sir Tom, Ballads and Songs, Nick Jones, $37.50. The Association is $7.50. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Marshall Tucker is $13.50. BTO is $7.50. Surfer Girl, the Beach Boys, That is now $10. Also, this is Tony Orlando and Don, To Be With You, $5 on that. Classics for the Traces, $5 on that. And the New Colony 6 Revelations, $10. Flip crate with books. Oh, for sure. Whenever we get them all, we had a meeting this morning about that. We're waiting for 2 people to start here, so we'll have a lot more time. Other people here have more time, including Tanner. I'm like, listen, Tanner, you can come here every day and just make videos and books or think about everything we could post all during the day on our group and on our website. Posters, t-shirts, books, cassettes, toys. It would be endless, as much as you want to do. That's why we have building full of stuff. We don't have time to do the other ones. All right, so let's do 3 Star Treks together. Star Trek Voyager Homecoming, Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, and then this one's missing the cover, Star Trek 8. Do I have another Star Trek to put with it? That's all the Star Treks I have right now. So let's do those 3 Star Treks for $10. I won't even really count that one because it's missing the cover, but it is complete. 3 Star Trek books quickly, $10 start auction. $10 start auction. Anybody want to make an offer on these KISS figures? $45 each. They're larger. They're in these protectors. The Gene has some damage down here to the plastic protector. Is that actually damage on the doll? Well, I guess this is technically the case, isn't it? So, yeah. I mean, it's going to cost a little bit to ship them. Of course, I'm still only charging $8, but I am basically saying, let's get a deal done, okay? But if not, if the right person's not on, I'll go try to find some more. Finishing up this bin here, I really want to keep. I had other comments, sent the other sci-fi book to Grog. Okay, send this book to Grog. Michael's going to pay for them. Send this to Grog, the Science Fiction Hall of Fame. Done. Okay, they will take care of that in the operations room. Thunderclap Newman is $12.50. Share, Greg, Allman, and Share, $15. The Kinks, everybody's in showbiz, $15. J. Giles Live is in shrink. That's a nice copy in shrink for $7.50. Buy these now, or you might see them get grabbed in a discount video at 9 a.m. tomorrow in a whole lot of records. Over here, we got Action Freddie Canyon, $10 on that. Scott Fagan is $25, and Happy is the Sunshine Company, $10. It's proven the flip videos. Oh my gosh, I have unlocked a new level for our business this year. It's called Whole Lot of Records. I've always used it for pre-orders and posting stuff, but what I've realized is I could have somebody just working in that group, which is essentially like a live website all day, and we would almost have to open up a whole new shipping department, I think, just to sell stuff out of there. And it's starting to get to that point now, but I think after it gets rolling, it's going to be pretty existential. I got to mute my mic for 1 second. For anybody else that has a small business out there, if you have a small business, let me give you a tip. And hopefully I don't have any competing people out there watching, which I don't think I do. Websites are really hard. You could be selling anything. You could be selling coffee cups or t-shirts. Websites are really hard to get people to get to. I mean, really hard. It's really hard to get somebody to log on to collectco.com, get on a website and buy something. But when you have it popping up on their Facebook feed every day and it's super convenient, you can sell stuff a lot easier. And that's what I have realized. Everybody's going to the same website and it's right there in front of them. Yes, Levi, I've already got you down for Bernie. Yes. And then Jackie Reynolds on Jay Giles, Michael Jacobs second, Susie on Cher and Greg. That's sold over here. How much is Sunshine? Sunshine is $10. Star Trek is $10 for those 3. No bid on that. And then obviously a live format. So if you're out there trying to sell something, you're like, hey, I want to start selling hats. You better get a bunch of people like interactive on your page and in a group, like almost like a hat community. You better build like a hat community, because if you're going to try to get everybody to go to like a website, it's going to be tough. That is so different. That's one of the hardest things to do, is get people to click on a website, take time to click on type it in, and then shop and make selections. Very tough to do. It's one of the biggest challenges in business. You got to figure out how to get the stuff to the people. So there's some advice to anybody that's thinking about starting a business or has a business. The Seekers, a word of your own. Think about it. We're live here broadcasting 8 hours a night, plus what we do during the day that's basically pre-recorded now. $10 for the Burbank comp. CDs are coming right after this crate. Yes, Burbank is $10. CDs are next. Ian Whitcomb is $5, and Mason Williams share pickers. Mason Williams is $5. Jim Stafford is $5. Also, Rex Smith, Everlasting Love. Rex Smith is $5. Prodigal, just like real life, $7.50. And we have Teagard and Van Winkle. Teagard and Van Winkle was on the Westbound label, $10 on that. Sean Cassidy was $5. 3D Picnic, $7.50 on 3D Picnic. We got The World of Country Music, a 2 LP comp. Buck Owens, Roy Clark, Tex Ritter, Wanda Jackson, Glenn Campbell's on here. Mac Wiseman, that's now $12.50. It is a 2 LP gatefold. Peter Frampton is $5. Bill Haley's $5. John Durden takes the country comp. Sold. Billy J. Kramer is $7.50, the best of. We also have Chester and Lester for $5. Kimo Sabi is $6.50. Kayak is $10. We have Don's New Ragtime Foley's is $5, and Chet Atkins is $7.50. And let's put up a few more vintage paperbacks. Okay, I'm going to try a couple individually because I don't know, y'all, if I put another bundle up, y'all are going to want it to pick and take, or not really pick and choose, but someone's going to be like, man, I want that one, I want this one, I want this one. So here is the Fellowship. Aiden F. Ramin and Mary C. Ramin. Vintage paperback, The Cult of Vampires. That looks pretty interesting. Looks like a vampire book. $7 start on The Fellowship. That's it for bid. Is anybody interested in a bundle before I count all these and price them out? I'm going to take these Kiss figures back up front. I'm assuming nobody wanted to make an offer. $45 each on those. Sounds like something I need to take a picture of and post in the group, eh? Say, hey, clearance on Kiss figures. All three for whatever price I decide on, shipped. I don't know. I'm going to have to calculate shipping. I usually leave them stuff. I'm like, hey, guys, what's this going to cost to ship? And they're going to be like, Chad, that's going to cost $30 to ship. And then I've accidentally posted it for $35 shipped. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, that's going to cost more than what it's. You get what I'm saying? I got one more set of figures to do. Maybe because these are complete, y'all might jump in on them, okay? And I think the last time I priced these, I was at $175, maybe. I think these are a little bit tougher to get. I can't remember. I've had these going on 2 years as well. But this is the kind of stuff we keep in our store and just wait for somebody to buy. Let's go to the top cam. These are Sonic Boom figures. These are Sonic Boom figures. I got all 4 of them. Sonic Boom. They're nice in the plastic protectors as they came. They still got the hang tags with them right there. Let me go back to my main cab. And let's get ready to go through some CDs. There's those 4 there. And I think the last time I said, my sign up front in the store says $200. I definitely can take less. I'm just trying to sell them. I am just wanting to sell them and send them to a new home. I really don't want to list them on eBay. That's the thing about eBay. Same thing with getting people to Facebook. You have to pay a commission on eBay, but there's literally millions of people in there. But that's the power of building, hopefully, your own website or in this case, a Facebook page, because they're not charging me any commission here. Otherwise, we'd be in a lesser situation having to pay fees. Tea Garden and Van Winkle. So it has a Unipack sleeve. It looks like folk rock maybe, but it's weird for something like that to be on Westbound. This is definitely nothing like, Westbound is typically like Funkadelic and George Clinton stuff. So that's pretty weird to see that on that. $10. It looks just by the way they're dressed and the instruments they're playing like, folk rock or something like that. All right, if anybody wants the Fellowship, it's a $7 bot now. I'm gonna put that right over there. Let's do CDs. Who's ready? I can probably do them for at least an hour, maybe. We'll do what we call blitz. I know where one box is. I got to dig out. I found, and then I've got some stuff back here behind me. All the CD people on? Does anybody have any final requests for vinyl? Does somebody want a bundle price on these? It's probably going to be cheap. Kiss Dolls, $150. So Adventure. $150. We'll put that in his box with the rest of the stuff. See how easy that was? He bought those for $150. Nice. Are you positive you don't want the others? So we've sold MIGOs. We've sold these. Those are done. We've sold 6 crates of vinyl. I already have a whole table in here, miscellaneous. We've already done 1 bundle, but I'd love to do some more. Adam Bernardi on this for $10. Thank you. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. 35, I'll go ahead and tell you the price. If you buy them all, 35 times 375, that's $131. We'll do $130. $130 divided by 35, that's $371 a record if you buy everything that's right here. That's where I'm at. How much is live? Throwing Copper is a 2 LP 20th anniversary sealed with bonus tracks, $39.99. Let me go be grabbing the first crate of CDs. I'll let y'all be thinking about that. And let me go dig these out around the corner. I should have done that earlier when I got to them this morning. Boy, I found a lot of cool stuff, though. I've had some people ask, could we do miscellaneous at some point this week? And I was like, sure, we can do miscellaneous at this week. But we still got to knock out some CDs, and we got to make sure if we're going to do miscellaneous that all the miscellaneous people are watching. Because I know CD people are watching. And now we got to make sure the miscellaneous people are watching. Paul Brothers, if you're watching, I just moved an entire tub of your stuff out of the way. That's okay. I know you'll come get it. He's already paid for everything, so no worries there. How the heck am I going to get out this crate of CDs? This is going to be my biggest challenge. I have 10 boxes of die-cast cards over here. There's about 100 action figures. There's 10 boxes of cassettes and about 5 tubs of vinyl. Taylor Swift CDs, radios, drumsticks, model cars, posters, more Kiss figures, and then I've got about 100 frame posters over here. If I can move all that, I'll get to this box of CDs. And I honestly don't even know what kind of CDs they are. It might be the best CDs you've ever seen. It might be the worst CDs you've ever seen. It could be a mediocre mix. Let me move all these posters. I got Western posters. I got movie posters. I've got Metallica posters. Here's an Iron Maiden poster, Queen's Rock poster. Here is a Gone with the Wind poster. Here's a Hopalong Cassidy poster. Here's a Beatles poster. Here's a John Wayne poster. Robert Plant photo. A Rush poster. I'm almost to where I can be. I'm probably going to have to drag out this entire crate of vinyl. I've got 2 boxes here in my way. Let me move this out of the way. Let me have to move this box. Here's all these books, these baseball books that Grog wants. I see them right now. Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Lou Gehrig. I see them. I just can't get to them. Let me move this box out of the way. And then I'm going to have to move this box out of the way. I see an Ozzy Bark at the Moon tucked away over here. What's it going to take to get this crate out, though? Are there's more CDs down there? Are those CDs? Okay, we might have found a honey hole. I'm going to have to do some rearranging, though. Let me just drag all this out and see what we can do. All right, let me pull all this out. Alice Cooper, Donna Summer, Louis Armstrong. That's what I see in the vinyl crates. Oh, man. I'm looking for CD crates, though. All right, let's pull these out. Holy moly. Claude Monet book. A Claude Monet book. Okay, there's those. All right, I'm where I can get to them now. Ah, CDs. You probably can hear them. Listen. That's what y'all like to hear. That's like catnip for some of y'all. Oh, what was that? This box says CDs, rare. Oh my gosh, Jim B just fell out of his couch. Holy moly. Oh, Moses, smell the roses. Wow, these do look pretty nice. Those are nice. Is this full of CDs too? CDs, clean, new with jewel cases. Okay, I've got us. See, I didn't even know all this was over here. You do enough digging in this building, stuff will appear that you're looking for. So tonight I'm going to say, please find a crate of gold somewhere. Please, I'm looking for a crate of gold. Okay. Paul, it's not really in the way. I just knew you were watching. You got a lot of cool stuff over here. I know it's tough to get to us. We're rarely open. I know that for all of our locals. That's why we're never in a hurry. As long as you've paid for it, which I know you do, I know we're rarely open, so I know it's hard to get here, especially when you're an hour out of town. So, and plus, we're not open all that much, so I perfectly understand. I perfectly understand. All right. Let's get started. Let me see what I've missed since I've been over there. Okay. We left off by Tea Garden. James Sanders is about live testing test. Baseball book, City Time, Godzilla. Not that I know of. Paul Brothers, no problem. Doing cassettes. We do that randomly during the sales. We've sold a bunch lately. That's not any set time. Nobody on these bundle. That's okay. We'll show them. They'll be in a future discount crate, maybe even further discounted. Let's flip over a crate. And that box that said new jewel cases, those look beautiful. I've brought up this first crate, though, that I found earlier. And I really don't know what's in here. So probably to do a good mix, we'll pull from both, okay? But we'll go ahead and get started with these. If there's any autographs, I have right to veto, okay? If there's any autographs, I have right to veto. I'm going to set that roll out there right now. I have no idea what these are. Billy D and the Hoodoo, Something Wrong. Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience. Make sure they have disc in them. Yep. Gin Blossoms, 10 Years After, Essential. That's great stuff there. I'd love to change the world. U2 Octung Baby. These are all $6.99. Paul Simon, you're the one. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. Paul Simon from the year 2000. Cracker, The Golden Age. Black Crow, Southern Harmony Musical Companion. Rock and Roll, The Legendary Years. Counting Crows, This Desert Life. And Mad Dogs and Okies, Jamie Oda Luckers with Ray Benson and Bonnie Bramlett and J.J. Kill and Clapton. These are all $6.99. John Durden on N.O. And N.O. was for... N.O. was for what? What was N.O.? And then Star Trek. Yeah, there's the only no bids tonight are these three Star Trek books. Star Trek Voyager Homecoming, The Wrath of Khan, and then this one's called Star Trek 8 Trick or Treat, but it's missing the cover. Those three for $10, and The Fellowship, and that's $7. Nobody on that stack. We'll go ahead and get right into the next stack. These are $6.99 CDs. Hope you're all ready. One handful after another. And then over here, Star Trek books. Yes, there's those three for $10. Next, we have over here, 1970 Rock and Roll Compilation. Jefferson Starship, Deep Space, Virgin Sky. This is 24 Greatest Hits of All Time, EMI Rock and Roll Legend Series. Billboard #1 hits of the 70s. That should be good. Built to Spill, You in Reverse, The Armadillos, Better Off a Stranger. Dog Years by Storyville and Big Daddy cutting their own groove. Big Daddy on Rhino, $6.99. Donna on Billboard, and I'm assuming for that one right there. That looks pretty cool. That sold to Donna for $6.99. And Paul Brothers gets the 3 Star Treks for $10. You got it. And that just leaves the Fellowship if anybody wants that for $7. If not, I'll bundle it at some point later with more. Let me go ahead and take these Star Trek books in here, though, so we don't get them mixed in with the CDs. And we can keep that up a little bit more separate. Okay, so there is that. And let's jump over here. And the first thing I have is Susie was next on that Billboard 70. Let me do one more row of CDs, and I'm going to go ahead and knock out. I'm going to go ahead and go back there and get that other box. So what do we have next? We got Jimmy Buffett, License to Chill. White Man's Burden soundtrack. Blues Travelers is on here. Hootie and the Blowfish. Pat Green, Wave on Wave. I like that song. It came on Wave on Wave. Oh, Pat Green there. That's a good one. Golden, Rock and Roll #1 hits. Concrete Blonde. I wish that was in print. On vinyl. Walking in London. Mitch Wood and his Rocket 88. Jump for Joy. Southern Comfort. Rocks the Blues. David Ball. Starlight Lounge. Dual Bramble. Bird's Nest on the Ground. Cat Stevens. Magic Cat. Earth Tour 1976. Live Cat Stevens. And Hayes Carl. Trouble in Mind. Those are all $6.99. A lot of blues and blues rock type stuff there. Some 90s alternative. Pat Green is sold to Stephen Parton. It came Wave on Wave. That's our anthem here when we get record collections, because we always say they come in waves. We'll go a month without buying any records, and all of a sudden it'll be the biggest typhoon of records that ever came through here. Does Cracker have low on it? Cracker, 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 cracker. I love crackers and cheese. I can tell you that right now. I love crumbling my crackers in my soup. Did he crumble any crackers in it? Did he crumble any crackers in it? Cracker. Does it have the song Low on it? L-O-W. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not on that one. Nope. And no, the Cracker has I Hate My Generation, Big Dipper, I'm a Little Rocket Ship. It's the Golden Age from 1996. Krog is an instant encyclopedia on Cracker. There it is. All right, let me go ahead and get this other box. That way I could be pulling from both and see what we got over here. Luckily, I've dug out a corner. And it came Wave on Wave. Which one should I do first? That's the question. CDs, clean jewel cases. I like the way that sounds. Looks like somebody... Oh, I know where these came from. Yeah, this guy was very particular. He not only put everything in brand new cases, but he kept them in sleeves, like resealable baggies. So all this stuff is probably like mint jewel cases and CDs. That's the ones I like, and I'm sure y'all like them like that too. Like basically brand new stuff. So let's do it. So I'm going to be pulling from 2 boxes now. I'm not going to guarantee it's going to be titles that you want, but it might get better for $6.99, okay? There's that. So first we got Rosemary Clooney, 16 Most Requested Songs. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is. Edwin McCain, and this one's called... I don't know. Wilson Phillips, The Best of Gene Vincent. Nelson, After the Rain. Juice Newton's Greatest Hits. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Fine Young Cannibals, She Drives Me Crazy. Those are $6.99. Wow. That was a little bit better titles there. Stephen Parton first on Ozzy. That's sold to Stephen Parton for $6.99. Stephen also got Fine Young Cannibals for $6.99. And Susie was next on Ozzy. And that left Motley Crue, Juice Newton, Nelson, Gene Vincent, Wilson Phillips, Edwin McCain, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, and Rosemary Clooney. Next is Antonio on Motley Crue, Jerry Rock on Ian. And I bet that was for Nelson. Then Angela Lewis, then Antonio, next on Ozzy, then Michael Ruttman. And then Jeff Brent, RTO put O. And if that's for Ozzy, then you were next. And also put MC for Motley Crue. That means he was next. All right. Coming up right now, next in this handful. These are all $6.99. Holy moly. All right, here we go. Wilson Phillips have Hold On. Probably. That was a big album. I bet it does. Yeah, first track. That's the first one. That is out of print on vinyl. Very desirable on vinyl. All right, next is Johnny Horton, The Battle of New Orleans. That is sealed. Johnny Horton, Joan Osborne, Relish, Jewel, This Way, Motown Compact Classic, 16 #1 hits of the late 60s, Stevie Wonder, Dinah Ross, Temptations. We have Sheena Easton, The Collection, Green Day, Dookie, Collect the Soul, self-titled, Foreigner, Inside Information. Johnny Cash is a gold stamp promo. Nice. Johnny Cash, gold stamp promo, and Pink, Misunderstood. Wow, some of these have prices on the back. Pink, $10. Johnny Cash, $8. Foreigner is $8. Mint, some of these are pretty nice. $6.99. All right, let's go back to the top. And Stephen Parton does take Wilson Phillips. Donna first on the Motown comp. That's sold to Donna. And then Jerry Rock says, send Nelson to Angela and bill me. Who actually got Nelson? Nelson did go to Jerry Rock. So Jerry Rock got Nelson. He wants to pay for it and send it to Angela Lewis for free. Nice gesture. Angela, you just got a free Nelson CD. Next is Stephen Parton on GD, and that's for Green Day. Also on CS, and that's for Collective Soul. Both sold to Stephen Parton. John Durden on Johnny Cash. Susie got Jewel. That's going back here to Susie. Next is Donna Turner on Pink. And we have Foreigner, we have Sheena Easton, Joan Osborne, and Johnny Horton. Those are all still available if anybody wants them. Okay, let's put those right over there. Now I'm going to go back to that other crate right quick, and let's see what's in this stack. We got U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb, The Wallflowers, Glad All Over, The Wallflowers, Rebel Sweetheart, Corey Stevens, Getaway, Uncle Cracker, and this is $6.99. The Best of Simon and Garfunkel, Howard Stern, Private Parts, and Billy Burnett, Coming Home. Sorry, I think like one of my ceiling fans in here about to fall off the ceiling. It is. Wow, it's like barely hanging on. I think I'm about to have a ceiling fan fall out of the ceiling. Luckily, it's way in the back and it's not over anything too valuable. So, all right, let's go back to the top. Susie Q on Uncle Cracker, and then Stern is sold to Stephen Parton. So what left there? That left Billy Burnett, The Best Simon and Garfunkel, Corey Stevens, Wallflowers, and U2. Yeah, that one has some good songs on it. Vertigo. I like City of Blinded Lights. That is available. And Antonio on HS, and HS was for Howard Stern. That's already sold. The Wallflowers over here. That is a Bob Dylan's son, by the way. The Wallflowers. That's Bob Dylan's son over here. All right, going to fall into 4 crates of Asia. There's probably that many back there. All right, what is next, you may say? Chad, what else do you have over here for us? We got all night, folks. I'm here all night. We're going to sell every one of these because this is a crazy hand. Oh, my gosh. Okay, here we go. There's a couple of these in here that's going to have a bunch of claims. First, The Best of Joe Cocker. Next is No Doubt, Rock Steady. And then we have what? Rascal Flatts, Nothing Like This. And then we have what? Whoa. Pink Floyd, The Wall, a double pack. Queen's Rock Empire, whoa. Oasis, that's a big one. What's the Story, Morning Glory. Feel, Something Like Human. Also, Jet, Shine On. I've never seen that on vinyl. Will Smith, Big Willie Style. And that's Pearl Jam, No Code. Backspacer, No Code. That's Pearl Jam, No Code. These are all $6.99. Leslie picking up the U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. That is sold to Leslie for $6.99. $6.99 on that. Next comment is Stephen Parton on Pink Floyd. That's sold to Stephen Parton. John Durden was second. Stephen Parton also on Queen's Rock. And then Antonio on No Doubt. That's sold to Antonio. And then Jeff Brent, W2O, put W. And Jeff Brent, W2O, W was for The Wall. If it's for The Wall, then that means you were third. Stephen Parton first on Pearl Jam. Then Antonio. Then Michael Ruttman. Then Aurora. And then Leslie got Jet. All right, so the only thing that didn't get sold out there is Will Smith, Big Willie Style. And then Phil has that hit song Hemorrhage on it. And then Oasis, of course, that's a big album. That has Wonderwall, Don't You Look Back in Anger, Morning Glory, and, of course, Champagne Supernova, Rascal Flatts, and The Best of Joe Cocker. Nice. Surely it has, with a little help from my friends. It does. All right, those are all still available for $6.99. If you change your mind, just say, Chad, I've changed my mind. Go ahead and give me everything that's left. And I'll be like, you dog, and then we'll tag you. All right, these are all $6.99. What's next? Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. Hank Williams Sr., American Music Legends Volume 2 from Cracker Barrel, folks. And it's sealed. And that was $12 a half Cracker Barrel. That's basically free now. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. Rod Stewart's If We Fall in Love Tonight. Jane's Addiction. Ritual D. Lo Habitual with the CD artwork. Green by R.E.M. and The Best of Eric Clapton. That's a great comp. The Best of Eric Clapton timepieces. Melanie Jennings is going to pick up that Joe Cocker. The Best of Joe Cocker. That's sold to Melanie Jennings for $6.99. And then over here we got R.S. Hits for Steven. And R.S. Hits was Rod Stewart. And then Susie on Hank. Is that for junior, senior, or both, Susie? Junior, senior, or both? John Durden first on Jane's Addiction. And then Donna next on Rod Stewart. And she wanted Greatest, so that one's still available. She wants both Hanks. That sold. Leslie got Green. And that just left this, Rod Stewart. And that Eric Clapton. This fan's tripping me out. I don't know if y'all can hear it. All right, so that was Rod Stewart and Eric Clapton, okay? Antonio wants Field from the last stack. That is right here. That's sold Antonio. All right, let's grab over here from this crate then and see what we have here. Trying to go through some of these too. First thing I have is David Crosby, and it's called Cross. We have Natalie Merchant, Break Your Heart. The Blues from yesterday's Masters, today's Cutting Edge. Baby Boomer Classics, Rockin' 70s. And that's $6.99. The Raspberries. Oh, this here. This is one of my favorites of all time. $6.99. The Best of Modern English. Muddy Waters, Breaking It Up, Breaking It Down. And this is Swingers, soundtrack from the movie Swingers, and Can't Get This No More. 2 discs, 23 rare club hits. So this is, I remember kind of a sentimental story on this one. I still got the one my dad bought, but we bought this at a Target. I remember it was long enough to go where they used to have like CD displays where you could press buttons and it would play you samples. And I remember my dad buying this, and this is one of the first times I had heard 60s Summer of Love music. Like, this is such a great compilation. Get Together, the Youngbloods, A Wider Shade of Pale, Incense and Peppermints, The Grassroots is on here, Groovin', Windy, Daydream Believer, The Rain, the Park, Never My Love, Mamas and Papas, Judy Collins, Lulu, Harper's Bazaar, more Tommy James, more Monkeys, Sonny and Cher, Vanilla Fudge. That is like the Summer of Love. I remember I was like, man, that's when I fell in love with that kind of music. It was hearing that. We listened to it like over and over and over and over and over and over. Amazing. Okay, next is Leslie Holt on NM. And Scott Dwallow says, received my first shipment today and just wanted to say thank you. Thank you. Glad to have you. You are a fantastic customer. Natalie Merchant is sold to Leslie Holt. Melanie Jennings on Modern. And Modern was the, what was Modern? Modern English. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. John Durden on the Summer of Love. John, enjoy that as much as I have. Leslie on the 23 club hits. And then Chuck Haley next. But yeah, I've never seen one of those any other place ever. I have sold thousands and thousands and thousands of CDs. Thousands. That's the first time I've seen these. These were sold exclusively at Target from Rhino, I think. Yeah. I think these were only sold at Target through Rhino. And yeah, that's got so many great songs. Okay. So we still got the Swinger soundtrack. That has all kinds of cool stuff on it. And then Muddy Waters, Johnny Winter, and James Cotton. Baby Boomer Classics, the Rockin' 70s still available. The Blues and Cross. I'm surprised no one got the 70s comp either. Raspberries, Argent, Go Near Ring, Jay Giles, Logan Cena, Holly, Elton John, Clapton, Foghat, Blues Image, Bachman Turner Overdrive. Are you kidding me? All right, let's go through the other box now. That was from the other crate. Wow, let's go through some more over here. What do we have? Oh my gosh, look at these titles. Holy moly. Are y'all ready? Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger, Pentatonics, Deluxe Edition. Pentatonics, does that have Just Like You Used to Know? I think that's on there. That's not Pentatonics, is it? No, I'm thinking about a different band. Steve Miller Band, Greatest Hits. Stone Temple Pilots, Cure. Goo Goo Dolls, A Boy Named Goo. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. Winger and Ace Frehley. Wow, that's like no-brainers there. Holy moly. With Moses Smell the Roses. That should be just, let's just go ahead and tag every one of them. Holy moly. All right, so let's go back over here. So nobody got anything out of that last stack, right? Even if after I begged. And then Donna Turner over here. John Darden on DD. And DD was Duran Duran. That sold. And then Stephen Parton on Goo Goo Dolls. That sold. And then over here we got Pentatonics to Leslie. That is sold. And then Michael Ruttman on AF for Ace Frehley. That is sold. And then we got Steve Miller to Chuck Haley. That is sold. And wow, nobody on Winger. What is going on? Nobody on Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. What is going on? And Stone Temple Pilots Core. Wow, those are all still available. $6.99. Recap of the first three. Yeah, we'll go back through everything again before I sign off tonight, 100%. We're going to have 2 boxes right now, though, and there's a lot still to go through. Hopefully somebody buys those 3. Otherwise, I'm going to make sure, walk outside, and there's not a nuclear apocalypse going on. Let's go ahead and show these right here, though, right quick. We got David Wilcox, Home Again. Chris Isaac always got tonight. Watch the Chris Isaac show Sunday nights on Showtime. I wonder if anybody ever watched that. Boss Diablo, Don't Act Right. Joe Ely, Letter to Laredo. Shamika Copeland, Never Going Back. Shamika Copeland, Turn Up the Heat. Sheryl Crow, Come On, Come On. And the best of Oldies but Goodies, Volume 3 with the Chiffons, the Shirelles, and Jerry Lee Lewis and Moores. All $6.99 each on those. Susie said, give me those 3. Sold to Susie Breelove. Now I can in fact confirm there is not a nuclear apocalypse going on outside, okay? We did not have a Tom Petty Stone Temple Pilots Left Behind. We have our first sold stack of CDs though. Holy moly. Let me take these in here and put these on the table. Oh my gosh. Speaking of guacamole, I'm kind of hungry right now. I don't know about y'all, but I am looking forward to eating my mom's meatloaf, mashed potatoes. We got creamed corn coming up, macaroni and cheese. We got creamed potatoes, tomatoes, slam, haw, raw, slaw. First thing we have over here. All right. Donna on SC and Donna on Shamika Copeland. And I bet Donna wants both of them. But Donna, I'll confirm on your word, okay? We have over here Turn the Heat Up and Never Going Back. I have a feeling you'll want both of those. You just let me know, Donna, okay? We got bees, peas, potatoes, tomatoes, slam, raw, saw, slow. Y'all ever seen that lady doing all that? She's like in church reading off what she's going to cook for Thanksgiving dinner. And we got peas, tomatoes, slam, haw, raw. Both of these are sold to Donna. Thank you on that. And what is next? Honestly, don't know. We got Volume 3, Me 3. Or y'all talking about Food Steel? What else do we have over here? Let's go over here and pull out a handful of these CDs. And I'm about to show these for $6.99. These are, once again, no-brainers. Okay, a lot of these he's put in brand new jewel cases too, I can tell. Santana, Supernatural, Dave Matthews Band, Crash, Wallflowers, Bringing Out the Horse, Paul McCartney, Off the Ground, The Goo Goo Dolls, Dizzy Up the Girl, Common Thread, The Songs of the Eagles, Megadeth, holy moly, that's like $500 on vinyl, Cryptic Writings, and Incubus Science. $6.99 on those. That was a crazy little stack right there. This box over here is absolutely loaded. And then let me make sure I did Shamika Copeland. Yep, Me Too, Me 3. And then over here we got WF. And WF was Wallflowers to Stephen Parton. Also, he got another Goo Goo Dolls. And then Stephen Parton got Megadeth. Then Michael Ruttman. Then Antonio Villanueva. We still got Incubus. We still got Common Thread, The Songs of the Eagles. We got Paul McCartney. We got Dave Matthews Band. And we got Santana. Now, where is Shakedown? Because that's, I think, one of the few McCartney albums he didn't buy out of those 300 the other night. I never did see that one, Shakedown. Completely different collection, but I still never did see that the other night. All right, let's do some more from this other box now. The Mavericks, What a Crying Shame, Rise, Brett King Band, Get Shorty soundtrack. That's a John Travolta, Gene Hackman. I've never seen that before. Nice. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Martin Scorsese presents The Blues. David Ball, MIGO. This is Darden Smith, Midnight Train. And another Shamika Copeland, The Soul Truth. Those are all $6.99. Aurora Shelton on Dave Matthews Band, Crash Into Me. Hike up your skirt a little more. First time I heard that, I was like, is that what he's actually saying? What is he saying? We have Mega Blast on Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is sold to John Durden, Martin Scorsese. And then over here we got, next is Michael, and Donna got Shamika Copeland. All right, those are all sold. Shakedown. I am talking about a person, not an actual CD. I'm talking about a person. His name's Shakedown. I figured he would have bought that. All right, let's go over here and grab from this. Oh, gosh. Whew. Okay, let's see how fast I can read these. Now, let's see how fast y'all can claim them, okay? GNR, Appetite for Destruction, The Police, Synchronicity, Puddle of Mud, Come Clean, Robert Plant, Now and Then, The Best of Casey and the Sunshine Band, Rhino Special Edition, Skid Row, Self-Titled, Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, Joan Jett's Greatest Hits, and Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Those are all just $6.99. Wow. Whoa. That was some good titles right there. What else do we have? We got Stephen Parton on SR. SR was for Skid Row. And then PS. Poison or Police? Poison or Police, Stephen? PS. Poison or Police? Poison or Police on PS? Poison. Okay. And then Michael Ruttman gets Police. All right. And then Susie got Robert Plant. All right. Michael Ruttman next on Skid Row. And Antonio next on Poison. Chuck Haley first on KC. Leslie next on KC. Susie got GNR. And Leslie got JJ. That left Puddle of Mud. And wow, Kiss is left behind on Kiss Night. What is going on? And then Puddle of Mud come clean. Wow. What is going on there? All right, there's those. Let's grab from the other crate. What is next in the other crate? We're about to find out. We got Chris Kane, Hall of Shame, Reverend Billy C. Witts, Songs of Faith and Inflammation, The Best of Roberta Flack, Mark Anthony, PGD presents Sound Savers, Volume 4, More to Play, Less to Pay, and Train, Save Me San Francisco. Roberta Flack is sold to Donna Turner. That is sold to Donna Turner. All right, moving right along. Let me grab a few off the side here. Let's do one more from this other box. There was a Japanese Virgin off the ground list. I just checked. Okay, good. I don't remember that. Of course, there was what, 80 of them you bought? Jeff Beck, Rock and Roll Party, honoring Les Paul. That looks pretty cool. Maria Moldar, Fanning the Flames. Jason Mraz. This is called Waiting for My Rocket to Come. Duncan Sheik, Daylight. Brooks and Dunn, Borderline. They virtually have nothing available on vinyl. They have 2 albums in print, and it's actually covers. It's other artists doing covers. I don't know what's up with their catalog. John Lee Hooker, Mavis Staples, and Spirit of the 60s. Ah, nice. This has more like the pop rock stuff on it, like Bend Me, Shape Me, Lady Will. More like pop, I mean. Game of Love, Happy Together. Those are all $6.99. And then Donna Turner on MS, and that's for Mavis Staples. So that stack left Spirit of 60s, John Lee Hooker, Brooks and Dunn, Duncan Sheik, Jason Mraz, Maria Bardar, and Jeff Beck. And Donna on the 60s. Some great songs on that 60s I just seen. All right, let's go back to the nonsense crate is what I'm going to start calling this. This is a nonsense crate. Oh my gosh, we've done it again. Okay, hopefully everybody's paying attention. Here we go. This is the nonsense crate. These should be $9.99. All day long, this should be $9.99. But you know what? They're $6.99 because it's Monday and we got 10,000 CD goal this week. 10,000 CDs sold. There's another one sold to Adam Bernardi. Here we go. You ready? Pearl Jam 10, CCR Chronicle, Warrant Dog Eat Dog. I don't think I've ever seen that on CD. Van Halen Self-Titled, Van Halen Ballads, Van Halen 1984, Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet, Ace Frehley Spaceman, and then here's some real nonsense. You ready for some real nonsense? Here is the nonsense. You ready? The Beatles White Album. This guy had $30 marked on it. $6.99. What? That was a bunch of nonsense. Someone's going to come in here in a minute and have to make sure I'm still, like, sane. That's a totally sane food to eat. We have John Durden first on Van Halen. Well, you just got dibs on 3 then. Self-Titled, 1984, and Balance. Your dibs, John Durden. Then Stephen Parton on BH. And BH was for BH, John. Let me scroll a little bit further down. John Durden, that was for VH, so Stephen was second. Susie on AF for Ace Frehley. Antonio WA for Warrant. Chuck Haley on CC for Credence. Chuck got Credence. Grog got Beatles. John Durden next on Beatles. Jeff Brent next on Warrant. Christina next on Ace. Jerry next on Ace. Chuck next on Beatles. Leslie next on Beatles. Michael next on Warrant. Clay next on Beatles. Leslie next on Beatles. And then Steven got Bon Jovi. He's passing on Van Halen's. So Van Halen is pending to Stephen Parton now. So Stephen, you got dibs on these. I think they're just all bagged. This guy has these in bags. And he has actually the details like Van Halen 1984, none listed. He looked all these up on Discogs. Van Halen Remaster, $12. I think he was researching stuff when he came to sell it to us. And that's why a lot of these got tagged. So he researched and bagged everything. Yeah, so this stuff over here. We got a challenge flag on the Beatles. I'll double check. No, Grog got the Beatles. Grog got Beatles, and then John Durden, you were next. It's Grog and then you. He was first on that. Always okay to challenge. Wow, nobody on Pearl Jam. Even Flow wants Jeremy. It's a Canadian release. A Canadian release. And he wanted Van Halen self-titled in 84. Okay, so that goes over here to balance then. The next person on Van Halen is nobody. So Van Halen's up for grabs. There was no other claims on Van Halen. And then Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam, we are streaming right now to Twitch, Facebook. I'm looking on my monitor. We are actively connected right now to Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, X, TikTok, Instagram, and Discord. That's what we're streaming on right now. The most people are watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Right now, we have 143 people still watching. Pretty amazing for 1:13 a.m. on a Monday night. All right, let's go back to the other kind of crate. Thanks, everybody, as always, for tuning in. And let's go through these right here. These are $6.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac Midnight Jazz and Blues Collection, Fleetwood Mac The Dance, Blues Traveler, Travelers and Thieves, Ruth's Hat, The Hitchhiker's Guide to Rock and Roll, Honey Dog, Here's Luck, Midnight Oil, that's called Scream in Blue Live, and Live a Fair, a celebration of women in music. Jake says we're on Discord in one way or another. I think it's streaming over there right now, yeah. There's actually the most people watching right now on YouTube, and then Facebook, and then Twitch, and then X. So, a lot of stuff over there. Time remaining. Oh, we got all the time. We're going to finish these 2 boxes. And we might get into that third one. Y'all have got me on a roll, and we're going to sell 4 stacks at least. We got 53 minutes left. I don't know if I'm going to use all of them, but we've got 53 minutes left if we need them. Okay, Adam Bernardi was first to Fleetwood Mac. So, Adam, let me know if you want this Midnight Jazz and Blues Collection. That's a compilation of early Fleetwood Mac. Or if you want the dance, or if you want both of them. Next comment was Donna on Fleetwood Mac. Stephen first on Midnight Oil. Adam Bernardi, he wanted the Blues and Jazz, so that was first to him, Adam Bernardi. And that means, Donna, if you want the dance, which is a live Fleetwood Mac with that classic lineup, that's yours if you want it, Donna. The next comment was Aurora Shelton put Flood, F-L-E-O-O-D, Flood. I'm not for sure what that was for. And then over here we have In Your Stack to the Left. In Your Stack to the Left. What was that? In Your Stack to the Left. In Your Stack to the Left. And then I'm kind of confused. I'm going to make sure Donna doesn't want that. I'm going to make sure she does it. And then we still got Live a Fair, Honey Dogs, Ruth's Last, and Blues Traveler. Okay? And if I've never been on Twitch in my life myself, evidently it's a pretty fast server over there. So I've seen a lot of people jump over there the last couple weeks. And then Aurora. So she does want Fleetwood. So Aurora, you're next. And I'm going to make sure you want that one because that's the only one that's left. If so, you can say sold or pass. And then if nobody else claims, that's the only one left. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another from the nonsense crate. Holy moly. What do we have over here? Let's see what we got. He wants the best of Simon and Garfunkel. Okay, I know where that is. It's right here. I'll pull that for Chuck Taylor in 1 second. And over here is, y'all ready? Tesla, Mechanical Resonance. Deep Purple, 20th Century Masters, Best of. Def Leppard, Pyromania. Eagles, The Long Run. Panic at the Disco. No More Tears, Ozzy. Wow, Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Madonna, Something to Remember. I've never seen that one. And Carole King, A Natural Woman, an old collection. Wow, a double pack Carole King. That is $6.99. Great stuff there. We got to hear back from Aurora on Fleetwood Mac. She has not said sold or pass yet. That is completely up to her. Let's go ahead and pull out this Simon and Garfunkel for Adam Bernardi. I mean, not Adam Bernardi, for Chuck Haley. This is sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Chuck Haley for $6.99. Next is Michael Reed on Pyromania. That is sold to Michael Reed for $6.99. We got John Durden on Deep Purple. That's sold to John Durden for $6.99. Stephen Parton on Ozzy. That's sold to Stephen Parton for $6.99. Antonio put TE. TE was Tesla. That's sold to Antonio Villanueva. He's over on Facebook. Then John Durden first on Metallica. Susie next on Ozzy. Michael next on Def Leppard. Donna first on Carole King. And then over here, Antonio next on Ozzy. Robert next on Metallica, Michael next on Metallica, Chuck next on Carole King, John next on Tesla, John next on Ozzy, Jerry next on Ozzy. So that leaves Madonna, Panic at the Disco, and the Eagles. Those went unclaimed. What is the dance? It's a live Fleetwood Mac CD. It is live, and the recording was from 1997, sold to Aurora Shelton. Okay, that is sold. My tower over here is full, so let me go swap out CDs right quick, and let me go take these to the back, all right? And then... let's go right over here and let's grab these, and these are going to go on the table. So let's say that's our second tower done, and that is sold. All right, let's do another one. I think we can fill 2 more up before it's time for me to say that's all, folks. Plus we got to do a recap for a couple people. All right, let's go over here. I'm going to put those right back here. Let's revisit this other crate. Pulling from 2 tubs tonight, so it looks like I hadn't had to swap out in a while, because guess what? I haven't. We're in true blitz mode right now. I'm not having to change out as much. What do we have? Ricky Lee Jones, Flying Cowboys. They call me Muddy Waters. What is this? Edgar Winter, Mission Earth. I've never seen that before. That's bizarre. This looks familiar. Danny Tate, maybe not. Not Fade Away, Remembering Buddy Holly, Jimmy Buffett Fruitcakes, Jimmy Buffett Barometer Soup, Real Hodge, and Blues Traveler Live from the Fall. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. First thing we have over here is what? The Edgar Winter. I knew someone was going to grab that. I have seen 10 billion Edgar Winter albums. I've never seen that one before. So damn Bernardi. What year is that? 1989. Wow, I still have never seen that on vinyl, though. Blues Traveler, Will Hodge, Jimmy Buffett, Not Fade Away, David Tate, Muddy Waters, Ricky Lee Jones. No Muddy Waters claims. Everybody sure? No Muddy Waters claims. If not, I'm going to jump back over here to this nonsense box. And this nonsense box has been truly nonsense. So let's go ahead and show them. These are $6.99. Eurythmics Ultimate Collection. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. Best of Hits, James Brown, Great White, Twice Shy, James Brown Live, Widowmaker, that's Dee Snider, another one, 2 back-to-back Widowmakers, Motley Crue, and another Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. 1998 club copies, what they say on the back, $6.99 on that. Edgar. Next is Stephen Parton on the Eurythmics. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Next is Stephen Parton on Stevie Nicks. That is sold. Also, Donna Turner, second on the Eurythmics. Michael Reed on DR, and DR was for, what was DR, Michael Reed? DR. And then Rebecca said she has overslept. Dr. Feelgood, duh. So to Michael Reed, Clay Moore on Great White. That's so to Clay Moore. Antonio on PO for Poison. That's sold. John Bergenstrom next on Great White. That left James Brown, Widowmaker, and Widowmaker. Those are all still available if anybody wants them. And then let's grab another stack over here. All these CDs are $6.99. Don't worry, we'll do a recap before we're done tonight. Next is NXS Switch. Blues Traveler, Travelers and Thieves. Blues Traveler Saves the Soul. Blues Traveler Live from the Fall. Blue Rodeo, The Days in Between. Gretchen Wilson, All Jacked Up. Jake Bugg Live. Charles Brown, One More for the Road. King Crimson and the Court of the Crimson King. And Runaway Bride soundtrack. Those are all $6.99. Dee Snider, he was in a band called Widowmaker. It's actually really good stuff there. Standing By for Pain. We did that on Music on Vinyl, did a pressing of that not too long ago. And there's Blood and Bullets. Those are all $6.99. King Crimson and Soda Grog in the Court of the Crimson King. That's Soda Grog. Denise was next. And Susie on NXS. All right, anybody else on that? I need to move some of these around right quick. I've got quite the stacks built here. So let me move these back just a hair. That will free up actually a ton of space for me. I have quite the stack built there. I'm trying to keep the nonsense crates separate from the other stuff because some of those in there I'm just like, can't believe they hadn't sold yet. And whatever don't sell after the second recap, I'm going to post in the group tomorrow at probably noon. All right, so now my table's got a little bit more space here. Let's go to the nonsense. And Levi says he'll take both Widowmakers. Now, I know Dee Snider's on that one. I'm assuming he's on that one too. Wow, they had that one priced $23. I was about to say, that should be a good one there. All right, let's put those over here. Now, let's go back over here to the nonsense box. And this looks like some country, but man, it's good titles. So Let's see what we got first here on top, though. This is Diamond Rio, Love a Little Stronger, Super Hits of Alan Jackson, Shania Twain, Come On Over, Shania Twain, The Woman and Me, Steve Earle, Train Coming, Tim McGraw, Not a Moment Too Soon, Vern Gotson, Greatest Hits, The Most Relaxing Classical Music in the Universe. Wow, Teddy Bear by Red Savine and Roy Orbison, Hits, Hits, Hits. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. You heard it right here first. $6.99. Everything in there. Stephen Parton on VG for Vern Gotson. Grog got Steve Earle. So some of these here look sealed. I think some of these are sealed. And then Grog got Steve Earle. I don't know. Some of these are really nice. And then Leslie on Alan Jackson. Leslie, there's two. Not a Moment Too Soon. And that's still sealed. Or you can have Super Hits, which I think is also sealed. Your pick. You might want to pick up both, right? Well, that leaves Roy Orbison, Red Savine, Classical, Shania, and Diamond Rio. If you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? Go ahead and just give me the rest of those. I want them all. I'll be like, you got it. No problem. Done. All right, let's go back over here to this crate then. Let's go over to the orange crate. I'm actually picking out of an orange crate over here. First thing, we got Sheryl Crow, and this is called Wildflower. We got Shannon Kerfman, Loud Guitars, Big Suspicious. Dave Allen and the Guitar Guilty Men, Interstate City. James Taylor, Hourglass. Nice. 10,000 Maniacs, MTV Unplugged. These are the days. John Mellencamp, Mr. Happy So Lucky. Dance Naked, John Mellencamp. Mellencamp Cutting Heads. And Paul McCartney, Chaos and Creation in the Backyard. I always thought that was the most, I always thought that was like a stage photo, like a, or something, or that's actually a photo of Paul McCartney in his backyard playing a guitar at like age 14 or 15 probably. And I was like, holy moly, what a photograph that is. He had no idea what was about to happen in his life. His brother took that. When I found that out, I was like, that's one of the greatest covers I think ever. There he is, it's in his backyard writing songs. Had no idea what was going to happen over the next few years. He didn't realize he's about to be the biggest sensation on earth. We have Leslie Holt on Alan Jackson and Alan Jackson. That's so to Leslie and Leslie. And then next over here is Grog. Please give the Kimpson, the Danita. I'll have to pay for it though. All right, so Grog wants to give the King Crimson to Denise. He says he'll pay for it. No problem there. Aurora Shelton put 10,000 Maniacs. That's so to Aurora. And then John Durden on Dave Allen. She said, never mind, pass. Okay. And then John Durden on Dave Allen. And that was right here. That's so to John Durden. And she has to pay for it. Oh, she has to pay for it. Okay. So Denise is going to get that. Denise, I spoke to soon. She's okay with paying for it. And he is okay with letting her pay for it. All right. So give the King Crimson in the court of the Crimson King, blah, 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 to Denise, and she said she'll pay for it. Okay, so that left Paul McCartney, Mellencamp, James Taylor, Shannon Kerfman, Sheryl Crow, and 10,000 Maniacs. All right, moving on to the next nonsense handful. You may say, Chad, what could possibly else be left in that nonsense box? And I'm like, just sit back and relax. You're about to see a whole handful. Spin Doctors, pocket full of kryptonite. Kryptonite? Pfft, that was a faux pas. How about a pocket full of kryptonite, not kryptonite? Neil Young with Crazy Horse, Broken Arrow, Unplugged, Kiss, Def Leppard, Adrenaline, Cinderella, Once Upon a John Cougar, American Fool, Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, Rat, Invasion Privacy, and Tone Loc After Dark, Wild Thing, Funky Cold Medina. Madonna or Medina? Those are all $6.99. Grog wants Neil Young. That is sold to Grogg. Grog, Neil Young, sold. That is Broken Arrow. Steven on Californication. Donna got the Rod Stewart. She was back up earlier. There you go. There's another one. Rebecca Howard got Tone Loc. Antonio Villanueva on Def Leppard, sold. John Durden on SD. Spin Doctor, sold to John Durden. Next is Chuck Haley on Tease. And Tease might have already sold. Angela Lewis got Cinderella. Aurora next on Neil Young. John Bergenstorm next on Def Leppard. Chuck Haley next on Rod. John Bergenstorm did get Rap. And Rebecca said, I missed her Spin Doctors. Oh, boy. Oh, man, sorry. When you put your name in the comment like that, it always messes me up. I don't know why I did mess that up. Okay, let me go back through that list. All right, so first was Rebecca. Let's move that back to the top. Rebecca Howitt got Spin Doctors. Rebecca Howitt got Spin Doctors. Rebecca, two things. If you don't put your name, I'll forget who you are. If you do put your name, I miss your comments. It's my bad on both ways. All right, so Rebecca got Spin Doctors. Grog still got Neil Young. Steven still got Red Hot Chili Peppers. Donna still got Rod Stewart. Rebecca got Tone Loc. Antonio got Def Leppard. John, you did not get Spin Doctors. Chuck was next on Tease. Angela did get Cinderella. And John Bergenstorm did get Wrath, though. Okay, that's still the same. And then after that, Chad, you can send all my claims to John Durden. He has to pay for them. There we go. And then John Durden did not claim Spin Doctors. Rebecca Howard did. And now we got two Johns. We got a John Durden and we got a John Bergenstorm. And give the Neil Young to Aurora. Turns out I have that one. Only if she wants it. I don't know if she even wants it. And then over here, we got John Cougar, American Fool, and Kiss Unplugged. Aurora, let me know if you want Neil Young. I've got to confirm with her. Let's put this right over here. Crazy Horse. That's a putback from Grog. Neil Young is still available. And then John Cougar Mellencamp and Kiss Unplugged. And we got to see if Aurora wants Neil Young. She's going to say two words. She's either going to say sold or pass. All right. Let's go back over here to the other crate. And the next crate has the following. These are all $6.99. We got Joseph Arthur, Our Shadows Will Remain. This was sold over in Britain at one time. £3 British. We got Dave Alvin, Blackjack David, Sheryl Crow, Come On, Come On. All access, music from the Larger Than Life IMAX film. And then we have Bird and Brothers. We got Love Rocks. We got Friends, Sheryl Crow Detours, and Sheryl Crow Self-Titled. Those are all $6.99. Aurora said she will take Neil Young. So only thing left in that last stack was Kiss and John Cougar. Those are going right back here. First, John Durden on Dave Alvin. That's right here, so did John Durden. And then we got Sheryl Crow, The Friends. That's music from the TV show Friends, like I'll Be There For You by the Rembrandts. And then this looks pretty amazing. Love Rocks, Christina Aguilera, Pink, Simply Red, Dixie Chicks, Dido, Joan Foster, Kenny Starr, Carole King, Mandy Moore, Melissa Etheridge, B-52s, Burden Rocks, All Access, Sheryl Crow, and Joseph Arthur. All right. Donna's going to take the Love Rocks. That's so to Donna. Thank you on that. And let's put those right there. And then let's go over here to the nonsense crate. And there's about 3 handfuls left in it. I don't know if they're all nonsense, but so far most of them have been. Here we go. Lori Morgan, Something in Red. Incubus, Make Yourself. Pardon Me When I... Wow, here's a Megadeth you never see. Capital Punishment. Wow. And then here's another Megadeth. So far, so good, so what? Collective Soul. Labor of Love, UB40. Red Wine. OMC, How Bizarre. Peeking on the Eagles. Eagles Classic Performances, Bluegrass and Country Style. In Excess, and that one's called X in Your Eyes, Peter Gabriel. So those are all $6.99. Leslie was second on Love Rocks. Donna claimed that one first. First is Rebecca Howard on Incubus, Pardon Me When I... And then Rebecca on Megadeth. I have a feeling she'll want both. But you let me know on the Megadeth, Rebecca. And then Rebecca was first on ONC. And then Antonio next on Incubus. Clay Moore next on Megadeth. Scott next on Megadeth. John Bergenstorm next on Megadeth. Jeff Brent next on Incubus. And she does want both Megadeth. So what does that leave? Peter Gabriel, In Excess, Picking on the Eagles, UB40, Collective Soul, and Lori Morgan. Pretty good stack there. Those are all still available. Back to the other box. Back to the other box. And what's in the next box? It's a we've had several by this artist. No one's bought them yet. Blues Traveler 4, but that's probably their most popular album. The Very Best of the Rascals, Kathy Mattea, Love Travels, Counting Crows, films about ghosts, the best of Counting Crows. We have Joseph Arthur, Our Shadows Will Remain, Joseph Arthur, Kenny Loggins, Leap of Faith, Blues Traveler, Cover Yourself, and Blues Traveler Straight On Till Morning. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 there. First thing we have over here is Stephen Parton on CC, and that was the best of Counting Crows. Then Scott Arnold, and then John Bergenstorm. You've got dibs on 3 Blues Travelers. You can have Cover Yourself, Straight On Till Morning, or 4. I have a feeling you want that one, but just let me know. And Chuck on R for Rascals. It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. and just smile. And take in some clean, fresh air. Huh? And just, weather's fine. He wants Blues Traveler 4. So did John Bergenstorm. All right, so those two are still available. All right, here we go. The Doors, the soundtrack from the Oliver Stone film. Ooh, enjoy. Johnny Cash, 3 CD, 17 track. Johnny Cash, Believer. Garth Brooks, Sevens. Lori Morgan, Leave on the Light. Johnny Cash Again. Charlie Daniels, 16 Biggest Hits. And Girls, Girls, Girls. Those are all just $6.99. You heard me correctly. You may say, Chad, how is this even possible? And I'm like, don't question the system, just keep buying. So first thing we have is John Durden first on Johnny Cash. You got dibs on 1 compilation, 2 compilations, 3 Johnny Cash compilations. John Durden first, then Susie, then Antonio, then Chuck. Rebecca first on Motley Crue. John Durden wants all 3 Johnny Cash. A couple of those were sealed. And then John Bergenstorm next on Motley Crue. That leaves Charlie Daniels, Lori Morgan, Garth Brooks. Nobody on the Doors, Oliver Stone. Okay. Those are still available if anybody wants them. Let's do the last handful from the first box. And I think we're going to have 2 handfuls left from the other box. And that's going to be pretty good on timing. We got Jimmy Buffett, License to Chill. Jimmy Buffett, another Fruitcakes. Another Sheryl Crow, Come On, Come On. Leanne Womack, this time her greatest hits. Another Sheryl Crow self-titled, another Sheryl Crow, 100 Miles from Memphis, another Sheryl Crow, Tuesday Night Music Club, and another Sheryl Crow, Wildflower. Boy, this little orange crate over here I had, here's what I've been pulling out of. It's like an old orange, what is this, a milk crate or something? Akron, Ohio. Yeah, it's a old dairy crate, milk crate. That had a lot of Sheryl Crow in it. Donna's first on Sheryl Crow, so you can have Wildflower, Tuesday Night Music Club, 100 Miles from Memphis. You can have self-titled, or Come On, Come On. That was the titles on those. So Come On, Come On, Wildflower, Tuesday Night Music Club, 100 Miles, self-titled. Also, Leanne Womack, Jimmy Buffett, Jimmy Buffett. We'll see which one she wants out of there. She wants all but self-titled. Okay, so all these 4 Sheryl Crows are sold to Donna. All right, and let's pause there because we're about to do a handoff crates. I'll ask, let me follow up with Tanner tomorrow. You ask me tomorrow. Let's also make a note, whoever's watching, make a sticky note for me and Tanner and say, contact Crate Company about wholesale / referrals for customers. Maybe y'all can get them cheaper, or maybe we can do something. I don't know. We'll figure out some kind of a win-win for everybody. Okay, we're 3 CD stacks down. We still got some stuff left in this, quote, nonsense box. And I'm trying to get the 4 towers tonight, but we still got to recap at least the older stuff. And I actually showed a random CD earlier tonight during the sale. Nobody bought it, so I'm going to make it the first CD right now. And that's Pearl Jam, Riot Act, very nice. AC/DC, Stiff Upper Lip. Fleetwood Mac, Say You Will. Nice. We sold our soul for Rock and Roll. Black Sabbath. It's a family tradition. Hank Williams Jr., Brooks and Dunn, Cowboy Copus, and Freddie Fender Love Songs. Those are all $6.99. It's a family tradition. And let me go see, while y'all were thinking on those, let me go see how many's left in this other box. If it's another whole box, we'll do a recap and say we'll start with this one tomorrow. If it's just a few, actually there's 2 boxes over here. What's in here? This is full of CDs. And then, is this full of CDs? It's awfully heavy. Please be full of CDs. Ah, good. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Ooh. DVDs, too. Good DVDs. Box sets. Batman box sets. Godfather box sets. Indiana Jones box sets. And CDs galore. Here's about 20 Aussies. Queen's Rock, Pink Floyd's. That's another good box. I knew there'd be some stash around here in this building somewhere. You just got to dig. It took me all morning, and I had to move half the store, but I did find more. I like the stuff on the racks, but it's so much blues, it's kind of hard not to keep it balanced, you know. All right, so let's go over here. And what happened to the rare box? That's a good question, right? That's a really good question. Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam. Grog got Black Sabbath. And then over here, we got Susie on BL. And that was for probably Black Sabbath. John Durden on FF. And that's for Freddie Fender. Scott next on Black Sabbath. Antonio next on Black Sabbath. Clay next on Black Sabbath. Chuck Haley on Hank. And then over here, we have Cowboy Copas, Brooks and Dunn, Fleetwood Mac, AC/DC. How much for Godfather set? I don't even know. We'll find out in the near future. It could be in the next 10 minutes or it could be tomorrow about midnight. Let's go ahead and recap what's on this table, okay? We'll start with the nonsense stuff back here. Let's read through them one more time because everything moves so fast. Y'all might have thought of something already sold. Did everybody catch our air fresheners earlier tonight? Speaking of Aussie, we got air fresheners over here for $7.99. We got Aussie air freshener. We got Grateful Dead air freshener. We have Misfits air freshener. We sold out of Pink Floyd. We sold out of AC/DC. Everybody got our air fresheners, right? Very nice. They smell fantastic. Misfits is sold to Rebecca Howitt. And then over here, Aussie, Grateful Dead. Nice. Jim B's going to bed. We'll bring out the rare box now. Rebecca wants an Aussie, and Paul Brothers wants on the Pink Floyd. Yep, we got a waiting list going for Pink Floyd. We got a waiting list going. What else did we sell out of? We had AC/DC, Pink Floyd. We still got Aussies, not many though. Over here, Mark, I've only got one Aussie left, but I will put you on a waiting list, okay? If you want another one, I'll go ahead and give you one right now. Rebecca already got one. Still got the Deads and Misfits, and I got one other. I've got one right over here, and that's Ghost. And Ghost is, they're all like, man, we opened up an Aussie, and I still can smell it here in front of me. It smelled great all night. It's really enhanced my selling experience tonight. Ghost is sold to Rebecca, so we got a couple wait lists for those. And let's do these. Mac Davis, no Mac Davis. That would be crazy. A Mac Davis air freshener. What did we sell out of? Aussie? Did I read them all off? Boy, this fan's about to fall out of the ceiling. I better tell them to be careful tomorrow. Can y'all hear that? Pink Floyd. I feel like we sold out of something else. I can't find it, though. Maybe that's it. AC/DC. Yeah. I have sold about 50 air fresheners tonight, legitimately. I think I said 100 earlier, but probably closer to 50. Amazing. Anybody else want one, just let me know, okay? Next is Joan Osborne. That was right over here, right? Joan Osborne, and seems like electrical hazard. I think it is. Okay, let's start back here. Let's work out on this tower that's, let's work on this one, okay? I'm going to work down here, and then here's the two oldest stacks. Yeah, okay, we're just going to go through them, okay? Because I bet a lot of y'all didn't see some of these. Let's start, like I said, with the nonsense stuff so I can put it back over here next to me. We got Kiss Unplugged. Big nonsense, I can't believe it, especially on Kiss night. Kiss Unplugged, these are all $6.99. John Cougar, American Full. Roy Orbison, Hits. 14 tracks. Ooby Dooby. Teddy Bear by Red Savan. The Most Relaxing Classical Music in the Universe. Shania Twain, The Woman in Me. Shania Twain, Come On Over. And Diamond Rio, Love a Little Stronger. Those are all $6.99. Let's not forget Joan Osborne for Paul Brothers. It's right over here. I got to find it, or otherwise it's going to get lost, okay? So there's those. Next handful, James Brown Live. The best of hits, James Brown. Madonna, Something to Remember. Panic at the Disco, Pray for the Wicked. Eagles on the Long Run. Pearl Jam 10. Van Halen Balance. Puddle of Mud, Come Clean. And another Kiss. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Those are all $6.99. So James Brown, Madonna, Panic at the Disco, Eagles, Pearl Jam, Van Halen, Puddle of Mud, and Kiss. Those are all available. And so is Incubus, Science, the songs of the Eagles, Common Thread, Santana, Supernatural, and Paul McCartney, Off the Ground. Those are all still available. And so is Timepieces. That is the best of Eric Clapton. Rod Stewart, If We Fall in Love Tonight. Will Smith, Big Willie Style. Oasis is still available. Rascal Flatts, Nothing Like This. Foreigner, Inside Information. Sheena Easton, The Collection. And Joan Osborne. There it is. That's sold to Paul Brothers. Joan Osborne, okay? And then over here, Paul Brothers wants Madonna and Van Halen Balance. So that's sold to Paul for $6.99. And he got Van Halen Balance. That's sold for $6.99. Thank you, Paul Brothers. And then Rebecca Howard on Incubus Science. That's sold to Rebecca Howard. Kiss Smashes Thrashes. Kiss Smashes and Thrashes is still available. And it just got claimed. And that got claimed by Antonio. Stephen Parton on Oasis. And that was in this stack. Yep, that's sold to Stephen Parton. And we got Sheena Easton. And that's the collection also sold to Paul Brothers. Nice. All right. And over here, we have Johnny Horton, an American, what's it actually called? All-American Country, Battle of New Orleans, North to Alaska. Juice Newton's Greatest Hits. Screaming End, the best of Gene Vincent is Blue Caps. Edwin McCain, and that one, I still can't read what that says. Honor Among Thieves, Edwin McCain. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, big album, Trouble Is, and Rosemary and Clooney, 16 most requested songs. And so that whole stack, Kiss, John Cougar, Roy Orbison, Red Savine, I'm pointing over here because that's what I'm reading. Classical, Shania Twain, Diamond Rail, Bottle of Mud, Pearl Jam, Eagles, Panic at the Disco, James Brown, Paul McCartney, Santana, Eagles, Foreigner, Rascal Flatts, Will Smith, Ross Stewart, Clapton, Rosemary Clooney, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Edwin McCain, and then we had Gene Vincent, Juice Newton, and Johnny Horton. All right, so let's move these right back here, and I'm going to stack all these up righty back here. And if anybody changes your mind, that's perfectly okay. And this stack here had The Doors, the soundtrack from the Oliver Stone, Garth Brooks 7's Lori Morgan, Leave the Light On, Charlie Daniels 16 Greatest Hits, Peter Gabriel So, NXSX, Picking on the Eagles, the Nashville Super Pickers doing Eagles as country and bluegrass style, UB40 Later of Love, Collective Soul self-titled, and another Lori Morgan, Something in Red. Something in Red. For those that's going to bed, thank you. We are near the end of the show. We've been live for 7 hours and 35 minutes. We're definitely not going to make it to 8 hours tonight, just shy, but we have sold much more than we normally do, not in the miscellaneous department. And then a few more here. We have Cowboy Copas, 20 all-time great hits, the best of Brooks and Dunn collection, Fleetwood Mac, Say You Will, and we have Stiff Upper Lip by AC/DC. Okay, over here is this next stack, and that was Sheryl Crow self-titled, Leanne Womack Greatest Hits, Jimmy Buffett Fruitcakes, Jimmy Buffett License to Chill, Blues Traveler Straight On Till Morning, Blues Traveler Cover Yourself, Kenny Loggins Leap of Faith. Also, we have Joseph Arthur, Our Shadows Will Remain, Kathy Mattea, Love Travels, Sheryl Crow self-titled again, and Sheryl Crow Detours. Sheryl Crow Detours. And Rebecca wants AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip. That's up here in this other handful up here. Let's grab that right there for Rebecca. Thank you on that. All right, now for those that missed the first two stacks, we're about to get into those. We got the Friends, music from the TV show. That's always a pretty good comp. Burden Brothers, Buried in Your Black Heart, All Access. Who's on this? Sting and George Clinton and Funkadelic and Sheryl Crow and B.B. King and Moby, and that's pretty cool there. All Access. There's Sheryl Crow again. Joseph Arthur, Our Shadows Will Remain. Paul McCartney again, Chaos and Creation in the Backyard. Mellencamp. James Taylor, Hourglass. Shannon, Kerfman, Loud Guitars, Big Suspicious. Sheryl Crow, Wildflower. And 10,000 Maniacs, MTV Unplugged. These. We have first Lilith Fair, a celebration of women in music. Honey Dogs, Here's Luck. Ruth's Hat, The Hitchhiker's Guide to Rock and Roll. Blues Traveler, Travelers. This is John Lee Hooker, Mr. Lucky, Brooks and Dunn, Borderline. Duncan Sheik, Daylight. Jason Mraz, Waiting on My Rocket to Come. Maria Muldaur, that is Fanning the Flames. The Swinger soundtrack. Also Muddy Waters, Johnny Winter, and James Cotton, Breaking It Up, Breaking It Down. Baby Boober Classics, Rockin' 70s. That had some great songs on it. Crocodile Rock, Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. The Blues from Yesterday's Masters to Today's Cutting Edge. And David Crosby, Cross. Rest in peace. He passed away a while back. No more Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Now, or Young. It's just Stills, Nash, and Young. Big Daddy, Cutting Their Own Groove. Dog Year, Storyville. The Armadillos, Better Off a Stranger. Built to Spiel, You in Reverse. EMI, Legends of Rock and Roll series. Jefferson Starship, Deep Space Virgin Sky. We have Rock and Roll Years 1970, Mad Dogs and Okies, Counting Crows, This Desert Life, Rock and Roll, The Legendary Years, The Black Crowes, Southern Harmony, A Musical Companion. Over here, we got Paul Simon, You're the One. We got U2, Octung Baby, 10 Years After, Essential, Gin Blossom's New Miserable Experience, and Billy D and the Hoodoo, Something Wrong. That's all available. Greatest Hits of Brooks and Dunn. That's over here, Collections. I got that right here for Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck Haley. That's so to you. And then how about a sneak peek of the rare box? Now, why would you want that? Why would you want a sneak peek? Wouldn't you rather just wait and us go through it tomorrow and I price them all for $34.99 each? That would be better. That way it's surprised and we can do them all at $34.99 each. That would be best. Runaway Bride and you could be surprised. We got Charles Brown, One More for the Road, Jake Bugg live at Silver Platter, Seattle, Gretchen Wilson, All Jacked Up, Blue Rodeo, The Days in Between, Blues Traveler, Live from the Fall, Blues Traveler, Save His Soul, Blues Traveler, Travelers, Blues Traveler, Live from the Fall, Will Hodge, Draw the Curtains. Jim B trying to get in a slight edge. He's wanting to go ahead and do some market research. He's got to start going ahead and looking them up. You can't get an edge here. I'm surprised you're not on Twitch yet. Unbelievable. Jimmy Buffett Barometer Soup, Jimmy Buffett Fruitcakes, Not Fade Away, Remembering Buddy Holly. We have Danny Tate. We have They Call Me Muddy Waters, Ricky Lee Jones, Flying Cowboys, Train, Save Me San Francisco, PGD presents Sound Savers, Mark Anthony, Reverend Billy C. Wirtz, Songs of Faith and Inflammation. And then over here, we got, what do we got over here? Whoops. Trying to keep all my stacks nice and neat for a post later. What else do we have over here? We got Chris Kane. I got to make sure Jim B's left the chat before I bring out anything else. We got Buddy. Buddy. Who was Buddy? Buddy. Peanut Butter. Chris Kane. Hall of Shame. Darden Smith, Midnight Train, David Ball, Amigo, Get Shorty soundtrack, Brett Kane Band, Rise, The Mavericks, What a Crying Shame, Best of Oldies but Goodies, Volume 3, Sheryl Crow, Come On, Come On, Joe Eli, Letter to Laredo, Boss Diablo, Don't Act Right, and it was Buddy Holly Tribute. Stack you just read for. Not Fade Away, Buddy Holly Tribute. Okay. Buddy Holly Tribute. Got it. That is so to Antonio Villanueva. And then the last thing I have here is these two little handfuls here. Chris Isaac, Always Got Tonight. David Wilcox, Home Again. The Wallflowers, Rebel Sweetheart. The Wallflowers, Glad All Over. Billy Burnett, Coming Home. Corey Stevens, Getaway. Cracker, The Golden Age. Hayes Carl, Trouble in Mind. Cat Stevens, Madge Cat. Live Earth Tour, 1976. And then over here, I had Doyle Bramhall, David Ball, Starlight Lounge, Southern Comfort, Rocks the Blues, Volume 2, Mitch Wooden's Rocket 88s, Concrete Blonde, Walking in London. Kind of surprised that's still left behind. And then Golden, Rock and Roll #1 hits, White Man's Burden, and Jimmy Buffett, License to Chill. All right, and Susie wants Chris Isaac, right? That was CI. That was, and then Southern Comfort. I remember that. That's right here. We'll go ahead and tag Southern Comfort to Rebecca. And then what happened to Chris Isaac? Is it in this handful? Boston Joey, Sheryl Crow, Best of Mavericks, Brett Kane, Get Shorty, David, Chris Kane, Mark Anthony, Ricky Lee Jones, Muddy Waters, Everyday, Jimmy Buffett, Will Hodge, Blues Channel. What the heck happened to that? Sometimes these things disappear, and y'all should see how hard it is to tag these after we post a picture of them. It's disappeared. Did I put it in a different stack? Okay, I put it in a different stack. Here it is. Put it right there. All right, sold to Susie. All right, and then we got some air fresheners to boot. And there was only one book, a Dracula or a vampire book that didn't sell, The Fellowship, for $7. Surely somebody wants this for $7. Surely. The Fellowship. I mean, look, they've been bitten by a vampire. Aren't you curious on what happens? I knew Rebecca would buy it. That's why I showed it. Sold. That's the whole reason I showed it. Rebecca just bought it. There we go. All right. This box is empty. That box is empty. This box is empty. And everything that's left is on the table. And if you want a closer look and you need to think about them some more, no more claims, because now they're going to be photographed and they're going to be posted tomorrow. And at 7 o'clock. Babe Ruth books. Yes, those are coming. Maybe I should walk over here and just take one more peek at this rare box. Let me just go see what's going on over here. Maybe just take a peek in it and just make sure Jim B's still on the feed. What's it say? Let me read the top of it again. It says, the box is labeled CDs, Rare Play Tape 45s. And just so he doesn't think I'm pulling his leg, I'll bring him over here. Okay, I'll actually bring the box over here because it's going to have to be over here anyways by tomorrow at about 11:30 or midnight. I was wondering where Donna went to. She got very quiet. There wasn't enough R&B tonight. Wasn't enough R&B tonight for Donna probably. Let's set it up here on the table so we can zoom in on the top of the box. Let's zoom in. So top cam. Oh, there it is. You can see it right there. What does that say? Just so you know, I'm not pulling anybody's leg here. Let's oh, there it is. That's what I want right there. There we go. Y'all can see my hands. Look at this. Wow. What could possibly be in there? Oh, it's mostly 45s, honestly. From this stack down, it's mostly 45s, so there might be some good 45s in here, though. That's a pretty good title. What's this one? That's a pretty good title. Oh, now I've messed up. I'll put it over here. Man. Okay. There you go, Jim B. Hey, y'all can see half my body over here now. Let's get that back situated. Oh, wrong way. There we go. All right. Those will be for sale tomorrow. You better come back because they're all going to be sold probably out of there. I don't know if those are supposed to be rare CDs or rare 45s or rare play tapes, whatever that is, play tape. I guess like mixtapes. All right, here we go. And I'm done. Man, I can't believe it's 2 o'clock. See, I started about 5:30, and then what happened is 20 minutes into the show, Facebook crashed. And when Facebook crashed, I had to completely redo the feed. That's why it's 2 a.m. and we still got 15 minutes left on the timer. Because Facebook crashed today, and we had to completely start a new feed 24 minutes in. We was only 24 minutes into the show, and we had to completely shut down and restart. So that's why it's almost 2 a.m. and the timer hadn't expired yet. So, with that being said, I'm done. I'm about to go eat a little bit of a snack. I'm about to film the videos for the morning. And I'm going to go home and eat and go to bed because I have got very little sleep and we got to do this all again tomorrow. I got to order a bunch of vinyl. Y'all are the best customers on earth. Don't let anybody tell you different. Thanks, everybody. Get a good night's rest because I have found some CD stashes and we're about to buy a lot more. So we got my snack right now is going to be an apple and peanut butter. I'm going to go home and eat my mom's meatloaf and eat all that good food. And I'm going to probably pass out on my couch watching Seinfeld. Thank y'all so much. I enjoy this probably just as much as y'all do every night. It doesn't even feel like work. It feels like I'm just here with my friends every night selling cool stuff. I hope y'all feel the same way. And guess what? We have all the time in the world. 365, I'm here. Maybe a few nights I'm not. Good night, and 5:30.